People who grew up with strict parents, what was their most unreasonable rule? My mom was insanely controlling about food. Weird rules were in place, like 1 slice of lunch meat per sandwich. No one but her was allowed to cook. She'd make 1 giant batch of spaghetti or something, and we'd have leftovers for days, so she only had to make dinner twice a week. She did not work or anything, just didn't like cooking every day. Breakfast was cold cereal and you'd only be allowed a small bowl with just enough milk to moisten it. Occasionally she'd bake something she called corn toasties, which was simply cornbread baked in a sheet pan. She'd cut them into squares and fill the freezer with them, and we could have one of those for breakfast as an alternative. Once, when I was 14, I bought a pack of hot dogs at the store, snuck them home, and lit the grill. I was almost done cooking them when she came out screaming about fire hazards and swatted the plate out of my hand. She had been making spaghetti. What an ungrateful little bastard I was. So then she orders a pizza for the rest of my family, wraps individual servings of spaghetti in freezer paper, and puts them away. She tells me that I will be eating nothing else until it's all gone. Took about 2 months to choke it all down. Went without eating a lot of days. I was also grounded for over a year, but I sure learned a lot about consequences. I was from a large family and discipline was very strict. If myself or one of my siblings broke one of the major rules, my parents would hold a truth session. All the children would be brought to my dad's study, where the guilty party would be given an opportunity to confess. If nobody came forward, we would be hit, in turn in order of ascending age. The eldest 4 were hit with a sewer rod while, in deference to their age, the youngest ones would get a whack of a bamboo stick. A sewer rod is basically a 4-foot long flexible rubber rod, around an inch thick, and with a metal cap. It would leave the most remarkable welts. Horrendous things really. Anyway, this would continue until someone admitted their guilt. At that point they would receive the blows that everyone else had received to that point. So that was awful. I fully acknowledge that. I'm under no illusions. However, that wasn't the actual unreasonableness. No, the unreasonable part was that the person who caused the truth session didn't always receive the accrued punishment owed for having their siblings beaten. Sometimes they could just be let go, making their siblings hate them for causing pain to them. There'd be no explanation. The study door would be opened, and we'd all be told to leave. That meant you could be rewarded for holding out and avoiding the punishment you definitely get if you admitted it at the beginning. My parents now tell fun stories about how, when I was a child and I'd done something wrong, I'd always begin with, "Let me tell you my story." Haha, they chortle at my childish phrasing, while I recall the terror that such an approach was meant to stave off. Was only allowed 45 minutes of computer time daily. If anything happened to the computer, it was the video game's fault, not the shady links my mom still clicks on 14 years later. Reddit. I'm getting a lot of cool responses, but I can understand where my parents were coming from. I'm originally from Poland, which, as a lot of people know, was a communist country for a while. Everything was heavily regulated for quite some time. Even after 91, the practices were still common up until 2003, at least in the area I'm from, so I got a chance to experience mild communism, though I was a bit young to grasp politics coming to the U.S. They felt they had to regulate everything in the household, just because that's how it was, since they were born. Since then, they've really cut back, and for the most part, they're pretty relaxed about everything. I feel like I got the short end of the stick. Growing up, I wasn't allowed to hang out outside of school, even during high school, and in high school I wasn't allowed to date, so my social experience was pretty pathetic to say the least. After graduating, my parents saw no real threat from letting people hang out or date, so my brother got a smooth ride through high school. It's better now, although I still have issues meeting new people. I've kept a small circle of 2 to 3 friends that I talk to, but hopefully that changes next year if I move into New York City for school. At least I still have RuneScape. I have a ton. One was that I had to always give 24 hours notice if I wasn't going to be home for dinner any night of the week. Because dinner plans are never made the day of. This lasted until I moved out when I was 19. I thought that would get better, but it actually became worse. My sister and I go to dinner to our parents every Sunday, and now they need 72 hours notice if we are not going to be there. Also had 10 PM curfew every day of the week until I moved out. Sleeping in was never a thing. 9 AM wake up call, otherwise point. Parents had sensors on our doors so they could tell if we left our rooms in the night. Cameras covering every inch of outside. We weren't allowed to use the bathrooms after midnight. My stepmother came storming out of her room one night when I went to the bathroom at 2:30 am because, you know, sometimes you wake up and need to go, and I was sick of peeing in a bottle because of their rule. She stormed out and confronted me and looked like she was about to hit me. I said I faking dare you as I was ready to hit her back. So many point edit, spelling edit too. At one point, they cut off power to our rooms at 10 PM every single night. This lasted less than a month, but still happened. When I think back on it, there weren't really any unreasonable standing rules. More like every now and then my parents would explode on something minor to make up for the lack of parenting. I love my parents, but they don't seem to get the idea that not being around much faked their kids up a bit. I was extremely shy and withdrawn, and my brother is a narcissist. It would take quite a few paragraphs to explain, but suffice to say their lack of checks and balances on him and my family's doting on him legitimized his belief that everything revolves around him. On the other hand, nobody paid attention to me, which is partially on me. I'm quite happy to fade into the background in any situation. I hate attention. Maybe cause I didn't get any when I was young, and when I did it felt weird. I don't really know but yeah, I specifically remember the few times where my dad was shouting in anger at me and neither made any sense. Once, he told us, during the middle of summer, when we were about 13 and 15, not to go outside while he was out. Mind you, we were 13 and 15, and literally every single day during the summer, no one was home, and we were outside unsupervised all faking day. So my brother was like, rules don't apply to me, and goes outside. Dad came home, starts screaming at him, then starts getting pissed at me, and whacks me for not stopping him. At the time, dude was like twice my size, and no one could tell him shit, so. Another time, on my birthday, all I wanted was a remote controlled car. So I got one. Brother proceeds to take it out while I'm not there. Dumbass tries to control it and ride a bike at the same time, runs it over and breaks it, puts it back, doesn't tell anyone. I find it, get pissed. Dad of course thinks I'm lying to cover my own ass, and I get whacked a bit. Brother thought it was funny. Instead of parenting, Dad went the easy route, assigned blame and punishment, went back to doing whatever the hell it was he was doing. Fast forward 20 plus years. Brother is rapidly heading for a divorce that he just can't believe is his fault. Haven't said a word to him in maybe 3 years. Honestly lost track. I can't talk to him because he'll blame random bad shit that happened to him on something I or my best friend did like 25 years ago. Dad is disabled, lays around all day, can't understand why no one comes to visit. Mom, love her to death, but she's an idiot, makes excuses for both of them. I used to idolize my father, and I glossed over a lot. Been thinking a lot about him lately, and coming to terms with the fact that he's an asshole, much like my brother. Which sucks, but the truth is the best policy. TLDR, the lack of consistent rules was, for me anyway, worse than a strict environment. I was interested in learning about Wicca because I was young and in high school, early 2000s. When Harry Potter was still happening and all that stuff. My mom and stepdad found out by reading an ML I sent to my cousin. It was the summer and they freaked out. Took everything. I couldn't read. I couldn't listen to music. I couldn't watch TV or movies with the family. I couldn't hang out with friends. Couldn't talk to my cousin anymore. Basically anything that might bring me pleasure was taken. They made me do chores all day, would go on family outings without me. Soon I became a shell of a person. I was going to kill myself. I wanted to, I just was scared of death, so I decided not to go through with it. So I turned myself off. They hated it. They weren't getting a rise out of me anymore. Anything they said to me, to extending my sentence I wouldn't react to. Since their narcissism relied on a victim, I wasn't a source anymore. So they extended my grounding even further. They could have told me to go pick up dog shit in the backyard with my teeth, and I wouldn't have flinched. My stepdad's family, just as terrible, would come over and belittle me as well. I was told to smile, so I'd humor then and flash an empty smile for a second and return to my blank expression. I had to find solace in all this to save me from going to hell. The only thing that saved me that summer was my visitation with my dad. My mom and stepdad tried to paint him in a bad light, like ours was the abusive one. Even as a kid I knew my dad didn't make me feel as bad and empty as they did. I eventually got through it. Years later, about 4 years ago now, I ended up working at a job, unexpectedly, with a girl I used to play with in the neighborhood. I always wondered why she stopped showing up when I wasn't home or in another part of the house. She came to the door and asked to play. One of my parents opened the door and told her I didn't want to play with her anymore. I always wondered why she never hung out with me or talked to me. Even finding this out in a more recent term, I cried and apologized to her. I could have had a great friendship with a lot of people, but they just wanted to alienate and control me. Unfortunately, this is just the tip of the iceberg. I don't talk to them anymore, but I still live in the same city as them, and I have a lot of social anxiety because of that. One of my roommates exhibits some of the behavior my parents were so kind as to bestow on me. It's making things difficult to handle. I just want people to be happy and live in a healthy environment. It's so faked up that the biggest monsters in the world are the people closest to you. Edit. Thank you, kind stranger, for the gold. Not allowed a key until I was 18, or was it 16? Can't remember. Yet nobody would be home once I got back from school, so I would spend a lot of time hanging around outside. I would usually be expected to be waiting outside, though sometimes it was forgotten this was a rule, so I would go to the local library. Even once I was given a key, I wasn't allowed to stay home alone and had to vacate if they were. Once, I lost my key. Turns out my cousin had it in his pocket, but he forgot. My stepdad said we would have to change the lock so someone might find them and rob the house, and when my mum got home, she demanded I go and look for the keys again. I refused as I'd spent hours looking and knew I wouldn't be able to find them. She then demanded my phone, so I refused and sat on it. So then she gave me a long, hard look, picked up a box of trinkets on my bookcase, and turned it over while staring at me. After I didn't react, she trashed more stuff in my room until I started to scream and shout at her, swearing. I didn't usually swear at her, but the years of abuse meant I would burst into anger when she started on me, asking her what was wrong with her. While I screamed at her, she stopped and laughed at me incredulously, asking me in a calm voice, when was wrong with me. Then she said in a low threatening voice, find your faking keys, and left. So yeah, not the only ridiculous rule they had, but one that sticks out the most. Also, my bag was searched every morning before school and I wasn't allowed to wear short puffer jackets or jackets without arms. Edit. Oh my god, I think this is my highest rated comment. Thanks guys. No lying. Seems reasonable, maybe, but it's not. This is going to get buried, but it's important, so I'm going to post anyways. It wasn't about the rules. It was about the constant interrogations. There weren't so much rules as there was her personality and the things that bugged her, and the fact she was going to interrogate the absolute shit out of us every single day. It's the complete lack of privacy and the total suspicion that makes living with this kind of parent the worst. Not even the whitest of lies or the tiniest of missions were acceptable. Where were you? Why? When did you get there? When did you leave? Who else was there? What did you do? Why did you do this? And did so and so do that? Why did you let them? And how is that related to this other thing? Why did you just lie to me? It's hard to explain, maybe, but there was this Socratic lawyer type method being applied constantly to invent lies to catch you in. Like she was looking for an excuse to backhand you, digging in until our memories failed to provide total consistency, and then she could ground us, or whatever. If she was in a bad mood, she'd scowl around the house until she found something out of place, so she could scream at us. Screaming. Lots of screaming. For strict parents, it's often not really about the rules. It's about respect, which is a dog whistle for total domination of the subordinates in the household. If there were rules, there would be times when I was allowed to do what I was doing without suspicion. This did not exist. Every single day on my way home from anywhere, I had to prepare a huge list of answers, try to find where she would dig in, and build up the walls. Keep stories simple. Build big emotional walls. It mostly didn't work. We didn't really have a relationship. We didn't talk about my feelings. Maybe try imagining if every day you had to cross the border twice and board a flight, but the border agents are all your mom. I don't know where to start. My mom was super chill. Whatever I was going to do was fine. When I went to my dad's place, totally different story. I'm not diagnosed, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the dyslexia spectrum somewhere. I'm 34 and still say right when I mean left. I'm also a professional electrical engineer and still don't have the multiplication tables memorized. Pretty much proof, if you ask me. Anyway, in grade school I was struggling with the tables in math class and my dad sat down and wrote out a bunch of multiplication problems in a notebook and had me sit at the table and work them out. When I started struggling, he became visibly and audibly agitated, which my brother and I knew was basically a death sentence. Anyway, after shouting what is 7 times 8? At me a handful of times, he backhanded my face so hard that it spiked off the table, leaving imprints of Harley Davidson rings on my right face and spiral notebook lines on my left. For scale, I had personally witnessed my beast of a father bench press 400 lbs. Another time was that he asked me to lay a shirt over a chair to avoid it wrinkling. He closed fist blasted me in the back of the skull for doing it wrong. I could go on and on. The rule was that you must always perform to his standard, which was impossibly high for a 9-year-old, and unstated before you begin a task. Shortly after my 10th birthday he got pissed about custody and kicked my mom's door in and shot her twice before killing himself. He didn't care that I was watching or what would happen to me after he orphaned me. Reading through these posts, a lot of these are clear-cut cases of child abuse. For those people, you should know that your parents are faked up. Don't blame yourself for the bullshit they pull or pulled. I hope that you are all living the lives you want now and doing what you want when you want. For those still under their parents' thumb, just ride it out. It will get better. I'm a 30-year-old now, raised old school Christian from SoCal, mixing some crazy ex-Marine and Navy upbringing. I was the eldest, and my father was not by blood, but younger brother was their love child, 7 years younger golden child who could do no wrong, even after losing a full ACE scholarship to a college for selling weed, was never discussed or reprimanded, just do not mention it. Kind of the same family rule about my stepdad stays in jails and years of drug use. I essentially was treated like a troublemaking teen out of their own fear/past experiences I suppose. Rules: no bedroom door allowed. Forced eating plan, because I was chunky, even though heavily active in soccer and dance. Color guard/courtship through church to begin soon. Chaperoned approved dating. No diaries or notes. Read aloud at dinner. If found. Room stripped. Search weekly for who knows what. Depression and ADHD/AD was made up and needed to pray for healing and grace from God because obviously it was a human/earthly flaw for doing something bad. When at school I was not to join recess but study or go the library, and someone has to sign a paper created by my parents to have initialed each day. I also had to do weekly grade report from teachers. No sleepovers away or at my home. My stepdad also had our phones tapped, but he knew about any and all conversation, since he would ask me about it later. Convinced he had video, but never found proof. Once home from school I was to report to the neighbor, call parents, and then allowed in my home to start chores and homework. If I was late more than 5 minutes I would get belted, and school would be called to ask why. Punished if younger brother did something or made up stories. When I was able to drive, everything went downhill. I became my younger brother's chauffeur and my mileage was recorded. One hot day, summer going into senior year of HS, I invited some lady friends to swim. A hired neighbor to watch our house called my parents and told them that there were at least 2 boys in my home. That was a lie. One of my lady friends had a pixie haircut, and the other swam with her oversized t-shirt on. All of a sudden this woman is walking into our home with a key in hand, and after her scaring the shit out of us, said she was worried I was alone with boys in the house, and didn't think it was appropriate. We are all ladies. Now my parents are home, and my stepdad has wasted no time in throwing my personal belongings out the front door. He had already assumed I had sex with said boy, the boy that was never there. That would have meant I lost my virginity. My mom starts screaming at me in front of everyone, my lady friends, my neighbors, because of the scene. There are lots of neighbors around now, and calling me worthless, and no longer pure in her eyes or the Lord, and how I was just trash, and who would ever want me. I will never forget my mom saying that to me, while beating me with anything in her reach, vases, frames, throwing dishes. I was 16-year-old and left home. I had to quickly learn. Picked up 2 jobs under the table, one at a shoe store at the mall and the other a tanning salon, and tried my best to finish HS without alarming anyone, or allowing anyone to know what was going on. I didn't want to trouble anyone. My bosses soon learned of my living situations, wearing similar clothes repeatedly, and likely smelling funky. So after some time and trust they would allow me to sleep, and bathe in their shoes and tanning building, so at least I was safe. Forever grateful for those people. Not sure what would have happened if not. Our entire family didn't know of my stepdad's multi-decade meth addiction until just recently, and probably makes sense now of all this mentioned above. I tried many times to resolve things, and it was always my trying. So once my first child was born, and stepdad relapsed, we permanently cut ties. She will be 5 this September. While cutting off the only family dynamic, no matter how distorted or dysfunctional it may have been, was the hardest thing I have ever had to do, but it has been the most rewarding and satisfaction I have ever felt. Words never hurt my parents, but my silence has made its biggest statement of my boundaries. I still am finding my way to healing from all the chaos/abuse, and cry often because I miss my mom and brother. I only ever wanted to protect them, and yet the demon wins. No, I focus hard on being the present mother I only ever wished, prayed, and hoped for, even still, for my own children. I never imagined this is how my life would turn out, but if it meant getting to where I am today, I'm thankful for who I am today, and who I can be to my own husband, daughter, son and friends. Thanks for this safe place, and sorry for typos and errors. My mother is a hardcore narcissist. There was a ton of stuff I had to literally whisper responses to her when we were talking, because my regular indoors voices and attitude that got me in trouble. I wasn't allowed to do chores. I literally begged to let me do the laundry or cook as a child, because I knew I'd be hurt later in life if I didn't. I'm 20 and I still have yet to be allowed to do anything other than take out a garbage bag. I got in a lot of trouble a few months ago for making scrambled eggs. I wasn't allowed to work during school. Even now that I'm older, she would actively try to sabotage me by applying for the same exact positions so that I wouldn't get the job. I still am not allowed to drive. I have my learners only because I had to get it for school. They expire in 2 months. I've been behind the wheel of a car once in my life. Growing up, I was never allowed to go to anyone's house. Unless they came over to my house, I would never see anyone outside of school. Sleepovers weren't allowed. I went to a single birthday party in school, and I recently came to the realization that I was probably invited to more as a child that my mother never told me about. I'm not allowed to show any emotion. If I show visible signs of frustration, I get in trouble for having an attitude. If I'm happy, I get yelled at that it doesn't matter. If I'm sad, I get told to get over it because men aren't sad. I was allowed to date, however, only people of my race. If someone's grandparents were of a different race or anything, I wasn't allowed to even really interact with them. I wasn't allowed to go outside as a kid. As in literally, other than to go to school, I never went outside to play. I have no memories of ever doing anything active as a child. I was bought video games and a TV for my room at a young age solely so that I wouldn't try to go outside and play. Honestly, there's probably a lot more. These are just the first things to actually pop to mind. I had an insane stepmom who was very controlling and vindictive. Really weird rules. So when I moved in with them in middle school, I had a 10 p.m. bedtime point. If I woke up at 2 or 3 in the morning and went to the bathroom, she'd run into the room because I broke her rule and start screaming at me and hitting me. Then she'd go and take my CD player and books from my room, so I had to stay in there with nothing, not allowed to leave my bed when I would be at home for a week after the incident, or she'd beat me up. I was 11. I ended up taking the screen out of my window and just pissing out the window at night. Stopped eating before bed, so I would need to go #2 point. If I disagreed with her or asked a question, she would always make me recite, "A wife comes first in a marriage, you are second." She was also crazy about the bus and me taking that to school. There was a bear one time, literally maybe a 80 to 100 yards from the end of our driveway point, so I told her, "Drive me to school, I'm not standing out there for the bus." Basically got punched in the mouth and told to go stand out there and not worry about the bear. I didn't, and that was a huge fight. Note that she'd stopped real quick point. When I turned 14, I went from 80 pounds to about 145 pounds and started wrestling. She hit me in the face with wooden rod hard for using the bathroom in the middle of the night. Blindsided me as I was walking out. I hip tossed her hard across the room and mushed her face and stepped hard on her chest, pinning her down, and told her very firmly, "You're not strict." Her term, "You are controlling and a bully who has nothing going on in her life. Stay at home and do nothing but TV all day. Never faking touch me again." Point. The funny thing is, after that for like 3 or 4 years she became really cool. My stepmom would never let me have a birthday party. When I turned 12, she finally let me have a sleepover with friends. I was going to a Catholic elementary school at the time that had a rule that if all of the class wasn't invited to a birthday party, then invitations could not be handed out at school to avoid hurting feelings. Stepmom wouldn't let me hang out with friends outside of school, but also wouldn't let me invite the whole class. So I had to sneakily hand out invites at school to the few people I was allowed to invite, since that was the only time I ever saw them. The day of the party, my stepmom got a call from the school about what I had done, and just as everyone's arriving and going inside, she grabs my arm and yanks me aside to question me about what I'd done. I burst into tears trying to explain that I didn't know what else to do. She said I was grounded for 3 months and I needed to suck it up and not let on to my guests that I was grounded. Point. We also had assigned seats at the dinner table when we had family dinners in front of the TV. My dad rarely ate with us. Her and her 2 kids got seats facing the TV. I got one that, if I craned my neck, I could see it, and my 2 siblings, when she let them eat, had to face the wall. When my oldest sister moved out, if one of my stepmom's 2 kids had a friend over, or if my dad graced us with his presence, I had to face the wall. Point. In junior high and high school, I wasn't allowed to do any extracurricular activities if it meant she had to drive me to and from events, unless I joined one of her kids in something, like choir. She would take her son to and from basketball practices and games all over the country, and her daughter did soccer all over the state. But if I asked to do an after-school club, I had to find my own way home. I actually rebelled against her my sophomore year of high school and tried out for a select choir that did a lot of events outside of school. When I got in, I had planned to turn it down because I knew how pissed she would be about it. My dad decided to leave her that month, though, so I was able to enroll in the class anyway. Turned out to be one of the most fun classes I'd ever taken. My parents always preached the importance of school, but never allowed me time to study or do homework in peace. If I had a final exam the next day, they would always interrupt me to grab food from the freezer in the garage because they were busy folding laundry or something, and they would always tell from upstairs, even if I couldn't hear them. And if I didn't hear them, oh boy was I in trouble. However, if I was yelling from downstairs, I would be made to come upstairs to talk to them. I was also required to be up and out of bed by 7:30 am during months off of school, and even if I worked a late shift, regardless if I got only 4 hours of sleep. Point. Also, after my surgery, even the day if, I was required to get up and go talk to my parents if I needed them versus calling or texting from the other room if they didn't respond to me yelling for them. I was also required to walk 20 to 30 minutes home from school in -45 weather or downpour of rain/thunderstorms, even if they were off of work and doing nothing, because back when they were in school they didn't get rides in bad weather. I also was always the one who screwed up the internet if it ever was slow or down, and was the cause of electricity bill being so high just because I loved technology and played games on my computer. I only ever had that and my phone plugged in where my brother had a TV, to computers, tablet, and phone and stupid LED lights everywhere. So, I always had to get off my computer whenever the internet was slow or not working. My parents divorced in my early teens, so there are mom and dad things separately. My mom did a lot of stuff that I realize now was sexual assault. From age 3 to age 11 I wasn't allowed to ever be in the same room as her without holding her hand. I wasn't allowed to leave the room without telling her she was beautiful and kissing her on the lips. She also made me tell her why any food I ate that she didn't make from scratch was bad and hurting me to digest. I can have some level of sympathy for her because she was a drug addict from a bad home and was at least starting from an emotion of compassion. My father has never had any love in him. My dad was worse, since he was abusive physically, verbally, emotionally, financially, etc. Everything but sexual. He would yell if he ever saw me eating, if the house wasn't completely silent or spotless, if after dark I wanted to brush my teeth or use the bathroom. By yelling I mean in your face, rage of a normal person's lifetime. Italian man. I was a smart kid, so I quickly realized I needed to raise myself, but if I ever expressed opinions or views that clashed it was a fight. If I ever used something I had learned that was deemed smart I was ridiculed for not living in the real world, where people had to change stars, not how to edit video and write stories. $30,000 scholarship for writing. One weekend I refused to go with him on vacation, so he locked me out, took the Wi-Fi router and shut off the water main. He also convinced a DCF worker I was a bad kid and made me sign a contract to live there, and the women wouldn't even talk to me because she had heard enough. Later I would find out she was the daughter of one of his friends from the lodge he was a member of and had gotten fired for taking money from a parent. I got my face smashed into a wall repeatedly one morning when I was 15 because I was vomiting so bad I didn't think I should go to school, and deciding I was sick, like I was the parent, was disrespectful. It got called my little ambulance ride later, like I made it up. I was homeless and living out of my backpack for a while, too guilty to couch surf for more than a few nights at each different friend. My father took all the money out of my child checking account to pay for damages, and I ended up having to beg my boss for cash until a coworker deposited and cashed my checks for me. I'd get to school an hour before it was open, and I ended up taking the 5 stitches under my eye out with nail clippers at 6 AM in the school bathroom. I lived with one family for a year and finished high school on time and college on my own as well. If anyone is a parent, or might be someday reading this, forget about needing respect. You have to earn that, and you can't force it. That's just fear and violence. You don't own your kids. I don't have a number or address I can be reached at by family. I'm not gonna show up at my father's deathbed in 20 years and apologize for being hard to understand as he apologizes for all he did, as if they are the same. I'm not going to be at his funeral. He's never going to hold his grandkids or meet his daughter-in-law. I don't even consider him my father or use the last name. I say I'm an orphan to people that ask. I wasn't molded or made great by this and took nothing from them. I consider Goku and Dave Chappelle each my dad 1,000 times more for how much they comparatively imparted on me as person. Let the therapy begin. My father is a misogynist who does his best to make any woman's life around him miserable. Going on, my mom died when I was a kid and I was left with him and my younger brother. We were treated very differently. That may sum up much of the emotional abuse. Moving along. Rules. Friends had to be approved by him. I never had a friend until I left his home at 19. Had to wear pants to prom. Wasn't asked. Just went. Was not allowed to exercise. Aside from walking. When I hit puberty after leaving the house, he would call 3 times a day, literally, to see where I was and what I was doing. Randomly he would check to see if I was lying. Was not allowed to shave. I'm Middle Eastern with plenty of hair rivaling most fair-skinned men. Until I was 16. Not allowed to drive. Started driving when I was 21. Dress code. Shorts had to be at the knee or below. Helicopter parent. He came to visit my professors the first 2 years of college. Made me switch a professor because he didn't like him. He was a handsome progressive 30-some-year-old professor. There's some recovering PTSD and have completely shut off communication. Happier than ever though still frustrated at how anyone could treat their kid like that. Bad parents. Let's see. My mom told us early and often that we were owned. We weren't people till the second we turned 18. Until that birthday rolled around, she owned us, our bodies, our opinions. Everything had to be okayed with her. You never correct an elder. Even if they're wrong, they're right by default, because they're older than you. If you're getting a beating, some rules apply to you, like you're not allowed to block any hits or defend yourself. If mom brings up the beating in conversation with her friends or aunts so they can laugh at you, you must agree with her that you deserved it. I was never given the such talk, but was taught what rap was at 4 years old, so it could be used to terrify me with things like all men are pedophiles, all men are rapists. But if you act like your crazy mother told you all that men are pedophiles and rapists, you'll get beaten. How you act reflects on mom's parenting. If you act like anything other than a robot, people will think she's a bad mother and you'll get taken away and placed in a foster home. And foster homes have nothing but pedophiles and rapists. I wasn't allowed to go off the block till I was a teenager. I wasn't allowed any after school clubs or programs, even if they were free. Sister was. I wasn't allowed to watch TV or play video games during the week. Sister was. If I annoyed my mother at any time, my homework would be torn up. So like if I was slow for getting up in the morning, I risked having everything ripped up before school. Everything you did or said must always slow mom in a positive light. Like if, for example, I were to make something for creative writing with an evil mother character, I would have gotten beaten and asked if I wanted to get taken away to get raised by rapists. No dieting, healthy foods, exercise, or other stupid hippie bullshit. If my sister or I tried to cultivate healthy habits as we got older, we'd be made fun of mercilessly. Yet we also got bullied if we gained weight. If you got sick, it was assumed you were faking, and you'd be made to scrub the house till it was immaculate. Yet if mom got the sniffles, she was obviously dying. You must always agree with mom. Even if she says you're the worst thing to ever happen, you smile and nod. If you don't, you'll get beaten. No noise, ever. You never know when mom might suddenly feel like a nap. And no medical/dental care ever. We had insurance, but she was too lazy to take us. So now I'm 29 with teeth rotting out of my head for a bunch of preventable reasons. My mom is a horrendous garbage person, and I have as little to do with her as possible. She has no idea why, like she legitimately thinks our childhood was great. No video games over a T rating. The reason? It was a waste of time, according to people who watched reality TV about a family with quintuplets and cheesy dramas. Ironically, they let me watch violent movies like The Godfather, because film was okay, I guess. To be fair, I was born during the media crusade on violent video games, so that probably fueled it. They were always right. The same parents who believed every study talked about on local news stations were never wrong. If you so much as politely questioned their logic, it was attitude, and I needed to tone it down. Their go-to punishment was always to blame electronics and take those away. I have always felt depressed, but I'm scared to tell them because they would probably blame it on games. All it did was make me want those things even more instead of me branching out into other interests. Anytime grades were too low for them, it was always that punishment, never talking about what could've been wrong. When I was in the 3rd grade, I got into a fight with another kid over some stupid playground BS. I made a threat that I obviously wasn't going to be able to carry out. I didn't understand what I was saying, but the issue wasn't that maybe I had anger issues, it was that I watched Star Wars, The Clone Wars. Thankfully I mellowed out as I became depressed, so my anger didn't do anything else, but their idea to treat that was quite frankly reckless. Whenever I wasn't happier than someone at a rave on ecstasy and eager to please my parents, mostly my mother, I was acting weird and had a bad attitude and I needed to stop. I have 2 more years until college. The only thing I'll miss in my hometown are the few people who were my friends. I'm getting out of my state as soon as possible and far away from my parents. They want to retire and live with me, but that won't happen. Might let my dad in since he's reasonable, but definitely cutting off contact with mom. My parents were strict in many ways, but probably the most unreasonable rule they had was not allowing me to straighten my hair as a young teenager for fear of me burning the house down. Literally would get into screaming matches and my dad would hit/kick me if they caught me with a straightener and they would then proceed to throw it out. They even removed my door for a while because of this, so they could see what I was doing at all times. One night when I was 14 they came home and discovered me with probably the 3rd straightener I had acquired, and they went absolutely ballistic. After my dad went at me, my mom forced me to sit down and proceeded to cut off all my hair up to my ears. That night I tried to kill myself swallowing a shit ton of miscellaneous pills, and they had to take me to the Spent a night there getting charcoaled and then a week in the mental hospital. Pretty sure after that they eased up on the no straightener rule, by the way. 10+ years on, and I still haven't burned any houses down from having a straightener. Less ridiculous but something that led to awkward social situations was not being allowed to eat candy. I remember going to a birthday party when I was 10 and the girl had a bunch of candy for everyone. I started to cry, and when they asked what was wrong I told them I wasn't allowed to eat candy. Lol. Not sure what was wrong with me, because my parents weren't even there to see, but obviously they had their authority deeply embedded in my brain. My parents are white and I'm white, but I got raised with a Japanese upbringing. Hell, I don't even know certain words for sushi in English, because I was taught them in Japanese, and I always ordered in Japanese. All of our favorite sushi restaurants were owned by Japanese families. It's kinda screwed me up, because if I ever talk about how much I know about Japanese culture I'll seem like a creepy weeaboo, but I also deal with the "you got X grade? I'm so disappointed in you, X grade is a high B." I lied and told my mom I got a high D on something, and she screamed at me. Imagine how pissed she'd be if she knew that I only passed my calc class by 0.23% and I got a 52% on the final. She'd probably beat me to death for lying and then beat me for failing. I've had to stop talking to her about any school things because she gets so manipulative and controlling. Like, she wants constant updates on essay progress. Like I'm beginning the outline, I'm halfway through the outline, almost done with the outline, finished outline, beginning rough draft, almost halfway done, nearly done, beginning editing, polishing it up, putting the final touches on it, finished with it, turned it in, received X grade on it, and God help you once you turn the paper in. She will ask you every single day what grade you got. I don't think she understood how irritating it was when I'd finish a class and a test that day. She'd pick me up, and less than 20 minutes after I took the test and she got me, she'd be like, "So how did you do?" Like, woman chill, the paper's still warm from my hands. I'm not going to know for 3 to 5 days, okay? And she would ask every single day, and God help you if you point out that you literally just turned it in, because she'll get upset and huffy and go, "I just want to know how you felt it went." Which, by the way, is a dangerous question to answer. If you say you thought you did well and then you did badly, you will never hear the end of it, and she'll be mad both that you failed it and that you didn't really tell the truth. If you say you thought you did fine, or that you struggled a little bit, she'll sigh and click her tongue and huff and puff, because now she thinks you failed, and obviously that's your fault for not studying enough. Even if you studied for 10+ hours, if you don't tell her and say, "I don't know, I'll know in 3 to 5 days," and grey rock her, she gets pissed and defaults to how she acts when she assumes you failed, and by failed, an 81%. All her grade interrogation did was teach me how to grey rock and ignore answering, and how to lie better. My dad also likes to get irrationally angry and threaten to take away things that I bought with my own money. He made fun of me in a separate incident because my cheaper off-carrier phone, Motorola Moto X Pure instead of S6, was having a bug issue, but he forced me to buy my own phone after my S6 fell in the toilet by accident, and I didn't have the money for an S6. I couldn't even get a job. I was 16 and dual enrolled in college and high school. I had to skip renting textbooks and subsequently struggled in a lot of my college classes because I spent the savings that was meant to be for textbooks on my phone. Edit. My mom ended up paying for the textbooks for me, but it was still humiliating. The only reason I even had that money was because I'd done a really grueling and cheaty week of house and dog sitting. The dog kept almost dying in its sleep, and I didn't sleep the entire week because it would scream in agony the entire night, but her owner just couldn't let go. I also wasn't allowed to leave their house by my mom, even though she wasn't there. Oh, and I wasn't allowed to go on the trampoline according to mom. But I did what I wanted, though I lived in concern she'd randomly drop by to check on me and not find me where I was supposed to be. It was almost heartbreaking to have to hand over all of that hard-earned money on something I never wanted to have to buy in the first place, only to then spend forever being teased about the fact that my phone isn't as nice as my dad's S7. Alright, had to wait for permission to share this here. Obligatory, not me but my friend. For the sake of this story, I didn't know originally. I met her brother, who was a few years older, but he was cool, and I was always friends with older kids. So met through him, and we hit it off. I came to the house to play and hang out and such. Met her dad. He's one of those people who is always exhausted. Or he just always looks like this. I kept coming back for a solid week afterwards and everything was great. And then, I met mom. I guess she'd been away visiting family, but I came over the next day, invited even, and before I even knocked, I could hear her freaking out about how hadn't taken her medicine and a whole laundry list of things. R's brother came home then, and he and I are on the porch just listening to his mom freaking out, and he explains a few things. 1. has schizophrenia and it's genetic too. Their maternal grandma had it as well, and while she managed to live a full life with it, somehow their mom is not okay with her child being less than perfect. 3. This is something I didn't at first believe, but got plenty of proof. Had a specific set of rules to follow. Despite hearing their mom. I never met her that day. I went home, still hung out with in school and in counseling, but my mother never had time to take me anywhere, and couldn't come over. Well, we lucked out. Next time my family moved we were legit 2 streets away, and we hung out more. I came over one day with her brother and at first, her mom was super friendly, offered me food and drinks, and wanted to know everything. Comes in from a physical, and we start talking, and her mom realizes made a friend. Suddenly, she wants nothing to do with me. I get eye rolls. When I come over, she throws little hissy fits. When I get a drink and she'd interrupt us as soon as was possible to tell me needed to rest and I needed to leave. Of course, I'd just go across the hall and hang with her brother. And her brother became part of my inner circle of friends and I actually introduced her to more people. She sort of found herself and gained confidence from the fact that she hadn't had an episode recently. This is how we head into high school. She enjoys the public high school life for about 2 weeks before her mother announces she's sending to a private school, where none of her friends are, and where her brother can't look out for her. I suspect her mom hoped we'd drift apart but all of us were more determined than ever. This is where the rules came into play. Was not allowed any TV, computer, except for supervised homework, no phone access at all, and she could only read non-fiction books. Her mom was worried encouraging her creativity would make hallucinate more. Was not allowed to have friends over. Luckily all her friends were her brothers and there wasn't a rule that she couldn't be around us. Was not allowed to spend too much time in her room. Could not provide for herself food or medication. She got her medication from her mom, which was ridiculous, since her medication at one point had to be taken with sufficient hours between and her mom's work schedule did not allow that. Was on a strict diet. There were other rules, but I wasn't around much to see them enacted, but these ones I remember. Finally hit that rebellious stage when she got it in her head her mom was trying to kill her. She got antidepressants that she wasn't supposed to take with other medicines. They had to be taken hours apart, and her mom kept trying to push her to take them with her antipsychotics and such. She rebelled hard. She skipped school, she ran away from home, always ending up at one of our inner circle's houses. Her brother knew where she went, her father did too, or he had an idea, so they never were calling the police. especially since she would come back once we convinced her she needed her medication, which we hated doing to her. She stayed with me most of all but would legit sit in the woods outside my house all day and climb through my window at night because she got so paranoid about parents because of her mom that she trusted no one. The one time she met my mom was a complete accident. She was coming out of the bathroom, half asleep and lacking meds. She ran into my mom and panicked thinking this meant she'd be going back home. She freaked out, and my mom just sat there and held her, rocking her and assuring her she'd be alright. Cried the entire time, and later told me that her mom had never held her like my mom did. Her mom controlled her life, but never really had much physical contact. She told me she'd have killed to have her mom touch her, even if it was to slap her. Things got a bit better when she started dating a guy in our circle and she started learning to fight. It gave her some control as well as some love outside of family and just friends. He was and is still good to her. Her mom of course couldn't know, but was too busy seeing her brother off to college. Well, after a few months of just the usual stress and drama, we found out RR was pregnant. She was 18, out of school, has inheritance from her paternal grandparents waiting for her 21st. Years ago her mom had her committed. I later found out she'd withheld meds from her daughter and declared unfit to take care of herself. So RR's mom is her legal guardian through all this. Denies her birth control and access to it, won't let her get an abortion. RR hates kids and doesn't want to pass on her poisoned genes to some poor kid. She also doesn't want to have to go off her meds for the final trimester, so she's not happy. Plus her boyfriend moved to New York for school, and so her sources of support are slimmer now. She doesn't want kids, but she warms to this child growing in her after a while. Still doesn't want it, but the idea that she can create life seemed to fascinate her. We get months in, find out she's having a little girl only for her to miscarry. I came over as soon as I heard, and she's in her room, tucked between the wall and her bed, where her mom can't reach, and she's just unresponsive, staring at a wall, before she sees it's me and starts wailing. She cried herself to sleep, and I go downstairs to get water for her and myself. Her mom sees me and makes this big deal about the miscarriage, saying how it was a good thing because RR wasn't going to be fit to be a mother and just venom. I stared at her and legit blurted out, "How can you be such a monster?" I screamed a lot of shit at her mom that night, and finally, ultimate rule, I was no longer allowed to be in their house. I rebelled and stayed of course, and her dad managed to convince her to let me. I'm scheming with her brother and my mom and whoever I can call to get her out of this house, and her dad pulled the greatest plan out of his ass. He tricked her mom into signing away her guardianship. I don't know how, but he managed it. Signed away his rights too, and turned them over to his sister up north. RR pulled another disappearing act and stayed at my house for a night and then left to another friend's house. When we found out, her mom called the cops. Within 48 hours she was out of our state, living with her aunt, and to this day, her mother has no idea where she is. Happier ending? She was still depressed from her miscarriage and having to leave all her friends behind, so her aunt got her an emotional service animal, retired show dog with scars of her own. Whatever your feelings on Issa's, this dog has really saved her life. I got to see her smile when we talked through Skype, and she doesn't look as tired or weighed down as she did living with her mother. Her aunt's even putting her on a path to where she'll be able to assume custody of herself, and she intends to move in with her boyfriend. Late to the party, but no TV or radio. But we had a TV set so mum could make us watch religious videos. When I was 13 we moved into a house that actually had a built-in antenna, and mum got so enraged by it, she crawled under the house to disconnect it. We waited until she went to work, and then I crawled under the house and reconnected it. We used to have one kid on lookout, 4 kids, we took it in turns, and the rest watching. When mum came home we had about 12 to 15 seconds to turn the TV off, disconnect and hide the wall cable and hope she didn't ever check the connection under the house. Fun times. We were so starved for entertainment we would watch infomercials and love it. Point all books had to be okayed by mum. When the school sent me home with a reading list that included Harry Potter, she freaked the F out and marched into the public school demanding to know why they were allowing the children to engage in witchcraft. Point like many others on here, we were not allowed to sit on the couch. I faking love lounging on a couch now. It's like a guilty pleasure. Sometimes I'll just rub my clean feet all over it just to feel extra naughty. No meat. She would smell our breath when we got home from school and decide based on that whether we had eaten meat or not. Take that as you will. She's crazy and we have limited contact these days, but she's still my mama. I wouldn't say my stepdad was strict. Even the most outrageous rules are still rules. They have some semblance of order. My stepdad just had random, spur of the moment power trips. My stepdad, and my mother for that matter, we are both meth heads. Other than the drugs, my mother was great. I think mostly she just felt bad for putting my brother and I in that household. So she was extremely lenient and often went behind my stepdad's back when he would ground us or ban us from things. My stepdad on the other hand would just get off on exerting his authority and control over us. There are far too many little random things he did, but here are a few that stand out in my memory. I was banned from using hammers. As a kid, probably 11 or 12, I had somehow gotten a hold of a hammer. My brother and I were playing video games in our part of the house. It was a weird kind of lake cabin, where our room was a separate building from the main house. I was watching my brother play while idly letting the hammer swing in my fingertips and tap the legs of the metal folding chair I was sitting in. My stepdad, who had been walking by our room and I guess heard the pinging, burst through the door, saw the hammer, immediately snatched it from me, and I was banned from touching hammers from that day forward. I was banned from opening the refrigerator. This was during freshman year of high school. I had used the last of the milk. I was banned from watching TV in the living room. Also in high school, I asked him if I could please interrupt his show so I could watch Dragon Ball Z. He thought I was lying to him about having waited years for the new episodes of Dragon Ball Z. All of these bans were never really a permanent thing and I would only ever get in trouble when he happened to remember that I was supposed to be banned from a certain activity. It was pretty shitty growing up, but I punched him in his stupid faking twice. So that was nice. It failed to say where I punched him. It was his face. His stupid faking face. There's a lot of options, but a good starting point is that every time I started at a new school, which was a lot, my dad would walk the route from school to home, time it, round it up, and set that as my curfew. So if it took 10 minutes to walk home, he'd give me 15, and if I wasn't home by then he'd come looking for me, bellowing my name as he walked the neighborhood, and usually giving me a good beating once he found me. It didn't matter why I was late, if I was talking to a teacher, or had gotten detention, or I had to take a dump after school. No excuses. Then he'd occasionally get mad that I didn't have any friends and ground me for a day. Then I'd point out that having no time after school to make friends was an issue, and grounding me only compounded it. Then I'd be grounded for a week for talking back. He put me in karate to teach me some discipline, but when I reflexively used it to block him once as he went to smack me, he grounded me for showing off. The bruise that showed up on my forearm from that tipped my stepmom off that he was hitting me again. So then there was a rule that I wasn't allowed to defend myself because I'd upset her. Violation of that rule was grounds for another beating. Once he got the entire semester's worth of homework from the school and decided I should just do it all in a weekend. So I did. The math instructions were, if you make a mistake, put the correct answer on a separate page. He took that to mean for every question you get wrong, fill an entire page with the correct answer, for every one. Since I was just copying the correct answers from earlier sheets, an early simple mistake meant that I had to write out 9x7 = 63 for 113 pages. Then he went through and threw out the pages that didn't look full enough, since that would be cheating. Then he noticed I was writing them weird, writing a line of 9s, then the X, then the 7, etc. in an effort to keep the page looking neat and proper, and that was cheating. So I had to redo all of them, again, the right way. I was 8. When Monday came I couldn't hold a pencil, and when my teacher asked why, I told her how I'd spent my weekend writing out my mistake across about 275 pages and now had writer's cramp. She called home to assure my parents that I wasn't supposed to do that in any way. I was just supposed to have one sheet with what I'd done wrong and the correct answer. As soon as he hung up, I got a beating for making him look bad and whining to the teacher, and also for trying to get out of my work that day by claiming I couldn't write. And then he spent the rest of that year still insisting that page-long rewrites were the rule. Once, in the schoolyard, some kid thought I was someone else and jumped me. No harm, just a quick wrestle and a trip to the office. Dad was sure it was because I hadn't stuck up for myself and insisted I tell everyone to be nice to me. I didn't, because that's weird. So a week later I walk into my class and there's my dad telling everyone to be nice to me. Then he decided this needed to be done every time I moved schools, which was a lot. Eventually I convinced him that I would do it myself, but that was a fun few years. The dinner rule was you have to clean your plate, but I also wasn't allowed to serve myself, so I'd always have to eat some random amount of whichever of the 5 meals we had my stepmom decided to cook that day. Asking for seconds was a dangerous game. Sometimes she'd just decide she didn't want to dirty up a Tupperware, so she'd dump everything that was left on my plate, and I'd have to eat it. Unless I asked for some, and there was nothing left, then I'd get smacked for being greedy and eating too much. But if I didn't ask for some, she'd assume I hated it, and I'd get smacked for not being appreciative enough. All this is assuming I was excited enough at the dinner prospect to begin with. If she started cooking, and I didn't say something nice about the upcoming meal, it could quickly devolve into you don't appreciate what I do for you. If you don't want my food, why don't you just go to your room? It's hard to get excited about unseasoned electric fry pan cooked pork chops and plain hash browns every Monday, but by the gods I learned .0. Also walk the dog for 30 minutes. During those years we had some dog, was a good one. Walk him too long, get yelled at for exhausting him or for faking around. Walk him too little, get beat if they ever piss in the house, even if it was the next day. But I couldn't have a watch because I wasn't responsible enough, and we are not made of money and you'll just lose it or break it. And what's so important that you need to know the time, etc. So I'd end up just walking him down to the local mini mall, which had a clock outside, and sit in the grass until it was time to go. That'd work fine until he followed me and found out, and then I got smacked for being lazy. I got more. I've just typed enough sadness for one day. How much time do you have? I wasn't allowed to touch change a DVD in the DVD player. I wasn't allowed to use the remote control for the TV or DVD player. My stepfather had to do it all and would get aggravated if you asked him to do it. We had well water. My stepfather would turn off the pump before he went to work every day. We had to watch our water consumption because if he came home and we used all the reserved water we would get screamed at. No noise after 9 PM. If I got any grade below a B I was punished. No TV, no friends, weekly book reports on books of his choosing. I remember his displeasure with my take on Tom Bombadil in The Fellowship of the Ring. He claimed I didn't understand the book and had to reread it. I have ADHD school, and reading was difficult for me. I didn't watch TV from 1998 to 2000. The punishments would extend through the summer. No girls were allowed in my room. I get it, your house your rules, but this extended to female cousins. The gas tank in my car was not allowed to go below a half a tank. I honestly never understood this one. No tattoos. You're not allowed into heaven with tattoos, evidently. Random searches on my computer and room. If Bourne was found and either he showed my mom with me in the room. That's super awkward. My mom didn't care that I watched Bourne. This was an attempt to shame me. Eventually I started playing faked up sheet on my computer, 2 Girls 1 Cup for instance, and buying the most ridiculous Bourne mags to see my mom's reaction. My door was to remain open at all times. Oh, you're changing? You might be up to something. Sleeping? Too bad. Allergic to the dog that keeps coming into your room? Too bad. A scratchy throat builds character. Swearing was punished with push-ups. Different words meant different amounts of push-ups. An F-bomb was worth 25 push-ups. Short hair, buzz now longer than a 3. Clean shaven. No excuses. I was not allowed to not have a crease in my jeans. My mother would iron jeans in such a way that there would be a vertical crease running from thigh down through the shins. I thought this looked stupid, but didn't even want to iron my jeans at any rate. She made me start ironing my jeans, and when I did, I ironed them, so that they would be flat and crisp, no creases anywhere. She flipped the fuck out. Full scale yelling and screaming fits and threats, because I wasn't doing it right. She did this for a lot of things. My mother was legitimately retarded, IQ below 70 in addition to severe mental illnesses, so there were a lot of basic things she just couldn't figure out, but would lose her shit if she assumed I wasn't doing it right. She never could master dialing on a touch-tone phone, since she would press the button so long it would count as 2 presses. In frustration, she would demand that I call a number, and then start berating me for pressing the buttons too lightly. To recap, she was a grown-ass woman who was too stupid to understand that she was pressing the buttons too hard, hence why her attempts at placing a call would fail, but she would rage at me for pressing the buttons too lightly, even though I managed to place a call correctly the first time, every time, like a normal person. I also wasn't allowed to have an expansive vocabulary. If I used a word she didn't understand, she would slap me and yell at me for using big words. This started when I was about 7, when I used the word skeptical. With no warning, I got the ever-loving sheet slapped out of me while inside of a JCPenney. My mother is illiterate and has the functional intelligence of an elementary school child, so every word longer than 2 syllables is basically a big word to her. I was afraid to talk because anytime I said something she didn't understand, I'd get a swift slap or backhand. No warning, just smack. Of course, my extreme quietness and anxiety was seen as a sign of being stubborn and having an attitude, so I'd get smacked around for that. The solution of my abusive extended family, who basically used me a physical and verbal punching bag, was to tell me to stop acting so stuck up by using big words, and then my mom wouldn't have to randomly hurt me. I was also not allowed to actually do chores, but was berated for not doing chores. My mother would storm around the house, snarling and hitting walls and loudly talking about how I was ungrateful and useless and lazy, but when I offered to help with the housework she would yell at me to get the fuck out of her face. If I actually took the initiative to do some housework, she'd yell at me to get the fuck out of the way. As a teenager, she tried to make a rule that I wasn't allowed to go anywhere with people my age if she couldn't come too. Not that she wanted to make sure a chaperone was present, but she literally wanted to act like a 14-year-old. Going to a movie? I can't go unless she goes too. She doesn't care if other adults are there. Not allowed to have fun without her. I was also not allowed to dislike anything she liked, hold a contrary opinion, or have an interest or hobby she didn't understand. From ages 6 to 11 I cultivated a rock and mineral collection, which she decided to throw away one weekend, because she didn't understand why I liked it. If she bought me an article of clothing and asked me if I liked it, the only response I was allowed was a yes, unless I wanted her screaming at me and even hitting me for daring to have a different opinion. She forced me to do cheerleading and other stupid girly things that I hated, and her rationale for it was that, but I like it, while screaming at me and hitting me. On the flip side, I was not allowed to play softball for several years, because she didn't like sports. No TV except for weekends. Only TV in the house was a 13-inch Hitachi in my parents' bedroom. Could not control my clothes or hair at all. Clothes were laid out for us in the morning and me and my brother, both adopted from different parents, were always told we looked like twins even though I was a head taller than him, one spanking for instigating, 3 for continuing. Effectively I was not allowed to defend myself from my brother, who had a bad temper. Could not say dang, darn, or gosh because they were too close to the real thing. Could not say, but because it was too crude. Could not watch Power Rangers, because it frightened my sister. Could not watch TMNT, because of Splinter's mysticism. Could not watch Pokemon, because of Chandler's in the Poker Tower. Could not listen to secular music, even Christian music, that was perceived as mainstream like POD or DC talk was off limits. Computer was put in the hallway with a web filter, because my mom caught my brother looking at the Victoria's Secret website. Had to physically look away from the Victoria's Secret store when walking in the mall. Got in trouble for talking back, but my mom would lose her temper and scream at me. And the coup de grace, my father was in a 1-bedroom furnished apartment in NM for work, while they tried to sell their 5-bedroom house in SoCal. My mom went down to NM to help my dad find a house and I stayed with a friend. When my mom got back, my friend's mom called her and accused me of telling my friend that I wanted to fuck every girl in the homeschool group. Because my mom had just previously caught my brother looking at porn, she instantly believed her, because in her words, "I can never trust you again." As a result, a family of 5 lived in a 1-bedroom apartment for 6 months while our house sold because my mom was too embarrassed to show her face to the homeschool group. While we were living there, my parents would take me on walks to coerce me into admitting I had said what my friend's mom accused me of. While living there, us 3 kids had to rotate between a couch and the floor. Also, my dad would leave early for work and my mom hated that he worked so much and would hit him and try to get us kids to side with her. I found out years later that my friend's sister made the whole thing up because she thought I was a bad influence on him. He was a bad influence on me technically. I'm sure there's other shit I'm forgetting. Oh gosh. Not allowed to have female friends or any social contact with any girls near my age. Not allowed to lock the door of whatever room I was in. If they called my name and I wasn't standing in front of them within 10 seconds without a very good reason, I was grounded. Wasn't allowed to spend more than 5 minutes in the bathroom, whether taking a shower or a sheet. Plenty more, but those were the worst. Kinda funny too, because I had a ton of freedom in other things. Had my license when I was 15 and didn't have much of a curfew. Had quite a few computers in my room with unmonitored internet access, though admittedly I don't think they realized that until much later. From the time I was 8 years old or so, I could go outside and go pretty much wherever I wanted and not come back until dark. This lasted until I was 17, and one day my mom found out I'd given a female friend a lift to church. Double gasp. She got my dad to try and take my truck, and I basically just said no, not happening. So we came to an arrangement where I paid a reasonable amount for rent and bought most of the food for the house. And in return, I was completely free to act as my own person without their restrictions. I moved out and to another state about a year later, but that arrangement kept the peace quite well. In retrospect, I actually got along just fine with my dad as long as my mom wasn't around. He and I get along great to this day and share a lot of interests. My mom and I get along too, now that she understands that she has absolutely no control over my life and that if she tries anything I'll just walk out and leave. Going to get buried, and I'm now no contact with my mother for a couple of years, but as many have pointed out, there is a non-existent line between excessively strict and abuse. It was an automatic assumption that I was a drama queen and faking every illness. This led to my appendix rupturing at school because I would get in trouble for reporting any symptoms because I was lying. As punishment for the inconvenience of a hospital stay, I was allowed no visitors in the hospital and left there alone from the time I was dropped off at the emergency room until she picked me up. I also had to work off the bill with chores. I was 15. Also, when I was 15, I got in trouble for sitting at the same table as a boy I liked at school. She walked in and saw us sitting near each other. She dragged me out of school by my hair, calling me a hoe in front of everyone. The principal tried to intervene, and she told the principal to fuck off. I went to Catholic school. The principal was a nun. Later that night, her then husband beat me back and blew for an hour while she stood in the doorway and told me that I deserved it for being a slut. She showed up to my senior prom to make sure I was there. She stayed the whole time. My date didn't have to bring me home that way. She made me leave before prom court was even announced because she was tired. She then yelled at me the whole way home because I was an embarrassment. I still don't know what I did. Friend sleeping over? Never. Sleep over at a friend's? Never. My phone calls were recorded and reviewed. Once I was allowed a bedroom door, it was alarmed, so they knew every time it was opened and closed. Everything must be spotless, and if I was allowed to leave the house, even to go to work, depended on the list of chores I had to complete daily. My room was searched for contraband weekly. This could be anything that wasn't approved of, including cassettes showing my age, any type of journal or diary that would automatically be read, so I stopped keeping them very young. Any notes in my backpack from school, even what people wrote in my yearbooks was reviewed. My clothing was scrutinized, and I was not allowed to wear anything she didn't approve of, or that she didn't pick out/purchase herself. If a pair of shorts she bought was too short, I would automatically be labeled a slouched. This includes the shorts I had to wear for work. Curfew was 10. Period. No excuses, no exceptions. I remember getting a flat tire on my way home from work. The store closed at 9. I had to stay until all the drawers were counted, and we lived 15 to 20 minutes away, which gave me a 10-minute or so window, and sprinting 2 miles, to make it home in time. I was grounded anyway for leaving the post 20-year-old pickup that later exploded while I was driving it, unattended. I was forced to be on the dance team and play tennis. I hated them both. I was grounded several times for coming in second. My knees and elbows are now shot at 40 due to the hours of practice with private coaches every week, not to mention my regular practices, home chores and retail job, and now years of being a nurse. I'm in constant pain. My grades, JFC. Anything lower than a B+ was unacceptable. I was slap/grounded regularly for B's. I was once grounded for 2 weeks for forgetting to make my bed. Drug testing, every week. It was supervised by her husband. I wasn't allowed to have a boyfriend, but then I was punished for not having a boyfriend to take to dances. I had to go through pre-approved boys from her friends' sons until one was deemed acceptable. We dated through high school. He came out shortly after we graduated. I was still accused of being a hoe whenever we spent time together, mostly discussing clothes and music. I was also a slouched because I developed breasts early. I could literally go on for hours. At the end of the day, what matters is that she is going to die old, bitter and alone. I have no siblings, and I eventually married that boy I had a crush on, and we've been very happy for many years. I also grew up to be the most lenient parent ever according to my daughter. Not really, but compared to most parents, yes, she's bright, funny, beautiful, and well adjusted, and has also been the recipient of abuse from her grandmother. There is no love lost there either, but apparently I'm evil for keeping her away from her grandbaby. Fuck you, Kim. My mom died when I was very young. My dad remarried and died barely a year later. My stepmother was cruel and abusive. I was never allowed to have any friends over. I was never allowed to go out with my friends. But my siblings could. I got stuck with all the housework while my stepmother lazed around and constantly berated me and complained about how slow I was. I had to clean up her messes. I struggled a lot in school due to depression, ADHD and stress. She refused to get me the help I needed, and my grades suffered. I got punished for it. She made me deck scrub every individual floor tile in the kitchen and all 3 bathrooms for 6 hours because I brought home a D in my math class. That was just the least agonizing punishment. I love botany and caring for plants. I had a bonsai cherry blossom I had been cultivating for 6 years. It was my heart and passion. I got into a horrible accident with my car and my punishment was to watch her destroy my precious tree. She would scream and yell at me over ridiculous things like crumbs or whispering to my siblings. I was never allowed to go to sleepovers or school field trips. I was lucky to even be on my school soccer team. Speaking of which, she hated sports. She said it was a barbarian thing and turned people into devil worshippers. As such, she never drove me to practice and never attended a single game. She said my soccer uniform made me look like a hoe ran at God hates sports. She never acknowledged any of my accomplishments in soccer. I'm a lesbian. I'm sure you can imagine how that went down. I was called a filthy degenerate and a hoe, told God hates me, etc. It made me cry at the time, but I don't care anymore. I'm an artist and an avid gamer. I want to be an environmental artist for PlayStation when I graduate college. My stepmom said I would never get there nor amount to anything. I'm well aware the majority of this is abuse and not just being strict. I got served an eviction letter from her on my 18th birthday, and honestly, it was the kindest thing she ever did to me. I did, of course, take her to court and won custody of my little sister. She and I and my girlfriend now live together in a house we bought, and I work a wonderful job as a cook at a Greek restaurant. I'm working on joining the Air Force and plan on going to school to get my video game design degree. I was not allowed out if the house on my own until I was 12 and could only cross at traffic lights until I was 14. I wasn't allowed to go to friends' houses or have them over unless it had been arranged at least a week in advance. No celebrating Halloween, not even giving sweets to people who knock on the door because it is pagan. They would invite their friends over and we had to talk to them and entertain them and clean up after them, regardless of whether we had had any notice or wanted to something else. No Domino's or Subway, they aren't nice. Translated to that's where poor people eat. Only my mom thought this. No eating in public, outside of restaurants and cafes etc. Because again, poor people do that. Any kind of discussion or disagreement with my mum is an argument or disrespect, no matter how reasons or polite, and will be punished. If we do something wrong we get a consequence and a punishment. If I had an argument with my mom, the consequence is I'm not allowed to do that thing with my friend that I'd planned. The punishment is I get my phone taken away for 24 hours. Essentially just an excuse to punish us twice. No Harry Potter until I was 14 over 15 because witchcraft. There's probably more, but CBA to write / remember more of it. I have a couple. The hierarchy of respect. I had to respect people by virtue of their age. No rules on whether they're deserving of respect or not. Nope. If old then give respect. Now, giving respect may not seem so bad. What I found insane was that this rule applied to my elder brother, who was only older than me by a year and 3 weeks. However, this dynamic only flowed from the top down, a one-way street. As the youngest, that faking sucked, having to defer to everyone else. Basically, in the absence of parents, his word is law. Really did wonders for our brotherly relationship. I think it may be the reason why I will never see him as a bro like other guys do with their brothers. The presumption of respect and equality I have with my friends is not their point. I call this the postcode rule. Back when I started high school, before I got bullied for reasons, my so-called friends from primary, elementary for the colonials, kept asking to come hang out with them. Being the considerate jungan I was, I asked my dad for permission. My god, the detail they want was ridiculous. When, where, what time, must ask a few days in advance, and, if it's someone's house, what postcode. Asking my friends, that felt really silly. They thought it was silly, as did I, but, rules are rules. In a way at the time I felt it was too much to ask. But without all those details, permission denied, so I kept saying no, I couldn't come out, because I lack all of those details. Eventually, people stopped asking me to come out, because those details are too much to ask for, and this one is one Asians the world over will immediately know, because it's a cliche, but a reality for many of us, the no relationship rule. Until some arbitrary threshold you reach. For some, it's 18, for some it's graduating high school, for some it's when you move away to college, because how the fuck are they going to know? No dating at all. Because must study for honor of ancestors. And the consequences can vary from nothing to being sent back to the motherland. Ever wonder why your Asian friend is rubbish with women/men? That's why point only. That's part the story. Oh boy. Once you reach the threshold, you are suddenly expected to be a playboy/girl/lover extraordinaire. Yeah, in the midst of playing catch up and developing emotionally, because you've never dealt with romance before, because you were not allowed to. Basically, here's a deep end. Go swim. On your first ever try. And they have the cheek to be suddenly so concerned that you are always alone and not dating all the time. Your child likely just got used to being on their lonesome and or has a waifu, but alas, the clock to 30 years old ticks onwards mercilessly. You must be married off by then. Why? I don't know. As you age closer towards the big 320 they begin to panic, and panic, and panic, and panic. To sometimes hilarious/sad effect, where they make a big effort to set you up with a pre-approved boy/girl who just so happened to be a son/daughter of their friend. Some kids accept this, some don't. They don't care, because waifu? And so goes the basic rule Asian parents have on relationships. No until yes, until please just get married. You can't just live with cats forever please. I want grandkids so badly. My stepdad would tell us to wait in the car then ask us who got into his briefcase. Of course it was one or all of us. Sometimes he would just pick me. My youngest biological brother called him dad. The middle son was his from a previous marriage. My older stepbrother started college the year my stepdad met my mother. Everything was my fault. My stepbrother used to get in trouble all the time. He and his friends mooned the school bus. My fault. He got bad grades. My fault. My French teacher, the Nazi, didn't like me. I wasn't a good student. She fingered me as the boy who single-handedly egged and basically vandalized her home and put her aging and disease-ridden husband in the hospital. Very serious crimes. Police arrested me at school in front of everyone. I had an airtight alibi. I was at a movie with my entire family. My parents just told the authorities I did it. No question. It sounded like the kind of thing I would do. I had my ticket stub at home. The police took me by the house on our way to the station to search for evidence, and I was able to show them the ticket stub. I was still grounded for my entire sophomore year and summer. When he punished me, I had to pick a board to get spanked with. It would last longer if you couldn't stay still, because it pissed him off when you moved. My kids are straight A students, twin girls, seniors in high school. One is straight, but we are dealing with her. She's great, so is the other one. I couldn't be prouder. They have never been grounded, or hit, or had any real behavioral issues. They are beautiful, funny, happy, and healthy girls. I wouldn't wish anyone have to go through what I did, but I'm okay with it, because it made me who I am, and that's why they are who they are. It's not all bad endings. These cycles can be broken. I'll do a top 5, but I'll preface this by saying my parents were divorced, so it's not like my dad could have stopped it. Aside from the first one, he was there for the first 8 years. Once it was bedtime, I wasn't allowed to leave my room for any reason, even for the bathroom. My bedtime was strictly 8:30 p.m., and I wasn't allowed to leave my room until 7:00 am. This resulted in me having a bedwetting problem until I was 8. Cause kids have small bladders, and being consistently late for school because my school bus left at 7:30, but I had to walk 10 minutes for my bus stop, so 20 minutes to get ready and eat breakfast. I wasn't allowed to shower at night. See above for why this was a huge problem. It resulted in very poor hygiene until I left for college, as I had to choose between making it to my bus and getting grounded, or showering for the day. I was grounded for 1 week for every grade below an A I received on my report card. So, 1 week for B's, 2 for C's, and so on. I had 8 classes, and was never a straight A student. I think my shortest grounding period was 3 weeks, if I was grounded, which was all the faking time, honestly, or home from school sick. My mom would take the following things with her to work, and store them in her trunk. My laptop, which often meant I couldn't finish my homework. Are you seeing a theme? The router. I don't know how I was gonna access the internet without my laptop, but okay. The cable box, yes, the whole box, and wires. The TV remote, I'm not even sure, because the TV had buttons, the DVD player, and whatever book I was reading at the time. When she came home, she would make me plug the everything back in, only for it to be unplugged again the next day. The weirdest one, she tried to put me on periodic diets post-divorce, but did so by restricting my access to food instead of giving me healthy substitutes. My favorite /s diet she ever put me on involved giving me 1 can of SpaghettiOs a day to eat, but I could eat it whenever I wanted. She kept no other food in the house aside from the SpaghettiOs. She worked at a place that served food, so she ate there, and when she would come home at night, she would bring me my can of SpaghettiOs for the next day. Bonus rule from my stepmom. At my dad's house, where I went every other weekend, Saturday morning, Sunday evening, I was the only kid who didn't live there full time. There were 3 kids who did. When I was there I had chores that included cleaning the kids' bathroom. Important, it was an enclosed room with no windows. I had to clean the bathroom with straight and diluted bleach, but with the door closed because the smell bothered one of my stepbrothers. Yep. My stepmom made me clean with undiluted bleach in an unventilated area. I found out years later that literally none of the 3 other kids had any chores, and I was the only one who did, even though I was only there 4 days a month. TLDR, my mom was, it's, crazy. My stepmom was, it's, bonus crazy. Edit, word. Mum wasn't bad, just protective. My dad on the other hand, I wasn't allowed to sleep with my bedroom door closed, despite the light from the bathroom that he demanded be kept on, shinning in my face, or use any mobile gaming toy on long car rides. But the biggest rule in his house was something along the lines of I'm your dad, and I'm right even when I'm lying. You couldn't even remember a conversation without him telling you it never happened, or he never said that, like when he forbid my from using lip gloss. And if he was taking my mum to court again, because he still resents that she called his bluff and agreed to the divorce he filed for and never went crawling back, he'd either pull out a bunch of legal papers and scribble lies all over them, then yell at us as if it was our problem/fault, or just insult our mum right to our faces, or make up complete bullshit like, even though I make six figures and I'm going to be homeless and living under a bridge, and I caught her on the phone with my best friend, they were having an affair. And believe me, it's bullshit. They're also not the kind of things to tell your 9 and 10-year-old. We learned to just stay quiet and keep our heads down until he finished. Point that's not even getting into the illegal trespassing he made us do for the sake of his entertainment, or watching him drag my mum backwards off a chair, out of a room, down the hall, and halfway up the stairs by her faking hair. When I was like 7. I could write more, but this is a strict rule thread, not a childhood mental abuse thread. Reading all these terrible comments really makes me see what an amazing childhood I had. I had a shitty alcoholic father who abandoned my mom when I was 5 and a newborn baby, but not before all the shitty memories of him coming home drunk and my mother hiding us in the bedroom before he'd break the door down, or hide us in the bathroom because he'd broken down the bedroom door. Let's just say there were no doors in our house. Then the visitation started every other weekend after the divorce, until I was 13 in his shitty trailer in Redneck Town. His stepwife Lisa hated me more than a wicked stepmother from a Disney cartoon, and would beat me with a spatula every chance she'd get. My dad would beat me enough to not leave too many marks. He usually threw me against walls, since that left the least marks. Plus I was an 11-year-old kid smoking weed because he didn't want to get high by himself. I fought very hard to never let him touch my little brother, and would take all his beating for him, because no one touches my brother. Well, my dad was 5 minutes and 11 seconds and I quickly caught up to him size-wise by 13. I'm 6 feet 4 inches now, and refused to let that piece of shit touch me. I eventually grabbed him by the neck, threw him against his trailer, and said to lay another hand on me, and we'd see who was tougher, which I'd win. Visitations ended soon after, and my brother, who's now 20, doesn't remember him, or the dark times. My mother did everything for my brother and I. She was a single mother who always focused on us, and worked hard to give us a good life. My father never paid child support. He's over $30k in the hole for it too, and he only owed $300 total a month for my brother and I. Piece of shit. But my mom still managed to buy our clothes and supplies, and she worked very hard to buy me Xbox as a kid, and loved to see us happy playing it. She worked a lot, so I would always keep the house clean. I learned to cook, and do laundry, and did everything I could to help my mom, since as young as I can remember, because I appreciated what I had. I never had curfews or bedtimes or any stupid rules. My mom treated me like a person, and knew I wasn't stupid, and would do the right thing. I never got in trouble, did well in school. I had a mom who supported me in whatever I wanted. I had a crappy childhood because of my father, but it was also a good one because of my mom. And I haven't seen my deadbeat dad since I was 13. I'm 25 now. He's dead to me, and will never get to see the success his 25-year-old first son turned out. My parents were totally different. My mom was strict, but cool. She had a rough childhood, and she worked her ass off, so she just wanted us to be happy. My dad was awful. He grew up middle class in some waspy neighborhood, and his parents were very conservative. My dad made up the stupidest rules and lists of chores. He has absolutely no self-awareness, and to this day, does not feel like he did anything wrong, even though none of his kids have spoken to him in many years, all of us for different reasons. He was unemployed for many years because he once got a great job with a major egg company, but was laid off within a year. He acted like he was some in-demand professional and wouldn't take a lesser salary than what he got before, a total fluke. During this period my mother worked 2 to 3 jobs, 7 days a week. My brother and I would come home from school around 3:30 to 4, while my mother would come around 6. The second we got home, my dad, who had been sitting, wearing a robe, having played COD or Rainbow Six, or Medal of Honor, or whatever for the past 6 hours, would get up from his chair at the computer desk to remind us not to cut corners on our cleaning point. My brother and I fought over who had to vacuum the stairs, because that's really annoying, but we always went tit for tat with dishes and garbages. All the dishes had to be washed and all the garbages had to be changed and taken out. We both did our own laundry from about the 4th-5th grade, and would throw in parts of our parents' laundry with our own regularly so that nobody was screwed. We folded the laundry, we fed the cat, and most of the time we even cooked dinner for everyone. My dad always did Sunday dinner and my mom made dinner a couple times a week, but by the time we were teenagers everyone just made their own food, plus my brother and I made food at our parents' whim. Make me a sandwich, fetch me another Pepsi, make me popcorn, put some chicken in the oven, etc. It wasn't complicated cuisine, but then again, we were white trash. I also had to make all my younger sister's meals and babysit her till she was 16. My dad used to say that he was teaching us a good work ethic. It hurt at the time, and I was really confused. Why is he making me do all these things while he watches? In the wintertime, my brother and I would shovel snow or stack wood for hours after school, sometimes 6 or more hours, while my dad watched from the window, sipping hot chocolate. Being the piece of shit that he was, he honestly believed he was teaching us character, or work ethic, or important life lessons. I never once saw him lift a finger. He was the least productive member of our household, and yet, he made all the rules. Call me biased, but whenever I see those cringe-worthy Bussipus posts on Reddit, I remember my dad. If you didn't know him, he would let you believe he was the most hard-done-by man in Eastern Canada. Wasn't allowed to go anywhere alone until college, and even then I had rules about where I could go and who I could meet, and had to text them every 30 minutes. Controlled everything: clothes, opinions, friends, what I said, what I watched, what I read, the music I listened to, looked through my phone and computer and drawers all the time. Wasn't allowed to speak with boys. Multiple instances where I was punished for looking at or speaking to boys. Wasn't allowed to go to people's houses if they weren't the same religion or race as me. No closing the door to my room until like high school. No decorating my room or having any mess whatsoever. My mom literally choked me once for losing a scarf and finding it under my bed. No inconveniencing my mom. I was trying to hug her and tell her I loved her while she was cleaning, and she started hitting me. Once I was late for school, so she broke into the bathroom, pulled me out of my shower, and beat me while I was but naked. The regular South Asian parent stuff, grades and extracurriculars and whatnot. Most of these rules were imposed by my mom, though my dad was a good father for the most part, but he was also relatively strict. Jokes on them. The more strict they were, the more I rebelled, and the more I hid from them. I wasn't allowed to say, but because it was rude. I wasn't allowed to date until I graduated from university. I was not allowed to use a phone in my bedroom. Couldn't watch anything on Cartoon Network, and I wasn't allowed to drink juice or a soft drink unless it was Friday. When they found out I had fooled around with a guy in 10th grade, I had my laptop, phone, iPod and social privileges lost for 6 months. He blocked Facebook on all devices, so when I used the computer in the study I was only able to study. Oh, and I was only allowed to use the internet for 2 hours a day before that anyway. I moved out of home as soon as I turned 16. Edit. Thought of some more. I was never allowed to close my door, even as a preteen. If I chose to have a birthday party I wasn't going to get any presents. So I always chose to never have a party and get presents instead. I couldn't leave until I finished my meal, even if I refused seconds, but was given them anyway. My mom chose my clothes until 5th grade, when I had to wear a uniform to school. I couldn't wear perfume until I was 15, and my mom chose what I could wear because my choice was too adult. If I came home late they'd threaten to give my cat back to the shelter. I wasn't allowed to listen to music where the female dressed revealing or too sexy. My parents also read my MSN emails texts and were able to view my location. Whenever I sent a text message they found my weed pipe and thought I was doing meth too. They shunned me for months. I had to make my own way to school/work and buy and eat my own food. Just something I witnessed. My ex was pretty good at hair and makeup, and her younger sister asked her to glam her and her friends up for prom. I wasn't there when she was doing her thing, but I got there when they were getting ready to go, and the other parents were getting there for pictures. All these girls' parents were there, and were all happy, and taking lots of pictures. And I remember this one meek young lady's mom showed up last, got out of her car, went up to her daughter, took her face in both hands, and started inspecting her. She turned to my ex, and said, "Did you touch her eyebrows?" I specifically said, "Don't touch her eyebrows," and the poor girl was quietly trying to get her mom to let go of her face, and saying she didn't. Mom, she didn't point. She literally couldn't have been more rude, and only needed a magnifying glass to get closer to this girl's eyebrows. She was totally embarrassed in front of all her friends' parents, and her date for her prom. My ex and I were leaving to go somewhere, and I normally bite my tongue, but I decided not to, and said to the girl's mom, "Hey, a thank you to insert my ex's name here, and maybe any kind of compliment to your daughter would have been great instead of worrying about something as trivial as eyebrows." I didn't give her time to say anything back, just got in my car and left. But I hope in some way I made that bitch think about how shitty of a person she is that day, and embarrassed her as much as she embarrassed her daughter. I was required to wear makeup from 5th grade. I got beaten if I came home with it smeared off. No daily showers. Showers every other day during school. Every week during the summer. Water and heating was cheap, so I don't know about this one. No birthday parties or friends over ever, unless they were my boyfriend, because finding a husband was my utmost priority. This was from kindergarten. I needed a boyfriend. If I had a boy, my mom would find some way to inject herself into our playing, embarrass and punish me in front of them, and loudly declare she would be the only one to play with them if I don't behave. I later find out she's a bit off-aisle, but usually she went after young teens, not children. This was her being batshit over my age group. If my younger brothers vaguely said I was being mean, I would get beat, no questions asked. I even pointed out they could never elaborate on what I did. Never made a difference to my mom's wrath. They didn't understand the consequences of their actions. My brothers later apologized. No school field trips. I was required to do cheerleading. They made us dress provocatively, and I hated it. 5th grade. I felt so uncomfortable. No basketball or any sport I actually liked. I was required to tell dad I was mad at him. Sometimes when he came home, my mom manipulated us against him all the time. Endless chores. My mom, with no job, was too lazy to do because she had to watch Little House on the Prairie all the time. No snacks. Only could eat what she cooked, which was usually rotten. I had salmonella numerous times growing up. She never touched her own food. She endlessly ate chips. All other adults are rapists and I should stay away from them. No hugs from anyone. Ever. Not allowed to ask for anything. Not allowed to say I'm bored. Cannot say I'm scared. Not allowed to cry. Not allowed to smile. Not allowed to make facial expressions because I would get wrinkles and be ugly. I was forced to tan endlessly as a young child to help attract a husband. I'm certain I'm going to get skin cancer someday due to this. I had numerous instances of blisters from it. No coughing while I was sick. It was annoying. No coughing from the endless cigarette smoke blown in my face. I'm asthmatic. No questions allowed. Asking why was one of the worst offenses. Not allowed to talk back. I could defend myself from one of her insane accusations. I had a bedtime at 7 p.m. until high school. Then it was 9 p.m. until my psychotic mom left with a 20-year-old she had tried to let rap me. Good times. Thankfully that hell ended my freshman year of high school. Oh my god, too hard to choose just one. Being grounded 1 week for every 1 minute late beyond curfew. And I was a senior in high school. Before I had going out privileges at all. No gum chewing was allowed in the house. No lighting candles allowed at all. No dinner if we forgot to feed the dog. Sort of understandable, I guess. Chores had to be done before schoolwork so they could come home to a clean house. No using the master bathroom. We broke this when they weren't home, but one day my brother unknowingly clogged the toilet and we all got spanked. Lol. TV shows had to be pre-approved. We weren't allowed to watch The Wonder Years or Digi Hauser because of the mention of teenage sex. Seriously. We got allowance $sign for doing chores, but we'd owe them money if we forgot to do a chore. Then me and siblings, got randomly kicked in the butt or knuckle knocked on the head for stuff that was impossible to foresee. For example, I forgot to completely close the bathroom door while using my hairdryer, so knuckle knock for that one. No cell phone until I was 16. I'm 23 now, so the cool kids had ENV2S or 3 and sidekicks or W/E, and when I did get one my parents read through them all each and every night after they took it when I went to bed, and went so far as to check the phone records online to see if any had been deleted. Phone would be taken away for a week if they saw deleted messages or any cuss words in texts. This was my only option until I was able to afford to have my own secret phone. They also demanded any social media/AIM password and checked my messages daily. The same rule applied as with texts, and the most heinous part of this was that I didn't know for the longest time how my dad was reading my AIM chat logs, and they never told me, just used it to make judgments on different friends and banned me from hanging out with them. I had a Game Boy for video games until I was 13. We got a GameCube and an Xbox 360 once I was, I think, 16. They got one for my little brother. Anything less than an A was unacceptable, even though I was the only male in my class in high school to make NHS and play varsity basketball. I dropped out January of senior year, moved out, and pretty much the world just crushed me. I became a heroin addict, never went to college. My littlest brother, who they were way more lenient with, is going to MIT and planning on being a surgeon. I know my choices are my own responsibility, but my parents really made my school years terrible. Let's count them. No food outside of the kitchen, ever. Nothing gets cooked unless it's at least partially immersed in water. In the case of baking, a pan of water gets stuck on the lower shelf to keep it moist. No added salt to any dishes. Nobody was allowed to say yuck. I have a haluva gag reflex, and it gets triggered by fat, so my dad once fed me a gristly piece of pork and laughed while I vomited. I wasn't allowed to leave the table until my food was eaten, even if aforementioned gag reflex was the reason why. Once or twice, he gave me a 44-ounce glass of mixed vinegar and pickle juice to cure a sore throat, and I had to nurse that faker on a seriously upset stomach until he finally let me go to bed. When I was in middle school, my mom picked up an evening and weekend job. My dad insisted my sister and I cleaned the kitchen by ourselves to his specifications every night she was gone. I would wind up sitting at the table crying until she got home at 11 p.m. since he refused to inspect it again after I'd missed a spot on the stove. It stopped after a while because she didn't grovel and thank him for having us clean the kitchen, so he decided she could come home and clean it up herself. Vertical bar. Dishes must be washed in cold water with a mixture of dish soap and peroxide with a fresh washcloth, and rinsed under cold water running as slowly as possible to avoid wasting water, and for some reason drip drying is an abomination. The counters are completely covered with glass cutting boards to prevent bacterial infection, but you're guaranteed a 60 dB lecture if, God forbid, you actually use the cutting board to cut something. There are plates for that. My mom has maybe one non-butter knife in her kitchen, and it's one of those little paring knives with the minimum length blade, and it hasn't been sharpened in years. Yes, my dad camps on the couch in the living room and watches anyone in the kitchen to make sure they don't violate his rules. Since they live in the middle of BFE and own property, there's a gas well they own that links to the central heat water heater / dryer / stove oven. The water heater stays off unless someone's showering, to avoid running out of gas and having to pay another utility bill. It hasn't run out in the 10+ years they've lived there. My dad's using some half-assed variant of grey water recycling that nobody actually comprehends now, and you get screamed at if you interrupt the process. No furniture up against the walls. Supposedly prevents bugs and mold. If I was sick as a child, I got quarantined in my room for the 3 days it took to clear out of my system. This happened every 6 to 8 weeks, and yes, I was homeschooled. I had to wear a surgical mask outside the room if I was officially sick and outside the house at all times. Safety goggles got added when we moved to BFE and springtime pollen allergies became haying season. No fun activity on a weeknight 8 PM bedtime until I left for college. No sleepovers. Actually, we didn't go anywhere without a parent until we went to high school, so I didn't have a curfew. No pools or learning to swim. Full set of protective gear required to ride bicycles, scooters, or roller skates/blades. No skateboarding. No television in the house, and only G-rated movies, until I introduced my father to the wonders of Tolkien. PG-13 Return of the King. Had to watch it in secret, because I was afraid he'd destroy the library VHS. He bought me an original copy of The Sims 1 for my 10th birthday, and destroyed it a week later, when I accidentally killed one of my Sims and the Grim Reaper showed up. I got my first cell phone after I went to college, courtesy my then boyfriend's parents. No drinking. No drugs. No smoking. I wasn't allowed to get my learner's permit until 17, in a state where 70+% of teens get a farm permit at ages 12 to 14. I wasn't allowed a job, any job, until I snuck behind my parents' backs at college and got 2, 1 on, 1 off campus. This was finally when they broke down and lent me a car to use. No haircuts. No hair dye. Hair had to be up at school. No jewelry. No makeup. Shirts had to meet the collarbone and the elbows, particularly at school. T-shirts were allowed, but frowned upon. No pants. Skirts had to meet the knees. Socks with everything. My father bought me hiking boots for my freshman year of high school. First time I'd been to school outside of the house, because they were durable and on clearance. Flip-flops were trendy, and therefore not allowed. My clothes had to be at least one size too big to prevent boys from lusting after my body, and I'd grow into them, and they'd last longer. My clothes were almost exclusively thrifted, until I started buying my own, and my mom picked them, not me. No touching boys. No individual attention paid to, or received from boys, until after my 16th birthday. At minimum, my parents decreed that I would not marry until after I graduated college. Needless to say, absolutely no sex, no dancing, no rock music, no swearing, church 3 times a week, no sass to them, or my thundercunt of a younger sister corporal punishment, which was admittedly discontinued around 14 or so, was a belt applied to the back of the knee, or I got to stand in the corner for a couple of hours, or I wrote sentences for days on end. Now I'm gay and fabulous, divorced from my asshole ex-husband whom I married at 21 to finally get laid, with a sailor's mouth and a penchant for spanking. I speak to my mom once a month or so, when I get bored. I'm going to try to finish my degree again starting next month, this time on the other side of the country, and couldn't honestly care less if I ever see them again. My dad's girlfriend was always an asshole to me. Like any time I would get any money, she would have to borrow it in order to buy something for herself. She would always ground me over nothing. Seriously, she was such a bitch. And one time, probably the worst time, was the day my grandmother had passed away. I just wanted to lay in bed. But her fattest didn't want to walk to the laundromat to do the laundry, so she came in and said, "I'm gonna have you do the laundry." Not even a please. And she tried taking my tablet away just to be a bitch, so I can't use it while doing laundry. Well, I wasn't going to give in to her, so I said I was going to go take a shower. I was halfway through a shower when I heard her fat feet pounding towards the bathroom. So I reached out and grabbed my shorts with the tablet in the pocket and pulled it behind the curtain. She came in screaming, "Where is it?" And she started flinging sheet all over. She then threw open the curtain of a showering 13-year-old boy, spotted the shorts, and tried wrestling it out of my hands until she just full on grabbed me and threw me on the floor and took the shorts. It was amazing though. My father had come home and she had magically forgot to tell him what she had done to me, but had told him all about how I had been so disrespectful and whatnot all day long. I told him what she did with tears coming down my face, but hey, I still get grounded for 3 weeks. He only takes her side calls she puts out, which the sound of them faking every other night still haunts me to this day. Sorry for such a long story, but I had to get this off my chest. I haven't told anybody before. TLDR stepmother was a beach for no reason and ripped me out of a shower because I didn't do the laundry for her and give her my tablet just for the satisfaction of me not having it. I could only go out with friends once a month. This was during my teen years. Female writing here. If I had used up my token, that was it. I wasn't allowed pocket money because my parents provided everything that I could possibly need. Room. Doors always had to be open. No, not just with boyfriends around. Just always. No walking past our road. I always had to greet my parents at the door when they entered. I would get shouted at for not running down enthusiastically from my room like a 2-year-old when they return home. I was in my teens by then. No saying stupid or fetched, both of which I thought were pretty tame words. No leaving appliances plugged in. Like, literally even the TV had to be unplugged every night. Like, the whole faking house. I wasn't allowed to shave. Ever. Even as an older teenage girl. I secretly started plucking all my hairs out instead. I wasn't allowed to play guitar. It wasn't a girl's instrument. I had to stick to the violin. The curtain undulations had to be perfectly symmetrically aligned. Otherwise, punishment. Everything had to be perfect. I could go on and on and on. You get the gist here. No crying. Punished by slaps. No back talking. Also corporal punishment. Occasionally no breathing. Lol. In high school, no participating in any after-school activities or going to friends' houses. I had to be home within 5 minutes of the bus pulling up. My parents would often brag that I didn't have a curfew. When other parents were intrigued, the punchline was that I wasn't allowed to go anywhere at all. It's true. I can count on literally one hand the times I went out anywhere in high school. Once was to a dollar movie, once was to a bookstore. Both, I had to be home before 7 p.m. Grounded from everything at age 14 because I watched a PG-13 movie, The Mummy. Since my parents were already so strict, this grounding mainly consisted of not being able to use the word processor on the family computer to do any creative writing, my only allowed hobby. Not allowed to shower and wash hair in middle school. I was so badly bullied for being so gross that I was pulled out and homeschooled. Backpacks had to have wheels because regular backpacks are bad for your back. When I was a sophomore in college, I lived at home for 1 year. The previous year I had gone away to school and got a taste of freedom for the first time ever and, understandably, in my opinion, went party and boy crazy. I didn't get the best grades. When I lived at home I had a curfew of 9:30. One night, I missed it by an hour. My parents frantically called all of my friends to find out my whereabouts, including the friend whose party I'd attended that night. She told them to fuck right off, and that I was an adult. I had to buy all of my own clothes in high school. My brother of course had his purchased for him. I had no money to do this, see below, so I would wear the same items for weeks at a time. I wasn't allowed to get a part-time job. Not allowed to say the word but. No TV, ever. No exceptions. The amount of pop culture references that go over my head is staggering. Not a rule, but my mom had, and still does have, a low threshold for what she considers disrespectful behavior. It's really subjective, oftentimes irrational and non-negotiable, because how she feels is the end-all be-all. If you say otherwise, you're not a humble person. You're literally supposed to stay quiet and agree no matter how stupid it sounds. Like if I accidentally left plates in my room, it's a rebellion against her. Sometimes she would interrupt me mid-sentence because of the way I was talking stupid to her. My favorite though is when she threatened to kick me out of the house because I pushed her after college commencement. I was struggling to keep my stools in place and she tried moving them out of the way because I don't know, but she was never supportive. I never touched her. She was just bitter/quiet/passive aggressive all morning and I didn't cater to her feelings. My gown wasn't ironed well enough. We were already a bit late, so that pushed us back. Cause I should've done it the night before. I had focused too much on decorating my cap, which she didn't approve of for some reason. Said I didn't want to take a picture mid-picture. Didn't want to get close to me either. When my father encouraged her to take a picture with me, she flat out refused, but got mad because I didn't try and fight to get a picture with her. We already did. We ended up not celebrating my day, but my dad did end up kissing her ass by taking her to Applebee's. I saw this question and had to jump in on this. I grew up with a father who was the son of a prominent chief elder in his native Togo, a small West African country. My grandfather was the absolute law in his village, and when my father moved to Canada and had children, he brought the same dictator-like parenting style with him. Just to give some perspective on what my childhood and teen years were like. As his only son, my life was the following. I had an 8 o'clock curfew up until the age of 17, including during summer months when school was out, and on weekends 10-year-olds in my neighborhood were allowed to stay out longer than I could point. When I was finally allowed to stay out until 12 AM sharp, only one day per week, when I was 17 to 19, it resulted in me losing out on dating and parties, since I was the only one in my peer group with such a ridiculous curfew. If I came home even a minute late, I was grounded for a week. I could not talk on the phone past 8 PM as a teenager. My friends and potential girlfriends were terrified to come to my house. My father was fake ultra religious. He only became a Bible beater on religious holidays. Man barely ever went to church, and on every single Christian holiday, Good Friday, Easter, Christmas, etc., I was not allowed to go out to play. It was like this up to age 19, when I finally moved out. To punish me for a bad report card, a few D's, and mostly C's and B's, even 2 A's, in grade 7, he gave away my entire Generation 1 Transformer collection, and took away my comic book collection. All this for one bad report card. I would need this entire page to explain how insane my father was when it came to control and rules. Needless to say, that I grew up with very low self-esteem, no girlfriends, barely any friends, and a hatred for religion, just because of how strict my father was. I completely understood why my mother divorced him when I was a kid. I should have moved in with her, but that was my mistake. My sisters had great childhoods and teenage years. The insane part is I know the old man loved me in his heavy-handed way and wanted to mold me into a successful responsible adult. But the problem with authoritarian parents is that they are blind to how destructive their parenting is. They can't see their own faults or errors. I am a father now, and I have learned from my childhood how not to raise my kids. We are all happier that way. I didn't have a strict upbringing by comparison of most of these posts. However, I guess I'll mention my mental mother. She would just get mad at random things, and I was just yelled at so much for stuff, and the yelling made me scared. And crying was a big no for my mother. I was not supposed to cry, and she would yell so much about me crying, which of course didn't make it stop. I was a super sensitive child, and looking back, I would say all of this was because I was not coached through my emotions. I didn't know how to express any negative emotion in a healthy way besides crying, and nobody helped me learn to channel my negative emotions in different ways, and to this day I have a hard time not crying when someone yells at me. My mom was physically abused for stuff, and if she cried she'd be hit more, so that's her justification for why I shouldn't cry. Because she wanted me to be like her, but she wouldn't hit me, and she thinks she's a great mom for not hitting me for crying. I'm not saying she isn't, but I'm not saying she is. Her mental scarring probably stemmed from the abuse and came out in weird ways when she had stuff she could control. She could control the house, and I couldn't mess that up. I could never clean anything the right way. I was once told that I was putting away dishes wrong because I would dry them, stack and organize them on the counter, and then put them away wrong. But I was still a sucky kid for not helping to clean the house wrong. I loved cooking, but cooking made messes on my mom's pretty shiny counter. She didn't want me cooking because she knew I would make a mess and not clean it right, and the thing is that I never learned the right way to clean something. Just made the mess, cleaned it, and was told I was wrong, while my mom cleaned it and mumbled about how she's worked to the bone cleaning the house over and over again. She's better now, but I still keep my distance from her because she'll still act like a controlling victim now. And then TLDR, mom was abused physically as a kid, prides self on only abusing me mentally. When I was around the 13th of December 14 when kids start, or in many cases have already started, hanging out with each other without parental supervision, my parents wouldn't let me. In particular, I remember not being allowed to go to the movies with my friends unless there was a parent with us, and my parents would not accept that. For most teenagers, their parents are done taking them to the movies as there are things they'd much rather do. As much as this bugged me, I told them if they wouldn't let me go with my friends, they should compromise and take me to the movies themselves. I wasn't even asking them to take my friends with us, but the answer I always got was no, usually with the addition that they didn't want to see whatever nonsense movie I was interested in. To this day, my interest in movies bugs my dad, and he seems to think that just about every book, movie, or TV show I'm interested in is a ridiculous waste of time. This comes from a man whose guilty pleasure is Housewives, of whatever faking city it is now, but I digress. I'm 27, and just the other day I told him I was going to the movies and he asked if I'm ever going to stop. I'm sure he was itching to call my enjoyment of movies an addiction. He conflates hobbies with addictions, and he seems incapable of defining the two separately and understanding the seriousness and implications of genuine addiction. The flagrancy with which he uses that word irritates me to no end, but again, I digress. When it was time for kids to start getting their learner's permits to start driving, I asked my dad if I could get it, and with zero discussion, he immediately told me no. I told him that I'd be willing to wait to actually start driving, but that I just wanted to take the paper test to get the permit. Still no. When I eventually was ready to get my license, I failed the test a bunch of times because I picked up his shitty driving habits. When I turned 18, I was invited by my other 18-year-old friends to go to a bar. I brought the invitation up to my parents and was met with a resounding no. They pretty much told me that just because I was legal, as long as I was living under their roof, that doesn't mean I get to do whatever I want. So, while all my friends were out having some of the most basic and common young adult experiences, and I was usually at home alone minding my own business, and the more time you spend at home, saying no, you can't go, the less often you get invited out. And my dad has some weird ass hang up about women drinking alcohol. His logic was that when he was growing up, he didn't see women drink, and for whatever reason he has yet to explain to me coherently, women shouldn't drink. He doesn't drink, my mom doesn't drink, therefore, I shouldn't drink. And if you have more than one drink, you're basically an alcoholic. I remember asking my parents why my brother was allowed to do certain things and I wasn't. And I got the answer that 1. He's a boy, and 2. He's more street smart than you, and my parents would not listen to reason when I told them that the reason he's street smart is because he gets to go out. This doesn't necessarily have anything to do with my parents being strict, but I remember while I was growing up, my parents and brother often saying that I'd probably date a white guy when I got older and pretty much making fun of me for that. Then there'd be this flip-flopping, particularly from my mom, of don't bring a white guy home to you, fall in love with whomever you fall in love with, I don't care if he's white. That flip-flopping messes with me to this day. So, through what are supposed to be formative years of socializing and entrance into adulthood, I internalized this idea that I can't or shouldn't go out, and that I should stay at home. I've become very shy, more isolated, less able to make and keep friends, and pretty much have no romantic life to speak of, and to make all of that worse, my parents wonder why. I've explained to them some of the things I just talked about here, and they don't want to accept any blame at all. And what bugs me the most is that before the age of 13, I was a fairly outgoing, sociable person, and I was a lot less insecure than I'm now. I had to be free from the devil's influence. What was the devil's influence? Anything pop culture related, from comic books, modern music, popular TV shows, movies, and impure thoughts. I was homeschooled for all of elementary and middle school. I read the Bible through multiple times and was an Eagle Scout, but I was still susceptible to evil. So my mother had to inspect to make sure I was on the straight and narrow. All the presets on the radio in my dad's car that I borrowed all had to be on either Christian radio or NPR. I had a radio in my room and I could not leave it set to the local top 40 station. I had to radio in a Christian station. MTV, BET, VH1, and Comedy Central were blocked at my house. I found a way around this, but heaven help me if my mother found out I was watching MTV, as it was the devil's music. All mail for me was opened and read before I got it. Any inflammatory material, like a Sears catalog that had women in underwear in it, was removed so it wouldn't corrupt me. I was given a brick-type cell phone and was ordered to answer it whenever it rang. Failure to answer the phone would result in grounding. Going out to a PG movie? Better answer that phone right in the damn middle of it, so I know where you are. I was not allowed to lock my room or bathroom, so I wouldn't do impure things in there. In fact, my bedroom door was purposely broken, so it couldn't latch or lock, so my mother could walk in at any time. No evil computer games were allowed. Doom, Diablo, Descent, Grand Theft Auto, Evil. Only SimCity was allowed. Tell the truth means sit there and get questioned about every single damn thing you did all day. Try to refuse the questioning. Well, you don't need dinner. No, you're not allowed to make yourself something. Because you didn't want to answer 2 hours of questions about your scout camping trip, I'm going to get pissy and decide to not feed you. This same woman hid over $10,000 in cash from my dad, so she could run off and have a girl's vacation without telling anyone. Also used it to stay at various hotels to treat herself. Whenever she decided she wanted to go, I was required to go to all church meetings my mother went to, even if I had homework. Chemistry homework? Do it at church. Need to research for an English paper? Do it later. We need to go to church. My room was inspected, thoroughly searched by my mother all the time. The month before I left for college, I was away for a week at Christian summer camp, and my mother took apart my room looking for contraband. What did she find? A CD case with Aerosmith and Stabbing Westward CDs, a mixtape of speed metal a friend made me, and a deck of Magic the Gathering cards. This was taken for safekeeping. Even when I would come back from college, she'd try this sheet. It wasn't until I left for college that I got a taste of freedom and what life was. I hated Christmas breaks and summer vacations because it was like returning to prison. When I finally graduated and got a job, I swore I'd never go back. My parents eventually divorced, and I still get to have a great relationship with my dad. I actively screen to make sure my kids see as little of my mother as they can. I want as little of that poison in their lives as possible. I'm still religious, but teach my kids love and grace, not damnation and punishment. I wasn't allowed to cry or be upset in front of them. It would just piss them off. I cried a lot as a child/depressed teen. So much of that time was spent in my bed. I had to confide in friends and internet strangers. Obnoxiously, my mom would insist I could talk to her about anything, but when I did, she would laugh at me and give me condescending non-advice. Weird traditions we had to follow. We had to attend all of my dad's family reunions, even though there was never anyone close to our age. I have a sibling 2 years younger, and we'd mostly sit in uncomfortable silence. One year I was dumped by my boyfriend that morning and my dad flipped out at me for crying. He tried bullying me into attending. I was 20. Every Memorial Day we had to go visit my dad's parents' graves and leave flowers. My parents would just stand there in awkward silence for like a minute, and then we'd go home. My sibling and I never knew our grandparents, and my dad never told us any stories about them. Nothing. So it always felt strange. Every 4th of July my dad puts on a huge fireworks show in the backyard, complete with loud patriot music. It's incredibly ridiculous. They beg me to come every year even as an adult, but will completely ignore me if I bring friends. Meanwhile they always invite their friends and then strangely won't introduce me to them. The last few years I've attended, their friends have been openly rude to me about petty shit, so I don't go anymore. So many of these rules were a big part of my upbringing as well. I'm so sorry, guys. I was not given lunch money and we were not allowed to have breakfast before school. Nor were we allowed to make an after-school snack. I have been beaten for eating at school without permission. I have been beaten for stealing pocket change for food. I have been beaten for eating food at home without permission. Dinner was some sort of shitty casserole or fast food. When I got home from school I was required to watch my 3 younger sisters. After school activities were out of the question. I was beaten for getting after school detention for lateness because my mother could never get us to school on time. After that my mother required me to sit at the table with my palms and feet flat from the time I got home from school at 4 p.m. until she got home at 7 p.m. Then I could do homework and clean. If I wasn't done with both and a shower by 8:30 p.m. my dinner was thrown away and I had to clean up the dinner dishes regardless if you burped or fetched it at the dinner table. You had to wash every single dish and appliance in the kitchen. My mother and whichever husband she had would stand there and drunkenly mock me while I cried from exhaustion. I'm legally blind and I didn't get glasses until I was 16. I couldn't see the dirt on the floor so they'd scream and heckle me then beat me and send me to bed. The ickiest stuff is hard to type out. I was only allowed to wear lingerie of my mother's choosing. Not panties that young teenagers wore. Lingerie. And she would throw away anything I managed to buy that she didn't like. I was required to wear low cut and sheer shirts, short skirts, tight pants. She would require that I straighten my hair and wear makeup she liked. She cut up my t-shirts in front of me. She would talk to me about sex and about how she got pregnant with me at 15. She pressured older men at her church into dating me. She wouldn't let me grow out my hair. She demanded that it be short and dyed blonde. She let her female friends jokingly fondle me. I began self-harming and running away at 13. My dad did nothing. You won't not go outside. My mom did not let me go outside my house to play with my neighbors. They used to come 1 or 2 times a week and I had to say I was busy or my mom would come out and say I wasn't there. Was a pain. Watch as a 9-year-old, other kids, all having fun through the window. They eventually stopped coming to my home, ignored me and kept playing. Dad was never home due work and I wasn't enough big to understand why she did that. She never let me go to college parties. Only birthdays with all parents and host information. No going to sleep to other houses. I remember when I got my first cell phone, I thought I had been grown up. Then whenever I could hang out, every faking hour my mom was calling me. Every hour sending messages, I'm coming for you. I grew a strong anger and hate for her. When young, like 15 or 14, I spoke out all what I felt and said I hated her so bad. I did make cry my mom a lot of times. She always said I was horrible, a terrible person. She asked why I was like that. She gave me all the love she could so it was all she did was for love. And now I feel bad for hating and saying all those things, but it is impossible for me to not have those feelings. Social anxiety, social phobia, a bad, super low self-esteem. Bad social skills and self-hate. It is not my fault for she being a really bad mother, but I won't be subjective. Feel bad now for both things, hating someone that loves me and having no one to talk with about this. Well, my dad was a bit of a hoodlum growing up, so he did his damn best to make sure my brother and I didn't turn out the same way. As a result, I had some really strict rules growing up. I know the question asks for the most unreasonable rule, but honestly, all of these are really awful. I had to get an A in every class, or I was grounded for an entire marking period, 9 weeks, as well as get yelled at for 10 minutes straight. Even not getting a high enough A warranted yelling. In middle school, my dad decided that I was no longer allowed to paint my nails or wear fake nails. I actually had to rip my fake nails off after wearing them for hardly a day. When I had to go to school in 10 minutes, I couldn't go to parties or hang out where there were both boys and girls until the last 2 years of high school, and even then, my brother had to accompany me, even if he wasn't really friends with anyone there. I couldn't go to a friend's house unless there was a parent there at all times until I was about 16. Even a parent leaving to go run to the grocery store up the road was an infraction and I would get put on restriction, basically getting grounded with a fancier title. Regardless of circumstance. Guys were not allowed in my room and are not allowed to this day. I'm 19. Whenever I stayed at a friend's house, I had to call home. Not a bad thing, except, even now in college, I'm required to call home every night, regardless of what I'm doing. I have been sick, dealing with migraines, running from one study session to another, and have had to make that frigging call. Strict parents can really suck sometimes. No, it'll get buried, but I grew up with a friend whose father was unbearably controlling, to the point that I, a 10 to 12-ish kid, knew the things he did weren't right. Point the first that comes to mind is that she wasn't supposed to listen to any of the music on my little green iPod Nano because he didn't know we weren't listening to bad music. We were listening to Counting Crows' Mr. Jones. At some point she had the door to her bedroom taken off for at least a month, maybe more, for something super insignificant that I can't remember. My dad called to make sure she was allowed to watch Pirates of the Caribbean with me, and he told my dad no, for the violence or some kinda bullshit. The movie is rated PG, and she was like 11 or 12 at the time. She grew up in an emotionally and mentally abusive household and had a lot of mental health issues, most likely as a result. I remember her telling me she was suicidal at like 13. She got help real soon after, she told me, and her dad has eased up a lot, and she's doing her own thing, and I think she's doing okay. We are Facebook friends and I see her on Instagram and stuff, and I always wanna reach out because I kinda miss her and feel bad because I feel like I didn't reach out enough as a kid when I knew she was going through this stuff. Another part of me feels like I'm not the kinda person she'd wanna know anymore, or that the knowledge of our childhoods together would make it awkward. I was a year older. I was supposed to be more aware, you know? Even if I was a kid too, I was supposed to know, or I feel like I was supposed to know. Mom married a really insecure fat guy who kept saying he was stocky and implied he was muscular. Super abusive toward me emotionally and even physically. Fractures my wrist, kicked me downstairs, etc. Mom was useless and didn't defend me. Point his rules were unpredictable. One moment something would be okay and the next it would not. He was a very do as I say and not as I do kinda guy. He would stand over me while I tried to do chores and would constantly criticize me. Point and my parents wonder why I rebelled against it. I knew well enough to not let him get away with shit, so I eventually reached the point where I would tell him off, but nothing more. He once tried to intimidate my younger brother, for which my bro gave him a bloody nose. I was real proud, haha. He mellowed later in life, and I was able to understand where he was coming from. His dad was super abusive toward him, but it really messed me up for years. I developed an anxiety disorder and OCD, which I still struggle with. He had a good heart, I think, and he sure did love my mom, but man, my teenage years were rough. Point thankfully, I met my favorite person in the world and everything has worked out since. And my dad was relatively chill and would push me to do well with my life. He was more involved in important stuff than anyone else when I was growing up. My parents had a my house my rules policy when I came home from college. This is not unreasonable in my view, since I lived there rent-free. At the time, however, I was trying to live independently so I could be ready for married life with the woman who I'm now married to. Also, being in my early 20s, I wanted to stay out later on weekends and nights. My parents said I was too noisy returning home, so they put a curfew on me. Again, I don't mind the policy that, since they pay for the house and I live there rent-free, I have to abide by their rules. The problem came in when I decided to move out, and they said I couldn't, as the risk was too great, that I would go into default on my student loans and ruin their credit score. All this after never missing a payment and drawing up a meticulous budget that included rent and utilities at this new place. The reasonable conversation quickly exploded into a huge fight. My parents lecturing me, sitting there with my drawn out budget. Nothing I said had any impact. I wasn't ready or something to that effect repeated over and over for a good hour and a half. I was on board. My girlfriend at the time, now wife, was on board. I even consulted some friends of my parents at the time to make sure it wasn't a stupid idea. They still said no. I ended up moving out anyway and I haven't missed a payment yet. Point TLDR. My parents had a my way or the highway approach to parenting with an addendum saying no, you can't take the highway either. I was also not allowed to shave until a certain ridiculous age. I think it was 16. My mother was terrified I would somehow screw up my face. Point all trading card games and anything that reeked of a brand were not allowed at home or at school. If ever they were to find out, in order to use the Nintendo 64 I had to trade 1 hour of guitar practice for 20 minutes of playtime. Before both activities I would need to set the fridge egg timer accordingly before beginning, while my mother would sit in the kitchen and listen to ensure I was practicing the entire time. Playing guitar for the church band was mandatory every Sunday, which started from 9 AM and went to 12 to 2 PM, depending on how much time they digressed into open playing. Also mandatory were the yearly carols by candlelight, Easter and other religious events the band was performing at. This was all as my friends were in the crowds, laughing at me in elf/nativity costumes. Sleepovers were only allowed up until the ages that drinking might become a possibility. From then, I was only allowed to be out until 11 PM and was forced to drive the family people mover to events. Imagine how that went down with the friends. Even worse, my parents thought they were being gracious by letting me drive this 8-seater hulking wagon. Even though I had the money to buy my own car, they wouldn't permit it. It was a vehicle they would have less control over, and it was not on. When I was finally 18 and doing harvest work at a grain site 1 hour away from home, starting at 6 AM until 9 PM, I was finally allowed to buy a 2-seater Hyundai. When I wasn't working, it was theirs to command, and I was not allowed to be anywhere without them knowing. My mother would frequently hide the keys, often for days at a time. Perhaps the worst was that when I was finally allowed a mobile phone at the age of 15, it was to be sat on the kitchen bench at 9 PM every evening. And my mother would not stop shouting until she knew the passcode for it. She was and still is the type to open up all personal messages the second she gets a chance. All of this is from an extremely religious, Christian family that did not let their children act like people, simply through their own stupid fears, anger, and idiocy. I would not wish this upbringing on anyone, ever. No MacUp or dating until 16. I could go out with friends once a month. If I wasn't getting all that, I had to quit any extracurricular activities or jobs. I was forced to quit being director of the school play because I got a lower than expected score on my SATs. Expected to make dinner, clean up after dinner, and do dishes every night, regardless of what was going on. Treated like a built-in babysitter of my siblings, even on breaks from college. She literally cancelled the babysitter in the days/weeks I was home without any discussion or consideration. Any money I received from a job or as gifts had to be given to my parents as payback for money spent on me, including a $20K settlement after a car accident that I still suffer effects from. Put on diet after diet with food monitored closely while I was home. Force to break up with my boyfriend because he wasn't right for me. Was told repeatedly if I got pregnant not to ever come home again. Couldn't have friends over unless the house was immaculate, something near impossible with 4 kids in the house. Couldn't go over anyone's house unless my mom talked to their mom, including to my best friend's house the night of my high school graduation. I quit college and moved out at 19. I couldn't stand to be under their thumb and their rules. My father was going to force me to join the military. He kept trying to get me to play sports, do Boy Scouts, CAP, since I was more interested in the Air Force than the Army, etc. After middle school I became a lot more interested in sci-fi, fantasy, science, and other stuff he hated, so whatever faked up relationship we had deteriorated. After that, whenever I had any kind of social or emotional problem, his default response was the Army will straighten you out when you're older. Or once you go through basic that will all go away. At 16 I told him I would rather go to college and study some kind of science, to which he got physically abusive again. I told him I wasn't going to do JROTC in high school anymore, and he said if I was serious about this I wasn't his son and he wouldn't teach me how to drive a car. Well, years of neglect had left me stoic, so I defied him, and the fights go worse, until I ran away that same year. Oh yay, I forgot my parents divorced when I was 9, and thought I was going to take of my younger brother and sister, until he came home in the evening. If they messed up something, and it wasn't clean, or if I didn't feed them I was beaten. He said I was the man of the house now. Thinking back I should have thought then you the fuck are you? Well, I'm 30 and I finally got my license last year and have 2 science degrees. I'm still stuck in poverty with no social or emotional skills, but I survived I guess. My siblings didn't fare any better, but I haven't heard about them in over a decade. I thought it best to just cut all contact with that faked up family. Not as child abuse as the rest of these comments for sure, but something my friends always found funny was that I was not allowed to watch primetime or network TV growing up until I graduated from high school. Anything that came on after 8 p.m. or originally aired at 8 p.m. and then was on a rerun or DVD was strictly not allowed. The rare exception was stuff like American Idol, which at the time was rare because reality TV was really new. I was pretty much exclusively allowed to watch Disney, Nickelodeon, and TV Land Point, and any new show I wanted to watch had to be vetted by them first. For example, I really wanted to watch Boy Meets World, but they wouldn't let me, and we literally argued about this for years. Eventually they let me, but only the episodes where Corey was in high school. Any of the episodes after they graduated were not to be watched. The worst part about it is that they would always watch primetime themselves every night after dinner, and I was an only child. So if all my homework and chores were done and there was nothing else to do, I wasn't allowed to watch TV with them. If I even wandered into the room randomly while they were watching primetime, they'd immediately ask me to leave, or, eventually when we got TiVo, pause it and wait until I was out of the room to start watching it again. Their reasoning behind it was, I guess, that it was not appropriate, even though primetime, at least on network television, is rated as appropriate for 14+. Literally it's usually right on the screen with a little logo. But oh no, federal regulations weren't good enough for my parents. Not me but my first cousin. So first some back history. Cousin's father never marries my aunt, much to her chagrin. My aunt began seeing a Muslim man from Jerusalem named Said, pronounced Sayyid. Said threatens my cousin's father with death if he does not leave town. Cousin's father leaves town, leaving him with my aunt, and Said marries my aunt and takes over the affairs of running his household. Being a Muslim, Said never accepts his stepson. He makes him wear a bag over his head in his presence, as he is no son of mine. My cousin was also forced to eat in his meals in his room. His mother would leave his food on the floor near his door because he was not allowed out of his room. If his mother protested and Said did not feel like hearing her, he would tell her to silence. If she persisted, she was beaten. I once had the displeasure of staying with them for 6 months while my parents were relocating to the area and house hunting. During family affairs, dining was different. The men ate first, children second, and women last. Except my cousin, he always ate alone. He eventually dropped out of school and started staying away from home at 15 until one day he joined a gang and never came home. He eventually left the gang and made his way up to Ohio, where he became a salesman with a drinking problem. It was odd living with them. I was never treated badly, but there was a time when my aunt blamed me for their cockatoo dying after she told me to feed it. I fed it like once, but in my aunt's mind, that was now my job, even though it wasn't my bird. I was only 12 and had no idea how to care for it, or how much to feed it, or how often. And honestly, I thought she only meant feed it that one time, so when it died, she said, "I told you to feed that bird." I guess she assumed I was the only one caring for a pet that was hers in the first place. So that's the story. Epilogue. My aunt and Said eventually divorced, but not before my cousin's innocence was lost. He still drinks every day. I was raised by a corrections officer father. He worked in the juvenile wing of the facility. Needless to say, spending 10-hours a day 5 to 6, sometimes 7 days a week surrounded by criminal children doesn't exactly make you the most thoughtful objective actor when dealing with your own child's mistakes and shortcomings. He was understandably terrified of having me turn out like the kids he saw locked behind bars, but he was emotionally inept and completely incapable of processing and dealing with his feelings and me in a positive, constructive manner. He would routinely oscillate between unhinged sentimentality and material indulgently love, unbridled rage at the slightest of my infractions, not folding my clothes, not bringing dirty clothes to the wash in a timely manner, not folding or washing and drying my clothes in the exact same manner as him, leaving doors open or lights on, turning too many lights off, making it too dark, eating in his presence, moving around too much in his presence, making unexpected noises, getting anything less than A's on a test or report card, having to correct any of my homework, being halfway created by my mother, and resembling her in any way, on and on and on point. If there was something I did, it was, by default, done wrong, aka, not like or as good as he would or could have done it. By the time I was 10 I accepted that, while he was top notch in the loving by material providing category, he was never going to love me as, and for who I was, and he without a doubt, hated likely me deep down. Basically, the way I saw it, was that he was a man of duty who fulfilled his material obligations no matter what. And I was merely just that, an obligation to be fulfilled. I lost count of the times he told me, in the heat of his anger, that he could be living a better life, a happier life, without having to take care of me. That I should feel lucky and grateful that he, in all his moral superiority, was willing to sacrifice that better life, in order to take care of me. Keep in mind, I'm in my early 20s, so these rules are still relatively recent, and some still apply. I couldn't say things like cool, stupid, or fridge, because that was slang, which wasn't allowed. I would get hit for using slang. We speak a second language at home. I had to say the equivalent of mother and father before every sentence directed towards them. Not mom, not dad. And if I ever said you, I would get hit even harder. For example, what did you say? Oh seat no, it had to be, what did mother say? I couldn't have too much fun in a week, so if I had already gone to hang out with a friend once, even in high school, that was it for the week. If I even asked to do something they wouldn't agree with, I could expect yelling for at least half an hour, because I should have known. I couldn't walk around with my friends outside a radius of about 3 blocks. That was seen as loitering, like a bunch of hooligans. I couldn't have any pets, not even fish, until I was in college, when I bought my own fish. With all of that, my mom would always say, oh yay, I'm going to get a pet when you leave. Once, I ate more than my share of dessert. My mom made me sit there and eat 2 pans full of that dessert as punishment. I cried the entire time. I got hit for reversing my lowercase b's and e's in preschool/kindergarten. Also got hit for getting things wrong in school in general. I got hit for shrugging. There was no such thing as privacy or locking doors. The water was turned off on me when I took too long of a shower. I have thick, curly hair and have poor circulation, so in the winter time, this was often my favorite time of the day. During Michigan winters, the heat can't go above 64. I was told to put on more clothes and use more blankets. During the summer, the AC is rarely ever allowed to go on. We are not poor. I couldn't wear a bikini until college. That was seen as asking for attention. I couldn't go to sleepovers until I was in middle school. Even then, they had to be super familiar with the parents and have all their numbers. I couldn't go trick or treating with my group of friends without an adult chaperone until high school. I didn't have a phone until I was in high school. Most kids my age had phones in middle school, and even then, I didn't get texting until college. I wasn't allowed a driver's license till I was already a freshman in college. I lived at home, so I had to take the bus that only left at a ridiculous time in the morning from my area. I had to pay for my first car and was only allowed to get a car after months of begging. My curfew during college was 9 p.m. That got extended to 11 p.m. near the end. But I was expected to text every single day when I was leaving school. I could only see my boyfriend once a week in college. I would get yelled at and hit if I were to talk back to them when we were in an argument. I would also get yelled at and hit for saying anything at all. So you tell me what the correct answer is. I could literally write a novel. The most unreasonable rule: no privacy. Until I was 16, my mom read my journal, my emails, and my text messages. When I was 16, I got an iPhone, set a passcode, and just never told her what it was. Occasionally she'd ask for my phone, but I'd always laugh. I also recently found out that she had been doing the same thing to my dad, and even went as far to go through his Facebook and text messages when he wasn't around. She always used the "if you have nothing to hide you'd show me," but my dad, and I always felt it was weird. She wanted our passwords, but never offered hers. Well, it turns out she never offered hers because she was hiding multiple affairs for 2 years. Here's another: I couldn't drive past certain cities. I got my first car at 19. Even then, I couldn't take it more than 20 minutes north. 20 minutes east, or 5 minutes west or south. There were literal restraints on where I could go with my own car. The rule wasn't lifted until I packed my life into my car, moved 4 faking hours away. Last one. I couldn't get upset about something my mother said to me. To keep it short, I have incredibly poor self-esteem because my mother calls me fat. She once told me I wouldn't get a job with my degree because of the way I looked, and when I called her out on it, she exploded and accused me of misunderstanding and twisting her words. It's pretty hard to misinterpret. If you want a job in insert degree here, you would have more success if you weren't fat. Coming from the UK, I usually had 6 weeks of summer holidays. That's universal for the UK, not my parents' decision. It actually felt like a long time for me, but when I finished year 11th, I left school after doing all my exams, so I got about 12 or 11 weeks off. Now, during this time I had to walk the dog and feed the chickens, and on some days, play a round of golf, or do even more jobs, because life isn't free, and since I'm at home I have to pitch in and help around the house. She said playing golf with someone from my academy was an alternative because I'm out getting fresh air and socializing with someone else and getting exercise, and it takes your mind off of those pesky games. I was so mad about this because even though the person I play golf with said I don't have to play if I don't want to, I was basically forced to play because I would have to do all the chores in the house for that day while my parents lounged around doing nothing. So when she said pitch in and help, she actually meant do all our work for us while we act all carefree and laze around in the hammock all day. The kicker? If you were paying attention earlier, you would know that my mother said playing golf takes my mind off of those pesky games. She claimed that I'd play them all day, every day. I don't. It's just another case of parents blaming everything on video games. If she just asked nicely if I wanted to play golf and sounded enthusiastic, I would say yes without a doubt, but she says that I would always say no, so she has to act stern and make alternatives to make me agree otherwise. A lot of my mum's rules weren't so much strict as faking weird, and most weren't actual, like, written rules, just things that became rules in my head because I always got yelled at for them. Off the top of my head, for a while, my brother and I weren't allowed to wear more than one black shirt a week. She was on a religious kick. No noise in the house, TV, video games, music, talking on the phone, etc. All had to be quiet enough that she couldn't hear, and we never ever could play music or have video game sound turned on when she was in the same room. My dad was bad about this one too. If we were even in the same room when he was on the phone, as he was often, he would turn red and angrily snap his fingers and gesture for us to leave. Oh, and repetitive noises. Absolutely no repetitive noise, like tapping stuff or clicking a pen. That would send mom into screaming fits. No friends over except on very rare occasions when mom would decide at random to play at being a good mother, and they had to follow the same rules about noise and cheat. No sleepovers ever at our house. I can count on one hand the times I was allowed friends over. My brother got to have people over a lot more than me, and sometimes stay the night. I was never allowed to. I had a couple medical conditions growing up which caused my mom to be insanely strict about a few things, like no roller coasters or carnival rides, no sports/most athletics. I can't think of many more specifics, but I know there were some other things. I'm not sure why exactly, but I was just forbidden to participate in a lot of things. My mom brags all the time about how she let me do whatever I wanted, but like, that's the furthest thing from the truth. I remember being constantly told no to anything I wanted: dance, theater, playing certain instruments, taking certain classes, trying basically anything new that she herself wasn't dragging me to. She even forbade me from having a 17th birthday party, and I had to pull teeth to get a 16th and 18th point, and the last thing I can think of right now is this gem. I wasn't allowed to get a job in high school or the summer before college. That's fine, no big deal, except she later had a fit about me not having had a job during that time, and says she never told me I wasn't allowed to. The next 2 summers, I was threatened with disownment and being kicked out if I didn't get one by a certain date, which was impossible where we lived, and of course she sabotaged me at every opportunity. Edit. Thought of more stupid sheet. Had my bedroom door taken off once for slamming it. It slipped out of my hand as I closed it, and it was a tiny bit loud. My brother had all the posters in his room, taken down by our dad, when he turned 17 or 18. Some bullshit excuse about having to grow up, when I stayed with my mom last summer during college, aged 21. I had an 11 PM curfew which was never communicated to me, until I broke it once, and got yelled at for hours. And I was never allowed to get rid of stuff I didn't want, if it was a gift or cost more than a little bit of money, even if I was the one who bought it. Needless to say, my room was messy because of this, which spurred further punishment. It still follows me to this day, because I have a ton of shit I don't want, that I've had to carry place to place cause every time I go to get rid of it, she'll dig through my bags of things I'm sending to Goodwill and pull out stuff, and ask me why I'm getting rid of it, then lecture me about why I have to keep it. I wasn't allowed to cook at the age of 18. Like it wasn't just the oven, I couldn't use the toaster, microwave or kettle either. Left home about 4 months after I turned 18 and had to learn on my own at that point. Actually the worst one was not being allowed to go out without an adult until I was 17. I could walk the 5 miles to school every day or get the train to college, but I couldn't go to the park up the road. I wasn't allowed to go with friends either, so I would go stir crazy over the summer holiday stuck inside all day and not allowed to see anyone my own age. At 17 I bought a motorbike, and they couldn't stop me then. However, if I was back past 10 PM they would lock me out overnight. I'm remembering more now. My dad would pick my friends and tell me who I was allowed to be friends with, whether I liked them or not. No black clothes other than school uniform. I once asked to buy a pair of black jeans and that caused a blowout row in the shop. And I had the whole children are seen, but not heard thing. So when I got back from school I would go immediately to my box room, only big enough for a single bed, until dinner, then go back until bedtime. If my dad was on a day shift I could come out and watch TV as he wasn't there, but otherwise I just stayed in my room. In the school holidays he would always get me out of bed at 6:30 AM because he didn't want me sleeping in. I used to try and sleep through the holidays because I was so bored. I wasn't allowed to go to bed until 10 PM. Couldn't stay up later either, so the days just dragged as I had nothing to do. Until I started secondary school, my lunch every day from reception, age 4, to year 7, age 11, was one slice of bread with Marmite, a bag of crisps, a small chocolate bar and a 300 milliliters drink. Then from 11 until I left home I was allowed one extra slice of bread. It wasn't all bad as I got jam on a Friday. I was also allowed 2 biscuits after school as I was always starving hungry. Other than cereal for breakfast and dinner that was all I ate, so I was always hungry. It was only 6 years ago, but I'm so used to the freedom living on my own that I forgot about this. Oh boy, where do I start? No sweaters or jackets to be worn in the kitchen. The zipper might scratch something. Slippers. At all times. You were not allowed upstairs without slippers. There is daily inspection for footprints, for which we were chastised if any were found, which sometimes showed up anyway because they wouldn't buy new slippers and you'd sweat through them. Sometimes having the light on is too much and I have to sit in the dark. One time my stepdad took the lights out of the ceiling because I told him he couldn't do that and that I wasn't keen on damaging my eyesight on the computer when I needed to work. No secrets or privacy allowed. Every cupboard and space in my room was searched daily because he didn't trust me. I had to get creative about hiding stupid things. I once hid a bottle of Malibu rum under my bed. Edit. I was of age and they somehow found it. My room does not lock, and at times I had to leave the door open, even if changing. No defending yourself. I once had the shower curtain ripped open while prepping for a shower and my face spat in. I've also been kicked and grabbed by the throat and had things thrown at me and my stuff trashed. I could go on for quite a bit, but TLDR I was trained to live in fear and it severely impacted my social life and I have multiple disorders due to severe stress. It wasn't until I hit my early 20s and learned that they couldn't do a whole lot legally. They've calmed down a little in old age, but are mostly psycho. I've come far and am mostly okay, so no worries. Most unreasonable rule for me was, when I hit 7th grade, my mother would literally force me to shave my legs and wear makeup. It started when I had my best friend, who was also the only friend I was allowed to have, because my mom hated literally every other friend I had, over one day, and she and I went over to the computer to talk to my mom. I was probably wearing shorts. I remember my mom telling me to put my leg on her lap, and her pulling on my leg hair, and telling me that, if I didn't start shaving, she wasn't going to let me out of the house. In front of my friend. Another incident, my younger siblings and I were at the mall, and she would check to make sure my legs and armpits were shaved, before we left to go anywhere, and we went by Justice. I hated that store. I always refused to go in, but she dragged me in anyway. Started telling me that I had to start wearing makeup or else, in front of my siblings and everyone else. Compromised by buying me High School Musical themed makeup, since at the time, that was my favorite movie, and it was pretty popular. After she bought it, and some other, more expensive makeup, that I made no effort to hide, that I really didn't want. She would force me to put it on before school. If I didn't put it on by the time we left, I would have to miss that day of school. Which I guess sounds great to some people, but I loved school. It was fun, and it meant I got to get away from her for a while. I also got really anxious if I missed school for any reason. I remember I would put it on, get to school, and immediately go to the restroom and wash it off. The only reason I hated it was because I absolutely couldn't stand how it felt on my face, and it made me feel like I was lying. That wasn't how I actually looked. I never cared if anyone else wore it, I just hated it. Later that year, one of my great aunts bought me tickets to see Lion King on Broadway. It was in town, and I had wanted to see it for years, since that was my favorite childhood movie. She got me the tickets for having good grades. My mother threatened to not let me go see it if I didn't wear makeup for the show. Most of this stuff I keep locked up in an emotional vault as a coping mechanism, but this thread has reminded me that it's important to seek healing from time to time. I was raised by my aunt and uncle for most of my childhood. I had to be in my pajamas with my teeth brushed and physically in bed by 8 p.m. up until I was 15, when it changed to 9 p.m. I was only allowed to bathe once a week up until around age 13. Then it changed to every second day, but it didn't matter because I was extremely active and played sports every day. I had to wear the same pair of clothes 2 days in a row all throughout puberty, so I always felt dirty and self-conscious. I was forced to sweep the kitchen floor every day before I went to school and clean the entire house top to bottom every Saturday, vacuum, dusting, bathroom, etc. Scoop up the dog poop and pile it on the garden, rake leaves, pull weeds, cut grass, sweep sidewalk, shovel, you name it. It was always my job despite the fact that there were 4 other people in the family. My aunt had the nerve to nickname me Cinderella. I also wasn't allowed to be inside the house unless it was supper time or bedtime. I was forced to sit outside by myself like a goddamn dog while the rest of the family was inside. I even had to do my homework outdoors unless it was winter. Sometimes I'd get to watch an hour of TV or play an hour of Nintendo. Shows, music, and games of course had to be approved of first. No swears, such, or other mature content. I remember when I got busted for bringing home a Guns N' Roses tape that I had borrowed off a friend. My aunt made this dramatic display. I came downstairs and the cassette had been ripped open. Tape guts spilled out all over the kitchen table. I think I got grounded for 6 months. Where I lived, the legal age for a child to be alone was 12, but they refused to let me stay home by myself, even when I was old enough, despite the fact that I had regular babysitting gigs, and so they would force me to go to where they worked. It was a lumberyard/hardware store and there wasn't really anything to do there, so I would entertain myself by reading library books on top of piles of Japrec and packs of pink insulation. If I was lucky they'd put me to work dusting paint cans and I might make $1/HR. From about age 10 over 11 onward, I had to buy my own toothpaste, deodorant, shampoo, conditioner, soap, clothes, karate membership, CDs, basically anything that wasn't food. if I wanted to buy something, but I didn't have enough money saved up from babysitting, dusting, or whatever other side hustles I was doing, I had to go without. I remember begging for a pair of new shoes for Christmas because my track coach said that mine weren't appropriate for sprinting. As an aside, you might be surprised to know that my aunt and uncle stole the small inheritance that my late mother had left for me when she died, and to this day I have no idea what they did with it. Probably have it invested in their own retirement savings. They sure as hell didn't give it to me when it was time to go to college. I had to pay for that myself. When puberty hit, I had to beg my aunt to let me shave my legs and armpits, and I wasn't allowed to shave above the knee for some strange reason. When I began menstruating, I wasn't allowed to use tampons, pads only. God forbid I should discover my own genitalia. Though I did, because when I was 5, my aunt also shamed, berated, and teased me for masturbating. Of course I wasn't allowed to have a boyfriend. I was allowed to go out on dates, but not go steady with anyone. When I eventually did take a liking to a boy at age 16, I was only allowed to see him once a week. We went to different schools. Sometimes if there was a school dance or other special function, my aunt would force me to wear clothing that she knew humiliated me, and I would have to beg one of my friends to bring an extra set of clothes so that I would have something to change into. Because they weren't my birth parents, I always felt like I had to earn their love, so I would never talk back and seldom misbehaved, though I obviously had to learn how to be sneaky at times in order to survive. My aunt would explode whenever she caught me biting my nails, slouching, or doing a tic that I had developed as a result of the emotional abuse. There was spanking involved when I was younger, and wet dishcloths across the ears when I was a little older. Most of the time though, punishment usually involved lots of loud yelling and berating, almost always for issues that didn't warrant it. I once got yelled at for over an hour and grounded because I wore a long-sleeved shirt under my karate uniform instead of a shorter-sleeved one. Sometimes my aunt would make things up that I hadn't done at all and chip away at me until I believed it, that I had actually committed the crime. It was like the show Making a Murderer, where those two cops manipulated that poor kid. I'd get grounded for something that I hadn't even done. It made me think, geez, what would happen if I actually did do something bad? Because this post has been so heavy, I'll share one thing I did get in trouble for that was actually kinda funny. My older cousin, who was basically a brother to me, had one of those Van Halen shirts that said for unlawful carnal knowledge. Somehow when my aunt did the laundry one week, it wound up in my pile, and because I was always getting hand-me-downs from my older siblings, I assumed it was being passed on to me. I thought to myself, this is great, I get to wear a t-shirt that says fuck on it. The kids at the pool are gonna think I'm so edgy. Well, needless to say, after my swim my aunt found the t-shirt hanging to dry and had my uncle go out into the yard and, directly in front of me, douse the shirt in gasoline and set it on fire. You know, instead of having a calm rational discussion about why wearing a shirt like that might be deemed offensive. Or instead of, I don't know, reprimanding my older brother for setting a bad example for his little sister. Looking back, I think my aunt put the t-shirt in my laundry pile on purpose, just to see what I would do. The one incident that really stands out though was the time my uncle, who usually kept quiet and stayed out of things, once grabbed me around my throat and nearly choked me because I was planning on moving to another city to go to college after high school, and I wanted to get my own apartment instead of staying with relatives nearby. I moved away the morning after my high school graduation day, found my own apartment within 2 weeks, never looked back, and never asked them for a dime. I wish I could have stood up for myself back then, instead of just taking it. I never visit them, call only once every couple months, and basically give them the minimum amount of contact that I can without writing them off entirely. Point wishing strength and healing to all the others on this forum who have been through so much. So. Perhaps cheating a bit, as I'm still a teenager and living in the house. However, my parents are still very strict. Here are a few of the absurd rules I have to deal with. Point: when I was 12, I was not allowed to read books with adult content, young adult novels, or else I would be grounded. I went to the local Barnes and Noble a few weeks later with a friend and found a young adult book that interested me. I bought it, and my parents found out. Was grounded for 3 weeks 9 p.m. bedtime on all summer and school nights, whether I finished my homework or not. No exceptions. No phone, electronics, ever allowed in my room. Not allowed to sleep past 8 a.m. in the summer. There is not a lock on my bedroom door, and I'm not allowed to get one. Parents barge into my room whenever they like, as it is their house, after all. This doesn't happen as much anymore, but when I was younger I had Xbox, and my mom would make me go to my games library and show her all the games I had, and prove to her that they were teen or under. I bought Call of Duty on an online sale once. If I remember correctly, I was grounded for a month, and we had this really awkward family meeting afterwards about how Call of Duty and GTA promoted satanic values. Yep. Parents are Catholic. Oh, I forgot. I'm not allowed to boil water for tea or cook anything on the occasion that I'm left home alone, because they think I will burn the house down. Not sure if this counts as a rule, but I'm not allowed to get a summer job by my parents' rules, and yes, I'm old enough. Most of my friends work, and then they complain about me doing nothing all summer. My mom isn't a good cook whatsoever, and she makes dinner almost every night. Even if I do not like the meal, I'm not allowed to make my own separate thing, even if it's like a salad or something, or eat anything else whatsoever for the rest of the night. My parents are by no means horrible people, and they are okay most of the time. However, they are the definition of overprotective helicopter parents. This has been way more than one rule. Apologies. I see a lot of negative parenting from step parents. It may seem I'm in the minority on this one. Here goes. NSFW. Mom was absolutely and unreasonably obsessed with my foreskin and the fact it existed. The ultimate punishment was the threat of going in to do the operation, which she said was impossible to do with an aesthetic. Every Saturday was cleaning day soon up to sundown. At one point I was old enough to do yard work, which I liked. This got me sentenced to doing purely in-house work. Not gonna lie, I'm a bit messy now, because of this. Logic equals talking back. Even if it meant being able to do a chore faster, it was considered cheating. I didn't need to take driver's ed because she would teach me. I said fine, I'll get the permit and do the written test. She said she was the only person who could give me permission. True, I think, and that it could only be taken with the parents' car present. Not true. School and home were the only places I could be without my mother present. No friends' houses or after school clubs. At about my freshman year of high school, she met my stepdad. He showed me PC gaming for the first time, and web design. Taught me to drive stick, talk to girls, fight, etc. It took a few more years, but slowly the strictness wore down. It was still late, though, and the damage was done. My mother instilled a strong social anxiety that really prevented me from talking with a lot of people. My last half of senior year was when I was finally allowed to hang out with friends. I went to the house of someone in a group I was doing a school project for, and then to my best friend's house. That was it. My first semester of college I enlisted in the reserve instead of active duty. This was a big mistake, but I shipped shortly after my first semester and came back with enough cash to get a car and an apartment while I found a job. Now I'm renting a 3-bedroom with great roommates, far from my parents, but still in the same town, and 1 semester from a degree. These have been the best years of my life. I also have to add this lifestyle has motivated me to help others in similar situations. I've taken in 2 friends so far and given them use of my home while they get a job/car/etc. Both were cut off from slightly wealthy/middle class Christian families for their rebellion. These aren't kids. One was 22, the other 23 when I took them in. It's difficult but possible, and in my opinion so much more worth it. I'm better off with the stress of work, bills, and being poor than the mental harm of living at home. To those who responded to the question, hang in there, there's hope and we can all still change ourselves. This sounds like a drunken rant because it is. I really never talk to anyone about these issues, not even my current close friends. I hate that we are all products of helicopter parents, smothers, etc. But I'm glad I'm not alone, and that there's light at the end. My parents are very strict, religious people. I had a before the sun sets bedtime. Until I was at least 10, we couldn't watch anything that wasn't rated PG or G. We had half an hour of box time TV, video games, computer, etc. a day. We couldn't own video games that weren't rated E. We weren't allowed to attend school dances, quinceañeras, sweet 16s or the like. Throughout high school, they would deactivate my phone so that I could only call/text them and my brother. They would then reactivate it from 5 to 8 p.m. We weren't allowed to use euphemisms or substitutes for curse words. Pup was just as obscene as if I had said sheet. Fudge was unacceptable, etc. Once, my dad fined me $1 for every moment I was up past my bedtime. I was 16. My bedtime was 9. They found out I shaved my pubes in high school and took away my trimmer/razor for a while because they assumed I was having sex. The absolute craziest thing they did was pay off a lunch lady at my school to make sure I wasn't buying snacks. When I moved out for my freshman year at college, my dad said if I got a job he wouldn't pay for my school and gave me $100 a month for groceries. They don't think I should have female roommates because people will get a wrong impression, even when I told them I was considering moving in with my lesbian best friend. On top of all of this are the rules/regulations their religion has TLDR edit. They're crazy. My mother's not nearly as bad as some of the parents here, but the amount of little shit she'd do would definitely make it super annoying. Proper use of a semicolon. When I was young till about 14 she'd pick out my clothes if she was forcing me to go to some party with her, and anything less than an enthusiastic yay was met with ranting and raving about how I didn't appreciate it. Then there's how she'd always try to bug me not to go out. Let me explain, as a kid it was, oh, I don't know your friend's parents or anything, and I don't want to have to come get you, so no, you can't go. Got a little older, and then it'd be like, are you still going, every 5 minutes while waiting for my friends to come get me? Or it'd be like, oh, are you sure you're still going? And now at 19 she's still trying to scare me away from going out, as in, oh, you know that Central Park's closed off in the winter, right? We live in New York City, or you know how it gets back there when you go to the movies, or the old are you sure you know how to get there, and then the million texts. If I tell her it takes 2 hours to get somewhere, I'll get a text after 30 minutes like, hey, are you okay, did you reach? And then there's the famous I didn't say that or do that thing. What I mean by this is, if she says she's going to pick up something on the way home and doesn't, it's immediately my fault for not seeing the future and getting it. Or if she asked a question and I explained it, she'd later ask the same question in a more complicated way and get annoyed when I told her I already answered it. Point all in all, not a bad childhood by any means, just super overprotective and a bit controlling. My parents were divorced, so I had 2 households, and me and my brother had a strange father. My mother was much more relaxed, and so we never had to completely follow my father's weirdly strict rules. No SpongeBob or Pokemon ever, no caffeine, no diet drinks, no skim milk, no leaving anything on the floor in our rooms, not even my bean bag, no phones, we couldn't get them out when we were over, and a bunch of other strange rules. We also had to drink 1 glass of milk with every meal and finish it. I turned out to be lactose sensitive, but didn't know until I was 15. Not fun. It wasn't even for health. We had frozen pizza or hot dogs the time, and as much junk food as we wished. Just not drinks. We also couldn't have social lives when we were over there. He was very not involved with my life outside of his house and sports, so he never knew who my friends were. Whenever I did mention a friend, he'd freak out about how he hadn't met their parents. I eventually stopped mentioning friends and just called them classmates. As far as I know, he believed I never did anything outside of school and sports. Another thing was that he never enforced my mum's rules when we were over there. I wasn't allowed to get on my iPod or phone after 7 p.m. because I got into some trouble, but my dad just didn't take them away. This was after his no phones rule was eventually lifted. He just refused to pay for them whatsoever. Smart man. You don't have to pay for something you don't agree with. What made his rules even stranger was that he never shielded us from his job. I won't go into specifics, but he worked with criminal investigators. I'd often hear him on the phone talking about murder, rap, drug crimes, or see crime scene photos even from the age of 6 and older. Never made sense to me. SpongeBob would ruin our brain, but a 7-year-old seeing photos of actual murder victims was apparently okay. I'm almost 17 now, and I see him a lot less, but he still has some weird rules. I live in the country with my mother, and it's important for me to have transportation, because I'm involved in many after-school activities. This obviously lead to me getting a license and my own car, with over 250,000 miles. But my father has still been so against it. I guess when he isn't responsible for driving me all over while everyone's at work, so he never really cared to notice how busy I was. Maybe this was his way of not having to pay for anything again. He's a strange guy. I avoid going over there. His rules are halfway broken, but I still can't leave his house once I'm there except for school or walk to my grandma's, so I end up just not going. I don't know if this is strict or just me being a kid, but when I was young, I wasn't allowed to stay over at a friend's house until I was 12. We didn't have a house phone, only my mom's cell, so I wasn't allowed to call people either. This was during the time when cell phones were a thing, but not widespread, but house phones had already kind of died out. When I was finally allowed to go over to a friend's house, my mom had to know when I would be there. When I would leave, never let any parents put me in their car at any point. She had to know the address and drive me there herself, so she knew where it was. She needed both of the parents' numbers. If they weren't single, had to call both of them and talk to them. Had to have the number of any other adult in the house. Wanted to know what kids were going and all of their parents' numbers. And I wasn't allowed to spend the night anywhere until I was 14. This continued until I got my license at 17, and she let up not by choice, but because I would leave and just not tell her where I was going or who I was with. There was a fight. Won't go into details. We compromised so that I would tell her where I was going, who I would be with, when I was leaving home, when I got to where I was going, when I was leaving where I had been, and when I got home. Compared to what the rules had been in childhood, these rules were nothing. So I took them. She's definitely stopped since I started work and college. I just can't be bothered to tell her everything I do anymore, and she's too preoccupied with micromanaging my brother anyways. Damn, these stories really suck. I'm sorry to everyone here. My parents were strict and did so many ridiculous things throughout my childhood. One I've been thinking about lately is how they didn't like that I had friends went out. They used to ground me for no reason and pretty much fuck with me sometimes when I had plans, which usually ruined my time before I'd even get to go out. One time I was supposed to go on an extended weekend outing with my friend's family at their grandma's house. I was planning on going for like a month, and the day of my parents decided I wasn't going. For no reason. So begging them and trying to reason, I finally said fuck it, I'm going anyways. So I go. We get there and we're having a great time. Then I decide to call them after a couple days and check in with my parents and tell them everything is going good. My mom picks up and the first thing she says is, "Where are you? Where have you been?" Like she has no idea that I went with my best friend to their grandma's for the weekend. And went on to say they were so worried they almost called the cops and was going to plan a search party because I was missing and scaring them. Another time I had plans to go to a church outing at a convention center, which wasn't very chucky, it was really badass. But anyways, again the night before they decided I wasn't going, for no reason they could give me, I eventually was able to go after making up 2 pages full of chores that was to be done that week and knowing I was going to be grounded when I get back for a faking church outing. Jesus Christ. They also used to accuse me of doing drugs and used to heroin check me and all that, and I've never touched a drug in my life. I don't even know what heroin looks like. That was something that really faked with me and make me feel like trash. Even though I was a decent kid. Parents can suck. You'll get through it. When I was 12 to 13, I had an altercation at school, my first, where one of my neighbors threatened to cut out my dog's heart and leave it on our front porch. Naturally, I threatened to kill him. Both our parents were notified. When I got home that day, my father was waiting. Now, I love my dad, but he's always been super reactionary and paranoid about the way the world and how it would affect his kids. When meth started becoming a thing, He had my sister and I sit and watch a documentary about it and swear we would never try it. One day, he randomly told us that emo meant cutting yourself and that the word was never to be uttered in our house. On this particular day, while he never came out and said it, I know my dear old dad was terrified that I was on the road to being the next Columbine shooter. After explaining that it was never okay to threaten death on someone, he levied his punishment and the new house rule. I was forbidden from any movie, TV show, book, or video game that contained killing in any form. For the next year, things really sucked for me. He wasn't kidding. I wasn't allowed to watch most Disney movies, since the villain would die at the end. We were on the poorer end of the spectrum, so I would rely on friends to borrow games for our PlayStation. One let me borrow Legend of Dragoon, and I got to play for all of half an hour before dad made me turn it off. This all came to a head when the first Spider-Man movie came out. I'd been looking forward to this movie since it was announced, but dad announced that I wasn't allowed to go see it because he'd heard the villain was killed at the end. I was crushed. I guess my mom decided that was the straw that broke the camel's back, because the next weekend we went to my grandmother's. She took me to see the movie. She told my dad when we got back, and they fought terribly, but after that dad just kind of stopped enforcing the rule. Mine wasn't really established rules, but more so just stupid things that my stepmom did or said. I'm the only girl in the house besides her, so I had to be the one to do any housework. She grew up Amish and is sexist as fuck. Any sort of cursing is off limits, which is okay, but saying don basically made me the devil's child. Church was mandatory every Sunday. It didn't matter if I was puking, I had to go. Couldn't shave my legs till 8th grade. My curfew depends on her mood. Literally, I've been called at 5:30 and told to come home, and the next night I come home at 2 AM with no punishment. The house has to be spotless / my emotions mean nothing. Always be happy. Always look decent for others. Never look like you're tired. Doesn't understand I'm joking sometimes, and then gets yelled at and lectured that it's a serious matter. Normal body functions cannot be discussed in front of people. That's only for me, though my brothers can do it. No wearing thin strap tank tops anywhere. At home too, my really curly frizzy hair must be maintained, which is freaking difficult. She says just put it up. That's not how it works. My ancient dinosaur phone and iPad put on the kitchen counter during school days. I'm 16 and can't have a real phone. Always must know where I'm. Pressures me to get my license, but doesn't take me out driving ever to practice. On vacation we are not allowed to relax, still have to clean, can't hang out with guys, can't date, even though I still do. Occasionally yelled at for things out of my control. Blamed for everything my brothers cause, literally, when I go to college and not coming back. TLDR, no black pen pals. As a white teenage girl in 1980, I was forbidden to continue a pen pal relationship with a gay black teenage boy same age as me, CG. It didn't matter that CG was gay. It didn't matter that he was a Christian. What mattered to my parents was that he was black. We met at a summer music camp and became good friends. It's very easy for me to make friends with gay males for some reason. My mother and church sponsor staged an intervention when I returned from work one day in the summer. My mother and sponsor, just FYI, I no longer consider myself Christian or religious. Read all the letters CG had sent me and confiscated any that arrived after this freak out. There was nothing sexual or even remotely embarrassing in the letters. CG was a good boy and a devout Christian and came from a much more well-off family than my family of origin. We were a white middle-class family in 1980 in the Midwest. I was told I'd be disowned if I continued corresponding with CG. Mother launched into what a horrible sin it would be to marry a black man and have mulatto babies. It would be an embarrassment to the whole family and everyone would disown me. CG. And I picked up our pen pal ship again when we went off to college. I have gone no contact with religious family of origin. I got tired of being the scapegoat and being abused by so-called Christians. Mother sent me back every letter and card I ever sent her in a large box about 9 years ago. To this day, she never returned CG's letters to me. I wasn't allowed to watch Pokémon, Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh, or Beyblade because the creatures are demons. I couldn't watch Ed and Eddie because the characters are bad role models. I couldn't watch The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy because death is evil and shouldn't be a character in a kids show. These were only enforced by my mother though. My dad let me and my brothers watch them when she wasn't home. I wasn't allowed to go to my friend's house until I was 13 unless it was for a birthday, in which case I could go if my mom came with me. Once I hit 13 I could go on my own, but I couldn't spend the night. I always had to be home by 8. I couldn't spend the night at any friends' houses until high school. These rules were enforced by both parents. I couldn't wear nail polish until high school. My dad's rule. The only reason he let up on this when he did is because my mom convinced him to. Otherwise I wouldn't have been allowed to wear it until I turned 18. I couldn't wear too many dark colors at once. For example, if I was wearing a dark shirt my jeans had to be a light color. I could wear black sometimes, but not often, and I definitely couldn't wear a black shirt with black pants. My mom's rule. No dating until you're ready to find a husband. Both parents. This is why in all my 19 years I have never had a boyfriend. Technically I can date now, but I still live with my parents, and they'll act weird about it if I do. No rock music until I was 13. Even then I wasn't technically allowed to listen to it, but by the time my mom realized I was, she couldn't really stop me. No pets. My dad hated animals, which really upset my mom, because she loves them. This rule was revoked after he found a mouse in our kitchen and forced us to get a cat. He won't admit it, but he's glad he lets us keep pets now, because he loves our dog. No pretending to be a witch or wizard, because all magic is from the devil. Mom. She had a very hard time accepting my love of Harry Potter, but surprisingly, she let me read all of the books. No pretending to be animals. You're not a dog, so don't act like one. Both parents. No monster costumes on Halloween. Even though we were allowed to go trick-or-treating, my brothers and I couldn't celebrate Halloween by wearing scary costumes, or even buying costumes at all. My mom bought me an angel costume one year, and I had to wear it for 5 years in a row. After that I had to make my own costumes with clothes from my closest, or borrow them from friends. No saying heck, hate, stupid or hell until high school. My mom thought they were strong words that shouldn't be used until we were mature enough to understand them. I started saying heck in middle school though, because other kids started teasing me when I yelled what the hey at someone. No closing my bedroom door unless I was changing. I have no idea why they had this rule. No keeping a hidden diary. They said I wasn't allowed to have secrets. My parents weren't terrible, and they definitely weren't as strict as others, but they were a little overbearing at times. To this day they still don't trust me very much, even though I followed, and still follow, most of their rules. My mother was the one who was the strict one. My father was not strict, but he was afraid of my mother. To protect us, no TV or computer during school months, not weekends, not holidays, only during the summer. If we were not in summer school, not allowed to go to friends' houses unless they lived within our neighborhood. Unfortunately most of those years the neighbors had no children, or had children that were not in the same age group. So outside of school, I was not able to maintain friendships. Even when I got my driver's license, I was not able to use the car to go to friends' houses. When I graduated high school, I went to a different city to go to university during the summers, and even when I moved back once I graduated I was still restricted of where I could go. I got a job and got my own place. When I told my mother I was moving out, she was so angry, as if somehow I was going to ruin my life by moving out. No dating. She was very controlling about this to make sure I would not date, making sure that, even if I had a driver's license, that I had to be home as soon as I left whatever place I was at. No going to the movies unless my parents were there. I did go to prom with a female friend from school. That was the first time I had ever been to her house, even though I knew her for a few years and she lived within a mile from my house. And still my mother made sure I was home before the dance was over. Even after I moved out, my mother tried to be controlling about my dating. I didn't tell my mother for years that I had a cell phone. I tried to keep my dating life a total secret from her out of fear. I only rented at places, in gated communities, being forced to attend Christian school, only Christian counselors, Sunday school. This will probably get buried, but time to rant. Until I graduated high school, my parents notably did two things that I look back on and my blood boils in an instant. Point, they wouldn't allow me or my sisters to log into the one computer we had to share for homework before they both got home from work. We literally had to wait for them to come home from work and type in the admin password while the other parent blocked the keyboard so we couldn't see it, even with our backs turned and hands over our eyes. Had homework? Too bad. Do chores until we get home. I'm the oldest and had by far the most time consuming homework to do, not even adding in the fact they refused to let me get medication for my ADD, which is off the charts without my meds, and made homework borderline impossible, but they'd let them go first every faking time. What would I see my sisters do instead? MySpace, AIM, or whatever non-homework activity they wanted. They'd then minimize their chat windows and pull up their homework if my parents came to check up on them. Point in return, I'm starting my homework no earlier than 11 PM on a school night. I was always late for my first class of the day because I woke up super late, and they'd hit and yell at me for that, and then they'd hit and yell at me more after school for getting detentions for being late. Thanks mom, makes sense. 2. This one I kinda understand looking back on it, but overall was still ridiculous, and they could've handled it much differently. I saved up enough money after high school from working/paying bills, and finally bought myself an Xbox 360, still no red rings. If I didn't work the next day, obviously I'm going to stay up late and game with my buddies. It was set up in our living room and sound echoed like crazy. And I didn't have noise cancelling headphones, so that I'm not trying to talk louder over the game and chat volume, thus allowing me to talk normally, hear the game volume, and not wake people up. Sometimes, yes, I'd get a little loud, and she'd text me to keep it down and I would. This is what I understand looking back on it. It was almost like clockwork, but out of the faking darkness. She would storm into the living room 5 to 10 minutes later and put a padlock through the armoire handles as I'm playing the game. A faking padlock. Try getting a headshot in Halo with a sniper rifle when you can't see the screen. She'd argue with me that I'm still loud, while my friends heard everything, are cracking jokes, and are pissing their pants laughing in my ear, since they didn't believe what I told them she'd do. They said they could actually hear her closing and locking the armoire. Point, thank God I'm an adult now. End rant. When I was sick or injured, my parents' rule was doing extra chores in exchange for going to the doctor or hospital. I had to complete them before I could go, no matter my condition. They said going to the doctor was too expensive for any little thing. Anyhow, this resulted in a few highlights. Doing lawn work for 3 days before they let me go to the doctor for a fracture in my left arm. Using the weed eater was pure hell. Various chores for 3 days before I could go in for a fractured rib and all night cleaning of the house so I could get 18 stitches in my mouth and face after accidentally running into barbed wire. I bled all over the house and had to clean it again after I got back from the ER at like 3 AM. Over a week of chores for a very painful cyst on my upper right thigh. The situation with the cyst was the most frustrating. Since they first took me to the cheapest doctor they could find, who didn't know what was wrong with me and just assumed it was a STD, even after telling him I'd only had protected sech. After the antibiotics didn't work, I had to do more chores, to go to another doctor, then another few days of chores before they'd take me to the hospital. The last doctor referred me to wearing a surgeon's mask and plastic gloves to school during the swine flu outbreak, out of fear of contracting it, and doing days of chores with swine flu before they'd take me in. Only a day of chores before they took me in for 2 slip discs in my back. I had slipped while carrying a hot bucket of grease at work. My boss wouldn't let me wait until it cooled, and to avoid scalding myself I twisted my back to stop my fall, causing 2 of my vertebrae to slip. My parents tried making me do extra chores to go to the chiropractor, but since I literally couldn't stand upright they decided to let me finish my chores after I was recovered. And boy, did they make a huge deal of how merciful they were being for that. I just ended a period where I was staying with a couple that I'm close friends with while my property was being renovated. We're all parents, but, big but, their parenting style is diametrically opposite of mine. They're ultra strict. I'm more of a friend type parent that's proud of my relationship with my daughter. She loves and respects me, doesn't fear me at all. Them? Not so much. They parent via fear and intimidation. Routine beatings as a form of discipline, even though their son is on the autism spectrum. Sometimes dad hits him so hard the neighbors can see/overhear things. Even when it happens inside. The most strict thing they do, which really bothers me, is control where and when the two kids can approach or speak to them. Doesn't matter what the kids are doing or in need of. If you approach dad when he's smoking a cigarette out in the garage, better get ready to be angrily dismissed and told to go away until later. Of course, later never comes, and dad does everything he can to avoid interacting with either kid. Treats them both as a nuisance, not just once in a while, but always. They're always annoying him, when in my eyes they're just starved for attention from one of few people they can get it from. He spends no more than 10 minutes a day with either kid, most of which is spent forcefully telling them to go to bed and shut up. He can't imagine for a second that his children are showing telltale signs of emotional withdrawal because of his poor parenting. In his mind he's the perfect parent, to be emulated by others. His theories on discipline and child rearing can't possibly be challenged, because after all, this is how he was raised, and look out how good I turned out. Edit. Typo. They made me go to school. It was rough. In all seriousness, there was no one set rule that was set upon me, but if I did something to upset my stepdad, that said, he truly was the only father I ever had, would ground me, sometimes for months. If I upset him while I was grounded, I got belted. Eventually I just started doing W.E the fuck I wanted and accepted the belt. Both my parents were in retail, so while they may have told me I was grounded, they were never there to enforce it. I grew up from 7 on, pretty much on kid cuisines. My parents would get like one night off a week in which we'd go out to eat, or my mother would cook. Holidays were rare as they would have to work Black Fridays and Christmas sales. I snuck out a lot, did many things that were deserving of an as whooping, but also got my as whooped for little things as well. I'd have shoes/cleats thrown at me on a regular basis, and for a while I hated him and thought he was abusive. My 16th day and Christmas were cancelled because I wasn't passing a class. I was grounded more times than I wasn't. I moved out and joined the US Marines, and since I had had my ass kicked so many times growing up, boot camp was basically a camp with rifle training in which I had a blast. After boot camp, he had a newfound pride about me, having believed that I wouldn't make anything out of myself. Years later he broke down and told me that he was a horrible parent and that no kid should have had to go through with what he put me through. Our relationship mended over the years as he started chilling out, became a grandfather, and my mother passed away. We are now closer than he is with his own daughter, not by his choice, and he is truly my father even after my mother passed. I know my birth father, but he is only really a sperm donor to me. I wasn't allowed to join and clubs or after school programs, so at the end of 8th grade, I auditioned for high school choir and got in. Because I did it without permission, mother would threaten to take me out of it for any small infraction. Once, I told her a show was starting at 7 PM and I wouldn't be home until about 9:30 because we had to clean up after. When I got home at around 9:40, she screamed at me for being over 2 hours late because I told her the show ended at 7. I had to beg and plead to the point I was crying to be allowed to go to church on Sundays. It was another fight to start going to youth group on Wednesdays. I think what won her over was that it wasn't mass with my aunt, but non-denominational with a friend. Didn't help the friend was a boy, but as long as it wasn't my Catholic aunt, it was okay. In 8th grade, she told me that I read too much, so she took away all of my books except for Babysitter's Club and Nancy Drew's. She took away the poetry books, historical novels, fantasy, and sci-fi. I told my English teacher, so she let me borrow her own personal collection of books. They tested my reading comprehension level, and I scored on a college level, but the middle school didn't have anything advanced enough for me, so that's why she loaned me her own books. Mother almost ripped them apart until I told her they were my teachers. She also said I watched too much TV. I watch History, Discovery, Weather, and Sci-Fi only, with the occasional Toonami thrown in. MTV and VH1 were accepted though. I was in Duke's talent identification program in middle school. They had me take the SATs in 7th grade, and I passed. They then started offering me all sorts of programs to further my academics, but mother refused. All my life, she refused me bettering myself. She killed my self-esteem and made me suicidal. All out of the fear that I would be better than her. Not to mention keeping me ill with Munchausen's by proxy. I was never allowed to leave home except for school until I convinced her to let me go to church when I was 15. Hell, even as a child, I was never allowed to play in the dirt with cars, transformers, or anything else see as male because I'm a girl and my place is to be pretty and take care of people. Everything she did to me still affects me to this day, and she ditched us to be single 11 years ago. My first stepmom had some degree of mental illness and put me through hell in my preteen and teen years. The rules were nonsensical, and the punishments were worse. What mostly sticks with me though is that I can't accept compliments or gifts. Holidays were terrible for me. They would make me wear my best dress for Christmas, but if someone said I looked pretty, I would kinda look down and graciously them. It would lead to hours a day for weeks being hauled outside while she chain smoked and went on and on about me being ungrateful, unworthy, ugly, etc. This would extend until after winter break was over, and she'd have me up still until 3 or 4 AM on school nights, freezing outside and just belittling me. If someone bought me a gift, especially her parents, who tried to treat me as their grandchild and equal to my stepmom's son/my stepbrother, it was worse. She'd usually trash the item plus lecture me on how I didn't deserve it. I would beg her sad especially not to buy me stuff and he'd say, "Oh, I'll deal with her tantrums." And I'd be like, "But you go home eventually and she'll be even worse." She didn't work even after my sisters were in school. I had to come home from school and clean the house, then do homework. She'd sleep while we were at school, then wake me up when I was finally sleeping to drag me outside to smoke while yelling at me until it was time to go to school again. I remember once she woke me up and got me out on the porch and started with, "So, why are you trying to murder your sisters?" It was over an hour before this accusation made any kind of sense. Guess when I vacuumed the entire house, daily, the night before I had missed a small thread and because my sisters were infants they may choke, so I was attempting murder, and she was going to have me arrested first thing in the morning. She seems surprised every year when she texts me happy birthday and I have to ask who it is. Like I'm keeping in touch. I mean I don't want to be ungrateful enough at her birthday wishes, lest it end in another few weeks of lectures. My stepmom told my dad I wasn't allowed to spend time alone with my new baby brother because you've seen how she treats the dogs. I was 9 and used to make superhero outfits that were jumpers loosely tied around their necks for capes and film stories about their adventures in the backyard. I was scolded as I grew up for not interacting enough with my brother and sister. When I did she watched me like I was a budding serial killer. We had family meetings often where I was cornered about my behavior. I was told I was acting like I didn't want to be a part of the family. When I timidly brought anything up I was patronized and told they only cared about me. I wasn't allowed to have friends over. In the end at 16 she said I didn't need a bedroom because I only came over for weekends. The worst thing though is how my dad went along with it. We used to listen to opera and musicals and dance around the house before he met her. We held hands and watched our first family home be built, and when we drove home from school, he instilled a love of technology in me when technology was new. He taught me long division before I was in primary school and used to throw his hands up and joy telling me how proud he was and that I was a genius. He wrote me a children's book and drew illustrations in paint. I used to go and watch him play piano at the bars he worked at. When I was born he played a slid a shower of photos of me behind him while he sang. I really miss my dad. This wasn't even growing up with them. After high school I moved in with my dad and stepmom for my first year of college. I was 18 to 19, and there's a good reason. After I did badly my first semester at a university 3 hours away, I went back to my mom. Some of the rules, both spoken and unspoken, and some of what they did, had to be awake every morning by 8 am, even if I didn't need to do anywhere or do anything until 10. If I was so much as 5 minutes late coming downstairs, my dad would come and pound on my door and yell at me to get up, and then I'd get a 10-minute long lecture about how they shouldn't have to be waking me up every morning. I had to write my schedule for work on a calendar downstairs where everyone could see it, and if I forgot, my stepmom would yell and scream at me. Though it is also required for my dad, who also works in retail and has varying weekly schedules. When I first started working, I'd drive home for lunch every day because I was semi-regularly getting lunch breaks. A couple months in, I realized I was spending literally half of my hour-long lunch break driving back and forth between the house and my job, and decided to just pick up lunch from one of the 10 different nearby fast food places, since it was faster and I could actually enjoy my lunch break. I was also going to school and would buy snacks and drinks from a vending machine fairly often. They had access to my bank account and would bitch about me spending too much money. Problem was that it was my own damn money and I could do with it as I pleased. They couldn't even bitch about me not saving money for college, since the first thing I did after I got every paycheck would be to put between $100 to $200 of paycheck into my savings account, which I wouldn't touch. If I somehow managed to run low on funds on my checking account, I would just not buy anything and wait for my next paycheck, something that almost never happened because I knew how to keep track of money. If I wanted to go anywhere that wasn't school, work, or taekwondo classes, I had to ask explicit permission long beforehand, and even then they'd get beachy and refuse to let me do anything despite saying they trusted me to take care of myself. If I got asked to stay late at work, I had to let my stepmom know, and I couldn't stay more than a couple of hours after class at school without getting yelled at. If I was driving anywhere that involved a drive of more than an hour, I had to give regular updates on where I was, or I'd have my phone blown up demanding to know where I was. The only time I could spend in my room was after they went to bed or weren't in the house. Otherwise I had to be downstairs and spend time with them, which meant sitting in the living room with them watching TV and me on my phone or tablet. Between the summer of me going to community college and moving to go to a university, they demanded that I take summer classes while also working. Problem was that I'd already made the decision that I just wanted to work that summer, save up money for school, and get some time to myself. They then demanded that, because I didn't want to take summer classes, I had to get a second job, because if I was only working part-time while not taking classes, that I was wasting too much time. After refusing for several weeks, because they didn't give a fuck, was told to my face that my opinion didn't matter what I wanted, my stepmom decided the best thing was to take all of my stuff, phone, tablet, laptop, and a mouse and keyboard to my desktop, and lock it all in the spare bedroom, and say I could only get them back after getting a second job. A week later, with sporadic access to my phone given to me to get a job, I finally found a second job, and I was given my phone back but nothing else, and that was after fighting with them, because I needed my phone for the GPS, since I was now working as a delivery driver for a pizza place. This second job was horrible, and I was now working 70 to 80 hours a week, and would go days without seeing either of them. Single parent childhood until stepfather came along with his bullshit. Looking back, my siblings and I did have a lot of issues conforming to his rules, because we basically raised ourselves, since mom had 2 jobs, and was never home. Me and him clashed the most though. He had it in for me, which he admits nowadays, but also said it was cause I reminded him of himself as a teen. I had some really close friends that I would try to hang out with almost daily. They would eventually become more like a family to me due to them being there during my deep depression. The rule was, if I wanted to go hang out, I had to spend at least 3 hours beforehand working on some laborious pet project for my stepfather. A lot of yard work and weeding flower beds after a full day of school, just so I could spend time with friends. My friends just started coming over and waiting around while I busted Myers on whatever he assigned me. Another thing was just how crazy he and my mom were about porn. We were two teen boys that had close to zero ability to access, born until internet being on iPods and other devices was a common thing. Even then we were poor, so it took months of saving doing odd jobs to get an iPod Touch or laptop. They would ground us for months, forbid computer use even for schoolwork, etc. all for having found born in an internet history. Even before that, I recall a time I ran a television, one of the heavy fat ones, into a closet trying to be sneaky. Got a Bourne DVD from my uncle's house and threw down a sleeping bag in this tiny closet and squeezed in there just to try and hide. Turns out I fell asleep watching this 10-hour long Bourne DVD and my mom found me next morning asleep with the DVD still playing. Got my ass beat for that. In retrospect, that crazy restriction made Bourne and sexuality in general into a forbidden fruit and is probably why I'm into the crazy fetishes I have today. Like when I did have the chance to explore Bourne, it was a rush cause it was such a taboo, so I would go balls to the wall and search the craziest shit. It also helped me learn how to cover my tracks and taught me a lot about computers. I work in it now Mayo. I've read a lot of the comments here, and I can safely categorize them into the following: mentally and or physically abusive. If you aren't talking to your parents, good for you. If you are, seriously? Why the F? Get out of there. These are horrible point legitimately strict and unreasonable rule. For example, one comment says they couldn't ask for something specific to eat or be forced to eat the exact same thing for weeks until they were disgusted by it. Or, parents that wouldn't allow their kids to sit on the couches. What the fuck? Rules that, while kind of unreasonable, were honestly just choices they decided to make. I read some that, honestly, are just regular rules. Limiting screen time, requiring practice of something for an hour a day, etc. A good chunk of rules are definitely unfair for a child, but also the context of the person posting weren't included, leaving us to just assume the worst of the parent. For instance, my parents made me get up on Saturdays early. I'm not talking 8 or 9. I'm talking 6. Whether we were doing something or not. Just have to get up. Was it unreasonable? Yes, to the 15-year-old that had no desire to have any of that. But I wouldn't really put it in the realm of what I think OP intended. They just didn't want us sleeping our days away point rules that any decent parent would make. Seriously. Some of the comments seem to insinuate that kids should just be left completely to their own devices, literal and metaphorical, and as little parental rule should be made as possible. Get a grip, guys and dolls. You're not just going to get sleepovers with the opposite sex. You don't always get to do the things you want as a child. I'm sure some disagree, but I read quite a few more things in the 3 or 4 column than I thought I would. That being said, there are some fucked up parents on this planet. Cheers. Strict and possessive, wasn't allowed to be around our own family, wasn't allowed to have friends, wasn't allowed to stay after school for any activities, or just to hang out, wasn't allowed to go to family parties, wasn't allowed to go friend parties or sleepovers or anything really that involved me leaving the house. I lived on a huge property here in Tarzana, California. It was gated, we had guard dogs and all that. I still wasn't allowed to play outside or even go outside for anything. I definitely was not allowed to eat junk food or fast food, and the food we did have I'd be monitored on and how much I'd take any CT. I wasn't allowed to have a computer or a phone, any electronics, till I was 15. I needed a computer for school sheet. They never understood that. I wasn't allowed to date, I wasn't allowed to work, I wasn't allowed to have anything or do anything. I wasn't allowed to eat ice cream, I wasn't allowed to play sports, I wasn't allowed to go to school some days, I wasn't allowed to sleep by myself, I wasn't allowed to do life from childhood to my teenage years. It was hard. I lived like this with my 2 sisters for 19 years. We couldn't even go to a cousin's baseball game, and if we asked we'd be shut down and spanked hard af. As children we didn't get to enjoy any sort of a normal childhood at all. We were forced to grow up way too fast. We lived very miserably, but me and my sisters have a tight bond that's unbreakable to this day, and none of us really talk to our parents. We are kind of traumatized and trying to find our way in life. I guess this isn't rules, but I feel like it's similar. I eventually left and never ever looked back. Currently trying to normalize my life a little. He got mad at us when his food wasn't the exact temperature he wanted. I got a lecture the very few times I forgot to put his iced tea on the table with his meal. If we were packing things to go camping and something was missing, almost always his fault because he put the stuff away the year before. We got yelled at for it. Preparing to go on long trips was a pain because he would get all stressed out and be mad about every little thing, whether we did it or not. On Sundays I was not allowed to hang out with friends, and if I even asked he would yell at me. Sundays were for family time, aka watching him sit on his ass watching TV. On Saturdays if I spent the night at a friend's house I absolutely had to be home by 12 PM the next day or I'd get in trouble, up until I was 18 years old. Oh, and it didn't matter if the parents didn't mind that I stayed. I wasn't allowed to be out past 10 with my friends, even when adults were present. My curfew was 11 until I moved out at 20 to get married, even though I temporarily lived away from home for college and not done stupid shit. I wasn't allowed to have a job in high school. He claimed he wanted me to focus only on my studies, which was stupid because 1. I wasn't becoming a doctor and 2. I've always tested above my grade level and had amazing grades because I was a good student, not because of his idiotic rule. So I didn't get my first job until my freshman year of college. This same bullshit rule as well as the curfew one did not apply to my older brother. So I'm about 100% sure he was just being a sexist jerk. Sports were a nightmare. My father is overly competitive and found fault in anything I did even at age 8 when I played soccer for fun. When I turned 12 I asked my mom to tell him not to come to games anymore because it was stressful and hurtful. He didn't come to anything anymore after that, even when I started wanting him to come back. I know that's not a rule, but it was a shitty thing he did. I know a lot of this stuff isn't rules per se, but they were things we had to know and do, like the food temp and the iced tea. My brother and I were not allowed to have a bedroom door or a door on our bathroom. Never ever go in your parents' room. We were homeschooled to keep us away from bad influence. CC was not allowed to go outside, even to check the mail, for 3 years for some unknown reason. After which I tried running away. No TV. Parents had one in their room because it was vulgar. No games, electronic or otherwise. Anything that looked remotely fun was supposedly detrimental to our cognitive health. No computers. Again, they had one in their room. There was too much bad stuff online. Need to research something. Don't use Google. Here's the Encyclopedia Britannica instead. Can't spell it. Look it up in the dictionary. That will teach you. We were not allowed to talk to people except at church. Children are to be seen and not heard. Even our friends from Sunday school were not allowed to socialize with us except at church. Never had a sleepover party friend to this day. I'm in my 30s now and I can't make friends because of how I was raised. My mother tried to arrange a relationship for me. He came over once a week for dinner for 7 years. We never spoke or held hands. I was not allowed to get a job. Pronounce something wrong? Wash your mouth with soap. It's was not was. If mother didn't agree, you were assumed to be lying. I'm allergic to mint. Told my mom it made me sick, so she decided the only toothpaste she would buy is minted, and because I must be making it up. After all, no one is allergic to mint. When the skin on my face started peeling, she finally listened. The standard punishments were beatings, verbal abuse, and extreme opposites. That is, if you said you didn't like cabbage, you would have to eat cabbage every day for a month. ECT. If we got beatings, it was, usually, with a carved 2x4, 20 inches long with "It's always right to do what's right" written on it, and, afterward we had to recite good, better, best, I'll never let it rest, until my good is better, and my better is best. Grounded, sit in your closet with the door closed for a week. Scheduled potty breaks, 2 meals a day. My dad. He was a saint though. He worked very hard and a lot to support us. But when he was home he would intentionally do things to make my mom mad at him and draw her ire away from us. Edited to at no macup till I was 18, no shaving my legs till 16, brother couldn't shave HS face till 16. Hands clasped behind back or in pockets anytime we were at the store. No touching anything. Wasn't allowed to learn to drive until 18 when mom went temporarily blind and couldn't drive anymore. Up by 6 AM every morning. No matter what, chores must always be completed regardless of illness or other circumstances. Got more than a few, but I'll give you all 2. My mother for the most part raised my brother and I on her own. Our father was physically abusive to her, which all three of us also have a sister witnessed, and my sister ran away when she was 18. It was such a traumatic experience for me at 7 years old I don't even remember it. Didn't see her for over a decade after. One of the things that was really faked up was she made us promise her something when my bro and I were about 4 to 5 years old. That no matter the women we found in our lives, be they girlfriends, wives, or even daughters, my brother and I must always value her above all other women. And when we developed an interest in women, she would remind us of her promise. My brother started dating a girl when he was 17. After a month he told our mom 8-hour lecture later, which I was forced at 13 to sit through. She basically said they had to break up, saying basically how he'd get AIDS, she'd cheat on him, and when they married his girlfriend would take him for all he's worth. Wound up having to hang with him every time he wanted to be with her to get rid of suspicions. I was an awkward kid to begin with, naturally reclusive with a strong fear of my mother. But that moment, I realized I'd probably never have a girlfriend. At 23 now, and my mother having just passed on, I'm still terribly awkward if I'm interested in a girl. Still something I've never let myself experience, usually because the fear is so dogmatic. The one other faked up thing she did to me was keep me homeschooled. We moved from Florida to Illinois when I was going into the 6th grade. She promised she'd help me with school, but when we moved up here she went back to college. She never had the time to tutor me and save for martial arts class for an hour in the evening. I never was allowed to leave home unless I was with my brother. After a year or she wound up paying a buddy of mine to finish my 6th grade work so I could move on. 7th grade work came and I did everything I could, but I got stuck. Too busy with school to help, but refused to let me go to public school because they are dangerous, unsupervised, and won't give you a strong Christian education. After another year or two of being in the 7th grade my brother and I begged her constantly to get me into a private school. Can't afford it she'd say. But we kept hounding her until finally she snapped at us both. Her and my brother were in college. She said to me something to the effect of your brother's education and my own are far more important than yours. I stopped trying after that and went over 5 years without a formal education. I wound up being stuck in the 7th grade for over 4 years. That was the moment I stopped innocently loving my mother and anger began to replace it. I ran away from home to get my JED at 17 because she wasn't going to help, but had to move back because I couldn't afford being on my own point. Even though she's passed away a few months ago, I still hold so much anger and resentment. Seeing her though in the state her cancer left her, I just didn't have the heart to tell her everything I felt. Now I have to live with that anger, somehow. When we were younger my mother was pure hell. There were so many stupid rules. We weren't allowed to leave our yard to play with the neighborhood kids. They got to run around and play at each other's houses. If we wanted to go anywhere there was a trial of questions to answer, which for safety I understood, but the way it was handled was so demeaning. She would say no because she didn't know them, but never made effort to get to know anyone. She lived in her bedroom, we never went in there. I was blown away when I would get to go to someone's house and they would go in their parents' bedroom to talk to them or get something real quick. She would berate me for not having a social life, but then again I was too good for my family if I wanted to go hang out with friends. Family time was spent sitting silently in front of the TV while dad constantly flipped through the channels. That didn't matter anyway. I wouldn't get to watch anything through with having to get up and fetch something or clean or cook dinner by myself. I was always that person who hadn't seen a movie or only seen a part of it because I was always doing chores. I wasn't allowed to have my own personality. I was to be seen and not heard. I would get yelled at for acting like someone else if my cousin and I laughed at the same thing. My mother was very emotionally abusive. I wasn't allowed to do certain things because she had as a child made poor choices and I was sure to make those same mistakes. I was left in charge because I never got in trouble, which angered my older brother. He was very angry about this and it caused a lot of problems when my parents left. In charge didn't even mean anything. We had to stay home, no friends, no phone calls. My older brother beat me routinely. My bruises were a result of my clumsiness. My mother was bitching about how awful he was one day, saying she had no idea why he acted the way he did. He was perfectly wonderful until I was born. That was the day she told me her life was perfect until I was born. If she knew he was beating me and sexually molesting me, she hid it perfectly well. All of the clothes I had were chosen by my parents. I wasn't allowed to wear anything fashionable because all the other kids wore those things and those kids were making poor choices. I had to model very unflattering and uncomfortable clothes in the store, and then again for my dad when I got home. She still called me horrible names like slut and hoe. It got worse when my tigs came in, and they were 3x the size of hers. Like it was my fault my tigs grew, and that I had the audacity to grow them bigger than hers. When I got to high school it got much worse. The petty rules were always changing, but it was at the point that there was no life for her to control. I went to school for the full 7 periods instead of the mandatory 6. Got a job as soon as I was able, just so I wouldn't have to be home. When I was home I'd sit wherever was permitted in silence until I was spoken to, just as a setup for getting yelled at. I wasn't allowed to join any extracurricular activities, so she wasn't able to punish me by taking them away. We didn't have birthday parties. Not since I was 5 or 6. She hated everyone, so getting family together to celebrate something as trivial as me was more than she was willing to do. She made us a deal where every year for our birthday we would instead go get ice cream as a family and get to pick out a present. That lasted 1 year. She knew me so little, what I wanted, or liked or needed, that she allowed my father to give me money for my birthday. 1 year my friend's mom threw me a little party. Spent money she didn't have to make me feel special. My mom refused to let me go, and I got grounded. We would get grounded for bad grades, which is normal, but by we, I mean my brother. She refused to be involved in the part of parenting where you teach/encourage your child in academics. We didn't have a homework before you can do anything fun rule, because there was never anything fun we got to do. I excelled in school. My brother didn't even try. In his defense, he didn't exactly have consequences like the rest of us did. He might have gotten grounded, but it ended the minute someone wanted to do something cool for him. My mother came up with a reward system that didn't have clear guidelines, except that better grades meant cooler stuff come report card time. I always had good grades. My brother rarely had anything above a D. He got 2 C's and the rest were D's and F's. He got the coolest mountain bike I'd ever seen for trying. Cost $200. I got a bottle of bubble bath with a $2 clearance sticker still on it for all A's. We weren't allowed to take baths because it wasted hot water and time that others could be showering. This was middle school. It only lasted a year. Man, reading this thread has made me realize that my strict mom wasn't nearly as insane as other people's parents. But to add to what's already here and give my really weird upbringing, I wasn't allowed to watch anything on cable until I was about 6 years old. I could watch anything Dr. Seuss related that was on VHS. I could watch Winnie the Pooh, and after my mom watched enough Barney to determine that it was, in fact, not demons, I could watch that too. I wasn't allowed to watch anything animated. That was evil for some reason. That changed only after my grandparents died, and my youngest aunt and my cousin, who is 3 years younger than me, moved in with us as a hardship case. I suddenly got a lot of freedoms then. I think my mom was afraid of looking bad in front of my aunt. In fact, I can thank my aunt for a lot of things. I wasn't allowed video games when I was younger. She found out and promptly gifted me her old SNES and the Donkey Kong Country trilogy. I wasn't allowed to listen to rock music. She promptly gave me her cassette copy of Pat Benatar's greatest hits. For some reason, my mom refused to prevent me from using a gift. It was weird. Weapons of any type, even toys, were evil. I once got in trouble for taking the curtain rod off my bedroom blinds and playing with it like a sword. Barbies were bad because my sister used to strip them naked back when they didn't have the molded on underwear on the other end of things. And this gets weird. I was given a bicycle when I was 4. It had 4-inch thick wheels, so I didn't need training wheels on it. I was allowed to ride the neighborhood with the other kids. We would basically rule the street I grew up on, which never got much traffic, and was also about 2 blocks without any intersections. We'd climb trees, crack walnuts, have water fights, etc. No problems from the parents. I was allowed to read pretty much anything with little to no supervision. I got a library card when I was 5. Books were apparently 100% good and right until I hit about 16, but that's another story. Toy cars were a must. I probably had 20 plus toy cars, mostly Hot Wheels, by the time I was 5. Apparently the lack of any sort of potential genitals made them perfect. The whole no weapons thing was promptly forgotten if it was made of Lego bricks. I definitely built bombs and guns, missiles and the like from those things, but it was okay because of the kind of toy. Same went for Tinker Toys and Lincoln Logs. My parents got a home computer in '98 when I was 5, and we had dial-up internet from the start. I had virtually no internet supervision, though I was generally restricted to a half-hour of internet use a day. I was allowed this, in spite of the fact that I once got grounded for 3 days because I gave the home phone number to a fellow classmate who I was assigned to work with on a class project. This from the same mom who taught me our phone number and how to use a phone when I was 3. As I got older, a lot of the restrictions on media consumption were released. My mom now can't remember why she refused to let me watch Rugrats and Invader Zim and thinks that's good shit these days. I don't understand. And yet, at the same time, my book reading was suddenly monitored much more closely. I got in trouble for reading The Hobbit at age 19 because it had a wizard in it. This from someone who thought The Wizard of Oz was the shit. When I was 9. I wasn't allowed to drive go-karts when I was a kid because it might teach me to drive recklessly. Yet from the day I turned 15 I was pushed to get my permit/license, and once I was licensed I was basically given free use of the car as long as I had my cell phone, and promised to call if I had a change of plans for the day and was home before dark. I also never had a curfew as long as I checked in periodically and was home or at least in my hometown before the drunk drivers hit the streets at about 3 am. TLDR, parents, specifically my mom, were weirdly specific in being restrictive, while other areas I was given almost complete free reign. Then suddenly the tables were flipped because I hit 16. I had to think long and hard about this one. There were plenty of rules that were pretty unreasonable but doable, like asking my mom a week in advance if I could hang out with friends at the ripe old age of 11 or 12. But I would say hands down the most unreasonable one was I couldn't go to church with my friends. This rule came about after I had done that a few times with my front door neighbor's family. Which, by the way, that family was nice, Catholic, had studious straight A student type kids, and most were in sports or a club or band. Practically a neighbor's wet dream. Now I'm not religious, but after their church session, my friend's family would take us to get tacos in this kitchen run by nuns. Guess it helped fund the church or something. My mom would get so upset and act like I would convert to Catholicism if she continued to let me go. We were a Mormon family at the time, now only she is, and to top it off would throw comments around at dinner time about, "Oh, you're hungry? Why don't you go eat with your new family? Or go on then, they're calling you for dinner. You'll just go running." ECT. It just seemed so silly to me because I could been doing a lot worse with my time than going to church with my friend and eating tacos made by nuns. It was bright and early, was with trustworthy front door neighbors, had a cell phone to call if she was worried about anything shady, but it wasn't that. It was just an act of jealousy towards their family, I guess. Edit, my spelling is atrocious. Little late to the party, but when I was in middle school my father decided I was stupid and printed out and laminated point sheets if I ever wanted to do anything he deemed stupid or not worth my time, like playing outside, playing on the computer or game console, or even have friends over. I had to do things that he deemed would make me smarter, like reading a book and writing a synopsis of it to prove I read it. Finishing one of those math quiz books or handwriting books, or an essay on the topic of his choice. The points system was ridiculous, like 50 points for an hour of computer time, but the highest you could earn was 10 for an essay, so 5 essays and you get an hour on the computer. Basically every other weekend was spent just playing with Hot Wheels in my room, because that was free. Eventually he decided I wasn't getting any smarter, so he tried to get my mom to adopt the system. which she did for a week, until she saw it was stupid. He also had a problem with my distaste for mustard. Every time we had burgers or hot dogs he would put mustard on it, because he loved it. I hated it and would complain, but he always yelled at me claiming there's no mustard on it. Also bearers belt spankings for any marks less than a C, which he also tried to get my mother to do. All of this took place over elementary school, until I decided I had had enough, and was not going back there. Mom was pretty cool about letting me do whatever I wanted. I was a well-behaved kid with few friends, and with good grades. Didn't really like spending time outside, and ate pretty healthy. I played sports, but was never really that into them. This made me a horrible kid in my dad's eyes. Only saw him on the weekends, and he was always super ticked at me for just sitting around. He thought boys should be running around in the woods, though he had a rule about no going in the woods, and beating the shit out of each other. I was an embarrassment, and it ticked the shit out of him, especially around his friends. Usually just stayed inside, whenever they were over. In high school I got busy, and had to study a lot on the weekend due to my app classes, and every weekend he'd show up drunk off his ass, complaining that I wasn't spending time with him. At one point he got so pissed he screamed at me for 5 minutes straight, then stormed out leaving me in tears. Never wanted to see him again, but good old Mark convinced me to give him another chance. Still showed up every week drunk. Eventually we held an intervention, and got him clean in time for my high school graduation, but by my going away party, he showed up drunk again. That was years ago, and I've only seen him a few times since then. One particularly memorable Christmas he showed up and passed out on my bed. Neighbors thought he was dead. Kinda wish he had been, and honestly he might be by now. Doubt I'd hear about it. He also still thinks I'm gay. Never told him about my first girlfriend. He doesn't deserve to know. In summary, his rule was, don't study and stop being such an embarrassment. My first time writing about this, and I'm on my phone / on the bus, so I'll clean it up when I get home. I've always wondered if I experienced abuse, or if I just thought it was worse than it really was, but it has the same hallmarks, and when I've asked other people they haven't experienced the same stuff, so I guess I'll contribute. My father and mother split when I was young, and had shared time with me. Mother moved away when I was 11, and came back when I was 16. My dad's girlfriend, which he met from work, was physically abusive. I called her out on hypocrisy and was attacked. When I defended myself, my father said I shouldn't have provoked her. He put limits on me buying games and such, which I understand, but also on the internet despite me being in college at the time. He's a good dad sometimes, and I feel like I give him an unfair opinion because of my mother. I moved in with my mother when I started university, just for the first year in the summers. Limits on the internet again, but by this point I was rebelling and telling them I'm too old to have to deal with this, but they wouldn't have it. Her boyfriend would say he removed the blocks, and then say it must have my computer. That was the issue, because clearly it was infected. I wouldn't let him near it, because the last time he put a watchdog thing on it, so he could lock websites and internet down at will. My mother poisons me against my father. I can feel it when she talks about him. I understand her sentiment about him, but every time she mentions him it's something negative. My brother has it worse. He doesn't get my answer of I'm an adult, so has to deal with their hypocrisy and their controlling nature. Bedtime by 9. Limits on his electronics. The sudden backlash if he answers back. My mum relaxed slightly on the control thing. Since last summer I was earning more than her, but we'll see how this summer goes. She wasn't my parent in any way, but she still made the rules. Here goes small prologue to show how crazy she was. Her children had gone their whole lives afraid of her and her outrages. She had migraines from time to time. Instead of isolating herself, she threw her kids in the closet to do homework. They were not allowed to leave unless they also left the house. She often had issues with her landlord. Among many, she was a steady 1 month late on rent and claimed she had paid that missing rent. One day she and my dad had discussed moving in together, which would be a good idea economically. Then a few months later she called and said she had cancelled her apartment and was moving in with me and my dad. Note that she decided this alone. Once moved in, everything would be on her terms. I was depressed at this time, so my free time mostly went to computer games, some with my friends, but I tried to not be reclusive. However, this was not enough for her. I was not to play after 21 sharp. This ruined most of my WoW raids. If I did not obey, she threatened to drag me up at 5 to eat breakfast. I compromised this to absolute silence instead, but the threat remained. She kept track on whatever was in the fridge and cupboard, so I could not eat a thing. A pack of tzatziki had accidentally opened during her move and she wanted to know who opened it. She trusted my dad and my sister, who helped move, more than me, so it had to be me. She was on me about that tzatziki for months. I could not leave the house without locking. Sound in a way, but I could not even throw out garbage. She served cookies for 10 people, if we were only 5, but I could only take maximum 1 of each. If I took more, I was bullying her nephew who was on a diet. She stocked up on bottled juice for another nephew. She had like a gallon, but if I took even a glass I had to tell her I got more, but they are off topic. Okay, so here it goes. My dad, who I no longer speak to anymore, I was terrified of. Scary dude. I would go to his house on weekends and school vacations with my 2 older brothers. Some of his very strange rules or things he did were, I couldn't have a night light and had to sleep with my door closed. Kids sit on the floor if any adult is present, and if we sat on chairs/couches too hard we would have to stand up and sit back down on the couches 20 plus times correctly, then move to the floor to actually sit. One time my brother ran down the stairs skipping some steps in a hurry. He was forced to run up and down the full flight of stairs 100 times. The 90th time he stepped over 1 step because he was exhausted. My dad, watching, made him start over. We lived in constant fear of him flipping out at us in a violent anger rage. When walking, if I walked too loudly, shuffle your feet. He would correct you no matter where you were and tell you to walk the right way. In a store you do not touch things, or he said he would break your fingers. We couldn't do anything until all the cleaning of the house and yard work were done, so we legit would come over on weekends to be his maid, groundskeeper and servant. This was all while he stayed on his computer and EWD come and inspect my work after. I always was told to do it again. I once had a cold and he flipped out trying to force pills down my throat. I never had taken pills and I ended up puking as I tried to swallow them. He made me take them out of the vomit and take them again. I still 20 years later cannot swallow pills the right way from this. I understand he never beat me, but I used to wish for him to hit me once, that way I knew ICD tell my mom and IWDNT have to go over that awful place anymore. He knew that though, so he never did. Later I found out by my mom he was actually diagnosed as narcissistic among other things. If I talked back in any way whatsoever, there was no specifics here. It depended entirely on the mood of my mother and stepfather at that particular moment. I was taken to the dining room, which had a lock. I was locked in the dining room and got to watch every toy, game, teddy and book taken one by one from my room to the garage, as the dining room doors were those framed glass type. Once my bedroom was stripped to nothing but my bed, clothes and bedding, I was taken upstairs and locked inside. I had to knock and shout and cry to get bathroom breaks, which I was only allowed twice a day and once before bed. During these breaks, if I spoke, cried or made eye contact, I was slapped and locked straight back in the room. I would have a sandwich left outside of my bedroom door at lunchtime and another brought with soup at tea time, and the door was left unlocked during this meal so that I could put my tray straight back outside when I was finished. This included school days. I was taken to the bathroom for a shower, sent off to school, and marched directly back to my bedroom when I returned. It took me months to earn back a few of my rights to leave the bedroom/use the bathroom unattended/read a book, and so on, and in the end my mother would return everything that was left in one day, threaten what would happen if she had to do it again, and then we would repeat the process when they decided I had spoken out of turn again. I still vividly remember being sat against that bedroom door crying for days on end. There were times where I genuinely thought they would leave me to die alone in there. I was young. It stopped when we moved to Dubai, when I was 12, after my sister moved out and filed for emancipation. And though this wasn't the worst punishment I've seen on this thread, it was the most lonely, scary, and awful punishment I ever endured. I spent so much time in that bare room, honestly believing I wasn't deserving of even the most basic of human interaction. That I was as bad as the naughty men in prison, and that one day, when I was old enough, that's where I would end up. I remember even through the loneliness, the boredom, the severe pain from having to hold my bladder and bowels for hours, and the shame, the worst feeling of it all was that during each instance not a single member of my family would look me in the eye. I was a disgrace. My sister would walk past as I was walked to the toilet with my head down, and I would see her stop and turn away as I reached her. My eldest sister left when she was 11, and I honestly barely remember much of her being around. My middle sister left at 16. She saw it all and turned a blind eye. For some reason it never happened to her, though she would sneak out and smoke and talk back and swear from a really young age. I honestly think I was just the weak link. I was the only one who was genuinely afraid of them, and the only one who actually cared about making them think I was a good girl and deserving of their love. It's funny, my stepdad's gone now as it progressed to physical abuse from him when my mum stopped punishing me in eBay, and then one day he lost it when she found out about his affair, and he dislocated her jaw, broke her ribs, and perforated her eardrum in front of me. He was never charged with anything as he ran away, though that's a whole other story. The dynamic between myself and my mum changed completely that day, and ever since we have been much closer. I've forgiven her for everything I went through, a lot more than I will go into here, and it's incredibly difficult for me to even think that the same person could have done those things to me. It's all just faked up, and usually I just try to forget and move past it all. Couldn't use the bathroom for at least 2 hours after dinner. I'm a kinda nighttime pup girl. It just usually happens about 7 PM. It's just my body routine. One foster home we would eat at 630 on the dot every day. If I went to the bathroom after dinner, in that 2-hour time frame they'd come in on me. No, I didn't have any eating disorders or anything, but they would also make loud comments to anyone over that. I ate too fast, so it must go right through me. Kicker. I wasn't allowed to have more than roughly a 1 centimeter bit of food on my fork, so it'd take me an hour or so to finish dinner depending on what it was. I loved soup cause you couldn't eat 2 big spoonful of liquid. Also no being in the bathroom. So when I got my period I had to walk through the whole house to the outside bin with a bloody pad, wrapped in a wrapper and toilet paper even with guests there. Wasn't allowed a light bulb in my room. Wasn't allowed my door fully shut ever. Wasn't allowed to be alone in the house. Even if I was so sick I was hugging the toilet. I'd be dragged to the shops like that, or made to sit outside while they did stuff. Wasn't allowed friends over, or to speak to them if I saw them in public. Was only allowed to get water as I wanted it. Wasn't allowed to really speak unless I had a question related to school. I was dressed like a 50 years old, and even my hair was cut super short into a bob cut, and I wasn't allowed to complain. I wasn't even allowed to know the home phone number. Was only allowed to sit on a certain lounge chair. No posters. My room was actually half made of their BO daughter wardrobe along 2 walls cause she didn't want a wardrobe or drawers in her room. Point most of my foster parents faking sucked and just controlled. Returning home from the library several blocks from my house 5 minutes late in the early evening. I was maybe 12. No cell phone and I didn't have a watch and just lost track of time / didn't check the library clock frequently enough. I had my CD player smashed on the ground, had to pick up the pieces, and was locked on the front steps. This was my dad. A couple days later he told me none of that happened, and I was making it up for attention. If I didn't have a younger brother who would corroborate stories ISTG, I would actually think I made half my childhood up. My dad also put me in an armbar, law enforcement lol, and pinned me to the ground because my terrible handwriting, something I also got punished for, looked really neat in a homework assignment he was looking over, and he thought I stole someone else's homework. My mom never let me have sleepovers or hang out with my friends, really. One time I finally got her to let me sleep over a friend's, and she showed up in the dead of night to pick me up because she changed her mind. Also one time we were arguing while she was cooking, and she threw a knife past me into the wall. Her defense now, years later: I wasn't throwing the knife at you, so I don't see the problem. One time my mom was yelling at me and backed me into a corner. I put my hand on her arm to step around her, and she told everyone I hit her. She would also always tell me I was talking too loud, no matter what volume I was speaking at. She still does that actually. Sometime I wonder why I have anxiety and panic attacks to this day. Sometimes I don't. Growing up in the 70s in Southern California, couldn't say dang sounded too much like damn. Couldn't say booty but as bottom or tier end only until Casey and the Sunshine Band came out with Shake Your Booty. We drove my mom nuts singing shake shake slake your bottom shake your ear end. 3 could not say God. Unless we were praising the Lord. Lol. 4 had to use all of the toothpaste. Take scissors and cut off the end. Mom said toothpaste was too expensive to waste. Same with ketchup. 5 If you broke curfew, you better find a comfy spot on the porch. Once the door is locked, it's locked. And if you took pity on a sibling and got busted pulling them in through the window, both yours are on the porch for the night. And if you say dang and God as you are being escorted out, you'll find yourself sucking on soap on your way out. No TV after 8 PM except for Good Times, Jeffersons, Sanford and Son, and Different Strokes. But if we wanted to watch those on Sundays, we had to wait. Wholesome shows. Little House on the Prairie, Wonderful World of Disney, and, wait for it, Lawrence Welk. I was the only black kid in the neighborhood who knew how to foxtrot and song Perry Como. Did wonders for my street cred. 5 minutes on the phone. You're 11. You don't have business longer than 5 minimums. Dang. Okay, 2 minutes then. Kids can listen to 3 songs on an album and then give it to the next kid. Parents can listen to every Richard Pryor album. Kids better not get caught listening. But ma, you guys are playing it on the big speakers in the living room. We can hear it down the street. So we just would stare off into space and pretend not to listen. Let her call my name a few times so she thinks I'm not paying attention. Plus the usual stuff about street lights and skirt/shorts length. Boys I could date, none until 17. I had so many ridiculous rules that there's no way to just pick one. My father died when I was only 1 year old and I had no siblings. So since I was my mother's entire world, she was excruciatingly overprotective. After being raised with 11 siblings in extreme poverty, she was crazy discipline wise as well. Best of both worlds. During the summers, I'd get a post-it every morning with my long list of daily chores, and every single day, at the end of every note, there would also be written, "You can't go anywhere and no one can come over." Sometimes my friends would need an extra player, and they would knock on the door. It made me so afraid and nervous when they did that. I'd either act like I wasn't home, or eventually answer the door and make up one of my 1 million excuses I was forced to have. When she was home though, no whistling, no humming, no noise, no eating whenever, no flushing the toilet after I peed, unless it was the first pee of the day, etc. The first day I saw some Air Force recruiters walking around my high school, I signed everything they had. I got in big trouble and was grounded, but it was worth it. 3 weeks after graduation I was on my first airplane to basic training, and a few months after that, I was living in Europe and smashing the Berlin Wall apart with a communal sledgehammer. I've been to 30 countries, lived on 3 continents, and get claustrophobic every time my plane's wheel touch the ground in America. She made me feel uncomfortable in my own country. Lol. Peace, love, and kindness to you all. I wouldn't say my parents had very strict rules, just a bunch of somewhat unreasonable ones. I could only eat during the 3 meals a day. If I missed one, I had to grab the next one, which was strange because me and my siblings usually made our own. Dinner was sometimes an exception. I had to get B's and above in everything. Some of my siblings could do it, but I have had severe ADHD for a long time, and the only thing they did to improve my grades was I'd get spanked 5 times for every 10 points below an 80 in my classes. If my room was dirty, I had to do 50 push-ups. If I said my room was clean and it wasn't, it was 100. A kid's standard of clean is usually different from a parent's, so it was usually 100. If you touched the floor, you started over. If you weren't flat with your face forward, you started over. If my pants were sagging at all, I had to do 50 push-ups. As I got into 6th grade, things started to change. While most of those rules remained the same, the punishments became more abusive. If I talked to a friend they didn't like, I had to fight my dad. Only fought him once. I had to tell him I wasn't allowed to talk to him again. If I flipped a burger too early, on accident, I had to fight my dad. If I missed a football practice for any reason, I had to drag a monster truck tire chained to me across the yard. If I went too slow, I got hit with a belt. I'm sure there's more, but this is what's coming to mind right now. Some of the ones I haven't yet repressed. No talking at dinner table. No talking when dad watches the news. A's in school plus high achieving in required extracurriculars. Basketball, dance, swimming, tennis, piano, lacrosse, etc. Not allowed to quit any of the extracurriculars, even the ones I was forced to do. Can't miss school even when sick, but I was never in danger of having too many absences. Family computer was locked 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. during middle school, made doing homework kind of hard, leading to more punishment. Got cursed at all the time in Romanian and English, but I wasn't allowed to say stupid or shut up. No crying ever because other people have it worse. Every emotional outburst by my parents, even if abusive or not my fault, was valid, but I was always too sensitive and needed to grow up. Found out while at college I have ADHD, depression, anxiety, OCD, and PTSD, but they couldn't be bothered to take my feelings or mental illness seriously. I decided to go to college for music, and spent the whole 4 years convincing them to let me pursue that. Senior year of HS, after being accepted into several programs for music, they threatened to stop my piano lessons because I had a C in App Calc, which was an extra class, since I had already taken the required science/math courses. Dinner time. We had to wait until dad was served before we could eat. He came home late a lot. When mom and dad were done, they left the table regardless if we were still eating, and the 3 of us kids had to wait for the rest of us to be done before we could leave the table. Older brother often took his plate to his room after the parents left, so my sister and I usually ate alone. We were 6 and 7. Also, we had mac and cheese for lunch like every day during one summer. If we didn't finish it for lunch, she saved it for dinner. I haven't eaten mac and cheese since then. When my parents split up, during our weekends at dad's, we were not allowed to talk while we ate. If we did, supposedly we ruined dad's appetite, and he would often throw his food in a fit a toddler would approve of and leave the table. Also, as I got older, living with my mom while my sister stayed with dad, I got grounded a lot for being a nerd. I always loved reading and would get caught up in a book when I should be doing my chores. I got grounded quite a bit from reading. I wasn't allowed to read Harry Potter, not because of the magic but because my aunt thought it was for geeks and God forbid I be a geek. I had to wear what my mom wanted me to wear. I was and still am a t-shirt and shorts kind of girl. She would make me go out wearing a midriff and short shorts, and before the boobs came in she'd have me wear a sports bra with cut-off shorts. If I was invited to play outside by the neighbors, I think I was 10. You'd think she was trying to get me wrapped or something. My parents were separated by this point and we lived in a different state. Where mom and I lived, my brother and I were really close to our upstairs neighbors' kids, especially after my uncle started dating the mother. My mom had no problem letting me spend the night if my brother was too, but she would make me call my dad and ask for permission. If I couldn't get a hold of him, she'd let me go, but then he'd call right back and demand where I was. And if she told him, he would demand that I be brought back downstairs. She always told him. My dad's amazing. My mom isn't terrible, I guess, but she does some weird stuff. I guess it's not really a rule, but when speaking to my mother, I have to focus more on the face that I'm making and the tone of voice that I'm using more than the actual conversation. There have been times when I'm driving, she's in the passenger seat and screaming at me over something that shouldn't matter as much as it does. I haven't vacuumed my car in a week. There was a shirt and some socks on the floor. I didn't put my drinking cup away. Yada yada yada. And she start yelling at me to stop making that face at me. You ungrateful bitch. I'm always left a little shocked because I was just sitting with a normal face. Another thing is that my mom refuses to take me to the hospital to meet with a doctor about my medication anymore, and she refuses to let me see a therapist. She is constantly asking when I'll be done with my meds, like it'll all go away if I take them for long enough, and one rule she has about this is that I'm not allowed to speak to anyone about it. I take a mood stabilizer for bipolar disorder and an antidepressant. Here are some shorter rules that don't have much explanation. I, a 17-year-old female, have to tell my mom where I'm going, when, why, with who. She'll expect me to update her with what I'm doing at random times, but won't text me or tell me when. If I don't, she'll call me, go ballistic, and make me come home. My room is her room. My clothes are her clothes. My phone is her phone, etc. because she bought all of it. Which is not true. In the case with my clothes /makeup/etc. I'm not allowed to wear makeup that she doesn't like. Eyeliner makes me a hoe. Red lipstick makes me a hoe. Dark eyeshadow makes me a hoe. For reference, dark eyeshadow for her is medium brown shades. She will often go through and throw away or break my makeup that I bought with my money. When I'm not home, she will throw away or confiscate clothing or shoes of mine that she doesn't like. I wasn't allowed to wear thongs until this year, which is a problem for me because jeans don't fit me right and I wear a lot of leggings. I'm only allowed to eat a certain amount, otherwise she'll give me a side eye and say, don't you think you've had enough? I could probably go on and say more, but this is already long enough. I'm just glad that my mom isn't nearly as bad as a lot of the parents in this thread. My parents don't necessarily have rules, but they do some faked up shit. It varies between everyone. I'm entirely obsessed with Japanese pop culture, and it's made me realize my dream of being a manga author and artist. Constantly, and I mean constantly, at least 5 times a week, I'm being told by my parents and my siblings that I won't succeed and that I'll be stuck living in their basement. My mom is very into the news as of late, following the election and her hate for Trump covering every fiber of her being. This is fine with me. I hate the man too, but it has gotten so out of hand that she will ignore us and her husband just to watch the news whenever I speak, sing, etc. in Japanese. I'm constantly met with her and my brother and sister pulling their eyes back and speaking in the most stereotypical accents. My mom does more than just bring me down, though. She constantly will degrade me for getting confused, forgetting things, etc. and yell at me, what kind of disability do you have? You're like a disabled person, and other things. She also regularly hits me with rolled magazines, books, paper towel rolls, and her bare hands. My sister is basically mad at me for being bullied and makes it very clear I'll save writing 3 billion more paragraphs and cut it short. A girl my sister was friends with bullied me and made me the school we attended because it got so bad. She defended this bully and actively participated in bullying me with her. Ever since then, she has been bullying me passive-aggressively and has resorted to randomly beating me. When I ask her why, she says it's because I make no effort to defend myself. My brother has extreme anger issues and constantly rains hell on everyone. He actively insults our stepdad and wears our mom out by exploding at her and everyone else. My siblings find solace in excluding me, claiming that I would rather be by myself. My stepdad is the only one with some sense, but he relentlessly agrees with my mother over the fact that I will fail my dream and end up a freeloader at their house. I lived directly across from a library, less than a 2-minute walk, and my parents refused to let me go without supervision. Not in middle school, all the way through high school, hell, maybe even now. Their reasoning, which they would scream at me for hours, was that I would be murdered or kidnapped. Might I mention that the library was connected to a police station. I was never allowed to hang out with friends for the same reasoning. Once, I somehow talked them into letting them attend a friend's birthday party on the grounds that I wouldn't leave the house. Fair enough, but my friend failed to tell me that the party was actually going to be at the park, a short distance away from her house. There were at least 20 plus other people, and plenty of other adults, my friend's parents included. Long story short, my parents found out that I had left my friend's house. drove to the park immediately, blamed me for lying to them about where I was / telling me I should have called them, and told them to pick me up when I found out the location was changed, and made me leave immediately. From then on, it was basically an unspoken rule that I just don't hang out with friends outside of school. Any attempt at asking, and they would scream at me and ask if I was stupid. My mother would even throw tantrums, screaming and crying about how ridiculous I was being. A more recent one, I have to text my mother good night every night before I go to sleep. If I forget or am busy, she'll blow up my phone with texts or message one of my friends on Facebook to find out what I'm doing. This starts less than an hour after the first missed text. I'm almost 20 and in college. Alright, pulls chair time to explain my entire life story up to the boring part. I've always have really never had great family luck, and so it seems with my father and his father. Some sort of curse or whatnot. When I was around 3 to 4, my father left me, my mother and sister, because he cheated on her, because my mother is crazy and my father is an asshole. My mother had a huge grudge against him. Any way she could, she would try to get back at him by using me and my sister. After that, he basically gave up on us so he could pursue a college education. Mother was 18, father was 21 when I was born. My mother, not wanting to be lonely for the rest of her life, married my two ex-stepfathers named Jason and Mike. Jason was physically abusive and semi-strict. The worst thing I remember was that I had to go to bed by 7:30 till I was 15. He would also play a lot of video games, and he would reward me with them if I did things like homework or got him something. My mother dumped him because he was beginning to get addicted to some drug that I don't remember, and got my second one. This guy was literally the reason why I had massive depression later in life. He was extremely strict and abusive, but never would hit me, so he could get away with the stuff he did. I remember he was a ex-convict who was controlling over my mother. He would play these channels and get these recording of these super far-right guys and force me and my sister to watch them, and they would always be on. My mother was right, so she was okay with it, but it crossed the line with her when he started strip searching our rooms and threatened to strip us if we took something without his permission. My mother told us it would be a good idea if we had problems or anger to write it in a journal. She had one when she was littler, and it always kept her from acting out. When her mother took it and read it, she was devastated. I had a journal, and when one of the strip searches overturned it, she was protective of it. I remember her saying that he read it while laughing. They fought a lot afterwards, and he would get kicked out to his father's house. She was planning to divorce him after she moved from my personal favorite home because the school and people there were friendly, and broke me into life to what I will always deem as a low point in my life. He came back and wooed her over and said he changed. That's when it started. He was the only person with a job and would take out his anger on us and the pets we had out the house. She couldn't kick him out because she couldn't afford it and was trying to get a job. I remember he had this big party at our house for his birthday with all of his friends. My birthday was skipped that year because we couldn't afford it. I was 16 turning 17 in the summer of the so far worst 2 years of my life, and I decided that I would handle no more. I moved to my father's, and that changed my life for the better. TLDR, faked up sheet with convict stepfather and himself searching and threatening to strip me. Moved out and doing well. My parents have really weird, not so much outright stated rules, but they get upset about weird things. My dad doesn't like colorfully dyed hair very much. They are weird about my friends. If my friends don't seem normal to them, as in, a very narrow idea about what teens my age should be. It's kind of hard to describe, but like they shouldn't be LGBT. Most of my friends are, and my parents don't know it. LMAO, they shouldn't look weird. Shaved haircuts on girls, cute they think is too much, etc. And they have to kind of act in a certain way. My parents don't particularly like cosplay or that type of thing, and they hardcore prefer my social butterfly type friends, no matter who is actually good to me. They've even gone so far as to tell me to stop being friends with certain people. They did it the first time when I was in middle school. He was one of my best friends at the time and we are still really great friends, but he embodies exactly the kind of person that my parents hate, even without them knowing he's trans, which would set them over the edge. They did it to me most recently this past weekend, after I had one of my other best friends over to stay the night. There was a small incident that I was afraid of getting in a lot of trouble for, and I lied about it. Anyway, this led to my dad saying that I couldn't have her over anymore, and that I was only allowed to hang out with kids my own age. She's a junior this year, and I'm a senior. I'm not going to follow that rule because it's ridiculous. They call me immature anytime I disagree with them, or do something wrong, even though a lot of adults have said otherwise. They are the type of parents who talk about respect read, unquestioning obedience. Close bracket. They want me to act like an adult, but they treat me like a kid in some ways. I do act a little immature/childish sometimes, but I don't feel like I can learn to be an adult if they don't treat me like one. They get mad if I roll my eyes or give a dirty look, and there's basically no such thing as a small wrong thing in my house. Nearly everything I do wrong is treated like the worst thing ever. Now, by most parents' standards, I'm pretty well behaved. I've never snuck out or done anything to that level. I think the worst thing I've done is lied and cheated on a few tests. I didn't want to, but it's math, and I would have failed if I didn't, and my parents don't even know about the cheating. But according to them, my behavior is like my abusive manipulative mother. They always assume the worst about me. For example, if I don't know what I did wrong, I'm playing dumb, or if I cry while they get mad at me, I'm playing the victim, even though I take responsibility for what I did wrong, and don't even usually tell them when I think their punishments are too harsh. I cry when I get upset, because I'm a sensitive person, but they think I'm playing some angle, trying to get what I want. I think they are making assumptions, based on my birth mother. I live with my dad and stepmom by the way. I have ADD, so I can be forgetful and impulsive, as well as a lot of other symptoms. My dad gets mad when I forget things. I have a hard time realizing when I'm making certain faces, and I get in trouble for that. I don't know, it just sucks sometimes. I try my best, but a lot of the time it feels like it's never good enough. I don't think they're intentionally trying to find something to punish me for, but I feel like anytime I step a toe out of line, no matter how small it might be, they jump all over it, like I told them to fuck off and stole their car. They have a children should be seen, not heard type of attitude. They want what's best for me, but sometimes they hurt more than help. For example, my mom, stepmom, says that even though I'm skinny, which shouldn't matter anyway, I'm not toned enough to wear crop tops, whatever that means. Also, I'm not supposed to say sup or aha. I have to say what's up and yes or yeah. He makes me get up exactly 9 hours after I go to bed, which is kind of a problem considering that I tend to stay up late w/o them knowing tbh. I love my parents, but they're really strict, and it feels like I'm missing out on a lot because of it. As a result of that, I don't feel like I'm maturing and gaining independence as much as I should be. And when I came out to them as bi during my freshman year, they freaked out, big time. Eventually it led to them saying I couldn't hang out with seniors anymore, but I couldn't figure out why. For someone who claims to be, in his words, one of the most liberal people you will ever meet, he acts pretty conservative. But you know what they say, strict parents create rebellious kids. Even though my personal brand of rebellion only consists of staying up late and flipping them off when they can't see me. My parents had a lot of their own issues that they projected on me. I'm the older sister, and luckily they were divorced and way more easygoing by the time my sister got older, so I really took one for the team. So they had many ridiculous rules. The 3 that stick out are I would get grounded 1 week for every dish or piece of silverware left in the sink when they got home, and yes, I'm guilty of forgetting to transfer a bowl or spoon to the dishwasher here and there. But 80% of the time it was something that either my parents or sister had left there. It was just always blamed on me. I would be grounded for an astronomical amount of time. If I accidentally spilled a drink, and God forbid it happen at a restaurant, then my dad would yell and make a fool of all of us. Even my mom would sheepishly give a look of apology to our server or anyone else giving us a what the fuck look. I mainly remember this happening as a teenager. I was only allowed to hang out with friends one day out of the weekend, I think it was, because my mom and dad didn't want to stress about where I was, who I was with, when I was coming home, etc. because I was pretty popular with the older crowd in high school. But jokes on them, because since I knew I only had one night out, I would scrunch an entire weekend of partying into just a few hours. Needless to say, I got pretty used to hiding drug and alcohol hangovers. It only lasted until 13 or 14, but our weekends weren't so much a break as it was prison labor time. Weekdays were crazy too, but weekends were 12 hours hard labor before anything else. We were awoken by 8 AM and told we had 5 minutes to get ready. Get ready for where/what? Work. This was the upper Midwest, so in winter that meant wearing layers and such. Anyway, we ate 2 to 4 hours after working, and we could only come in to use the bathroom if it was #2. In that case we were given 5 minutes, and if we faked it, we'd wish we didn't. The main chore was chopping wood, so much faking wood. We lived in the country and had so much wood for our fireplace that it was insane. Piles you can see from space. Too much wood. Lots of other stuff, but did it snow recently? Oh. Fun times. Our 500-foot driveway needed shoveling, and instead of using the plow my father owned, we shoveled it with small shovels. Comically small shovels. During football season we were allowed to come in to eat and watch the game if we achieved a random, arbitrary goal set in my father's mind. There was no set goal, so it was more or less based on his mood and how little we cried. Now, that's just work. We were kids, and it was a mix of because you live here for free, go outside, and we want the house to ourselves amp. It wasn't as bad as the above probably reads. It was just hard work that was not open to negotiation and a bit much. Like, our farmers' children friends would be in shock over how many chores we had, and the style of how we had to do them. Other stuff, if we went to a friend's house, or asked to stay somewhere, he'd always check if we were really there. It wasn't a healthy, safety check type deal, but, like, trying to catch us in a lie, or something. He'd eventually call and ask for us. When on the phone he'd only say you're lucky. Good night. LMAO, I shit you not. He also wouldn't allow us to shut our doors until bed, and he took the locks off the door. He would randomly check our rooms, mostly when not in the room, but sometimes in front of us. It was a prison shakedown system, lol. FYI for parents, being too strict and nosy makes your kids want to rebel and get stuffed by you. It becomes a literal desire the more you make it clear that they have no privacy. My father realized this around age 13 or 14 and chilled out a lot until driver's licenses came. He'd do the mileage checks and such, but it was still more of basic discipline than the former prison warden stuff. A lot more, but this is long enough. Edit. Oh man, so sorry, but a few other quick, goofy ones. Couldn't eat anything without asking. Nothing. He kept all snacks in his bedroom and had a padlock on his door. Lol. Much like another comment, we weren't allowed to ask where we were going if not told. If he said to get in the car, you did, and asking why or where to would get you that look. We weren't allowed to say ain't. We also weren't allowed to have no answer for a question. Tons more goofy stuff that I find hilarious now. TLDR, early years were like a prison. Actually became more relaxed as a teen. It was insane as a kid, but I see the heart and intention of it now. He wasn't abusive or anything. Quite the opposite actually. So I moved out of my mother's physically abusive home. Stepdad strangled me regularly, mom pushed me down and kicked me in the head. To my dad's, when I went into junior high, I had a lot more freedom, but him and my stepmom especially had a plan for what I should be doing and be interested in. I became really obsessed with music, playing, listening, everything. In 7th grade I was so ahead on trumpet they put me in the high school marching band. My parents went along with it for a while, saying they were proud of me and my hobbies. When I told them my junior year I wanted to go to school for music education or music therapy, they changed. Told me I wouldn't make any money and started restricting what I could do with my music. I wasn't allowed to spend my own money to get recording equipment or new instruments or anything related to music, and they would take away my guitar or my drumsticks for very little riazzo. Forgot to take the trash out when you have been doing it with no issue for months. Time to hide his guitar for a month, which continued through college. I went to college for 2 years for free to get my bachelor's. My dad had money saved for my last 2 years, but told me he would only pay for my schooling if I'm not in a band. The band I was in at the time was gaining a huge amount of popularity, opening for May Day Parade and patent pending and regularly getting shows where we made money. It was also the only social outings I really had, since I worked so hard on my schooling. So with that I had to quit school and get a good job where I made enough to move out. The band ended up falling apart after that, but at least now I'm happy. I can play, write, and record all I want, and I'm finally getting around to starting up a new project with some friends from high school. I'll still never forgive them for not allowing me to do what I loved more than anything in the world, and I'm still saving to finish my degree to go teach music. One day I'll be able to love what I do. TLDR parents stopped me from the only thing that really made me happy, music, because they said it wouldn't be a good career choice. Asian household here. A lot of dumb rules. I followed them all. Curfew, polite language, respectful demeanor, bowing to elders, no direct eye contact to elders, etc. So on. As I was younger, fast forward to high school, circa 2000. I was elected to the student body, beta club, and various academic club positions. I was low-key popular, even with my parents controlling home life. Now, with these clubs, I had a position of power. I had meetings to attend, projects to do, and all kinds of fun things. My instructors never thought I was dishonest, but I couldn't make eye contact when speaking to them, which led to some awkward questions one time when we were all questioned on some missing test banks. I rebelled my junior year, but that's another story. One of my parents' rules was no lingering after school. Basically, I couldn't hang out at my friend's house or even at school. It was straight home. Another rule was literally no going out. I kid you not, that until I was 19, I had never been to a sleepover, birthday party, or anything. In fact, I never even had my own party. I went to dumb social things, weddings, engagements, blah. Another was the fun rule. I had no more than an hour of computer, TV, or outside time. Pick one. No mix and match. It was almost always around 7 PM. And it was almost always cut short because the sun went down or our shows are about to come on point, and gods forbid any of my friends show up. I may as well have invited the yard because they'd ask less questions than my parents on why and where and how I gave our address out. You'd think we were illegal or something. Come to think of it, nah, fairly certain we are all legal immigrants. My folks weren't bad at all, very loving and caring parents, but of course they had one or two of these weird rules. My mom didn't really understand media very well in terms of cartoons and video games, so when she saw something like Star Wars she assumed I was just killing people for the sake of it, so video games or TV that she found strange, she didn't like me watching it playing. But she was a reasonable person, and if I showed and explained to her what was going on she had a change of heart. Very relational women. Another weird rule growing up that actually pissed me off and started a few fights was when there was a guest over and me and my girlfriend at the time couldn't have my bedroom door shut or anything in that regard. What took the cake is when my sister had a math tutor over and she said she wasn't comfortable with me closing the door while she was over. After that I was like, excuse me? Mind you, this person paid little attention to me or my significant other, so this was more on my mom's account. I understand that it's their house, but I faking live there, and this person, as stated, could give half a shit what I was doing. We weren't even doing anything for that matter, lol. TBH, I can't think of much more. I had all of the basic rules like, if you're 14 or something, they didn't like me swearing or having a curfew and whatnot. Eventually I grew out of these things and now my parents curse with me and I come home when I want. I lived back and forth between both sets of my grandparents for a good bit of my early years. My grandparents on my mother's side were pretty strict. We had to stay outside and play for most of the day. They would lock us out because staying inside was considered lazy and unproductive. We would have to have the table set and cleared off for each meal by a certain time. We were also not allowed to speak at the table, especially side conversations. If my grandfather was speaking, you better not be, or you'd have to leave the table. Still a rule today. Another rule is still, have is no snacks. At all. You received 3 meals. These days, when my family goes to visit them, we pack and hide snacks in our rooms. Another is we were only allowed a certain amount of time to watch TV, and if my grandfather wanted to watch, we would have to leave and let him watch what he wanted. I guess most of these aren't really unreasonable, just strict. These rules all applied for all of my cousins as well, but it was always uncomfortable when they'd break the rules because they didn't live with them, like we did. Point: I have several tattoos and a nose ring also. My grandfather hates all body modifications, crazy hair color, and dislikes makeup. Every time I see him, he tells me to take the earring out of my nose, and I haven't dared to show him my tattoos. My mom says to just do it, but I'm too afraid. Which is hypocritical of her, because she is 46 and still hasn't told my grandparents about the tattoo she got when she was 24. Can't compete with the rest of you, but I wanna share either way. Point: if there's something my dad hates is lazy people. My high school had the evening shift, 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. Every morning around 8 a.m. we would have breakfast as a family and my parents would go to work. The first couple of weeks I spent the mornings laying on the couch watching TV or sleeping, until the day my dad forgot something at home. It was maybe 10 or 11 a.m. I was sound asleep when I heard him yelled my name. Dad, what were you doing? Me, sleeping. Dad, don't you have homework to do? Me, I did it last night. Dad, so, you have nothing to do? Me, not really. Dad, okay then, I need you to empty the pool. I went for the pump when he said, no, use a bucket. Took me 3 days. When I was done he asked me to clean it, to fill it up. The next day he said, tomorrow you'll do everything again, until you find yourself something to do in the mornings. The very next day I was taking swimming and basketball lessons. To this day I can't sleep in if there's someone else in my house, and if I take a nap I hear my dad yell my name. He's become way more relaxed now. We are currently working on a project together in a secluded area where we have to share a room. Now he is always suggesting I should sleep a little more. Point: I want to be clear though, I love my dad. I wouldn't change in any matter the way I was raised. I'm proud to share his work ethic and responsibility. This wasn't their most unreasonable, but one of the strangest. No anime. Sailor Moon was my first anime as a kid, 7 to 8, and my parents detested it. Wound up because of terrible American dubs becoming such a huge problem they completely banned any Japanese cartoon if it wasn't actually anime but had similar art style. I had to show them what studio created it so they could confirm, but they were okay with Pokemon. I'm guessing because everyone was obsessed with it. It didn't stop me, just made me want to appreciate it more. I'm most proud of being able to sneak online, dial-up days, download subbed episodes, 2 to 3 hours per episode download, and watch them without parents finding out. Usually happened when dad was mowing lawn, loud mower hid the sound of the modem. Saving grace was computer in basement. I once asked why they hated it so much. I just didn't get it. Turns out, they didn't like it for 2 reasons. Art style, no one looks like that eye roll, and because the episodes didn't end in 30 minutes. Continuing plotline, they couldn't follow it. I'm 10 weeks pregnant. My dad actually yelled at both me and my husband that if we named our baby any stupid faking Japanese name he'd disown us. Lol. What? Jokes on him. Having a Ghibli themed nursery. Late to the party, but pop music was going to make me sin. No Britney, NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, Prince and Guns N' Roses were okay, but he kept track of the albums because they were his when I was 14 and tired of not having a boyfriend because I really liked this kid. I had to give a presentation on the differences of going out and dating because I couldn't date. I had to outline exactly how far I was going to go physically with this guy. For emphasis, we were 14, and I'd never so much as held hands with a guy for more than 30 seconds outside of church. My first boyfriend needed to be a Christian. I had prepped him for months, because his mom was, but he didn't go to church. I really liked him, y'all. He started attending church with me, because it was closer. At some point I wasn't allowed to see him outside of school and church because I didn't like Having him at my house, my parents made me uncomfortable having people over, and at his place we just played video games or I slept. We didn't see each other outside of school for months. I have a handful of other anecdotes, but writing them out makes me realize that my dad was insane, particularly when it came to dating. Doctor's appointment turned into accusations of having an ul. I was 16 and scared of such still. Both my parents' backgrounds themselves are stern enough. Eastern European Russians, devout Catholics, met in the military, and were drill sergeants for 20 years then retired in their 40, and we lived comfortably. My parents also waited until past 40 to have their first child, as to avoid ruining the marriage. Being a rebellious teenager, having your biological parents be Russian Catholics that are ex-drill sergeants, and be in their 60s, we didn't get along. A very traditionalist home. The first one that comes to mind is the word okay. If I said the word okay, I would be faced with two consequences. If they were in a good mood, rare, I would have to drink a bottle of Tabasco. Keep in mind this was a rule in the home. Since I started preschool, 4-year-olds don't handle Tabasco well. If they weren't in a good mood, which was more common, I would be beaten mercilessly for showing such blatant disrespect. Two situations that stand out is, when I was 4 I wouldn't swallow the Tabasco and my father punched me in the stomach. As if I was a grown man. My father is 6 feet 4 inches and 230 pounds of muscle, and my mother is 6 feet 0 inches, both over 2 meters. The other occurrence was, when I was 7 and my father was less than pleased, and I said okay. He picked me up by my feet and threw me across the garage. I of course landed headfirst on the concrete. It was all normal for me until I went to other people's homes and saw that not everyone is beaten. I wasn't allowed to have privacy. My stepdad would sometimes go through my room. Like most girls, I figured the panty drawer would be a good place to stash anything I didn't want found. Found out very quickly, around 10, that he would search through them anyway. He kept this up until I moved out at 17. I also didn't have a proper door. It's important to note the house was a single-story bungalow style. My door directly faced the kitchen/dining area and was directly adjacent to the bathroom and the walkway to the family room. My door was a double-folded one with slits through it. Think something like a room divider. I was expected to mow the grass and help out in the garage with my stepdad and brother. Okay, that's fair. But I was the sole person to clean, do laundry, and do dishes, because that was women's work, and demeaning for my brother or stepdad to do. When I did dishes every night they would be inspected. If a single thing was found to not be perfectly clean, even if I missed a small spot, I would have to wash every single dish, even the ones that passed inspection. We weren't allowed to eat outside of mealtimes without express permission. My stepdad regularly counted the snacks to see if we were eating without his knowledge. I once got in trouble for wearing makeup to a dance in 6th grade. I put it on at school and didn't manage to get it all off. I started wearing makeup all the time as a big FU. I also wasn't allowed to wear any nail polish except pink because it was classy. I painted them red once and got told I looked like a hoe. At 12, no friends could come over. I couldn't stay over at friends, and I wasn't allowed internet access at home. We did have internet, we just weren't allowed to use it. We also could only watch what they wanted to watch on TV and weren't allowed to listen to music without headphones, but not loud, because we had to hear if they needed anything. No decorating rooms or questioning them at all. I don't really talk to them anymore. A story from when I was already a teenager, but relevant nonetheless. When I was a senior in high school, I began playing Dungeons and Dragons with friends from school. This was in the early 90s, so the satanic panic was still a recent thing. I knew my mother would not allow me to have D&D books in the house, so I hid them under my bed. One day, I was running something small for my sister when my mom was supposed to be gone all day. Of course, she came home early and found us in the basement playing the game. She flipped her sheet and was screaming at me about how evil and satanic the game was and how dare I subject my little sister to it. Knowing this was a battle I wouldn't win, I gather up the stuff to take back to my room. She kept yelling at me, claiming I could not keep those devil books on her property. I obliged her took the books to my car, which was parked out in front of the house. I said, "You can't keep those books on my property." She kept yelling, "Ann, I'm not. I paid for this car with my own money and it's parked on a public street." Needless to say, she was not happy at me for a long time after, and my trunk became a small D&D library till I moved out. After I graduated. My mother was very religious and strict compared to the parents of my friends, but as I got older and met people from even stricter families, I realized I didn't have it too bad. Caveat: my parents were not super strict, but we had a few weird rules. The weirdest one was the no sitcoms rule. My father hated TV sitcoms, and we were not allowed to watch them. However, my mother did not care if we watched sitcoms, so the rule wound up being no sitcoms on TV while dad is home. So, old sitcoms that were in reruns, that aired in the afternoon, we would watch. That is Three's Company. New shows would air in the evenings while dad was home and were thus forbidden. I remember watching about 10 seconds of Family Ties, but as soon as dad saw the part with the parents as protesting hippies in the opening, he screamed, "Turn that sheet off," and that was that. Dad hated hippies even more than he hated sitcoms, so in my whole life I've seen a handful of episodes of Family Ties. I think mostly because that one went into reruns after a couple of years and we could watch it while dad was at work. I have never seen a single episode of Perfect Strangers, even though all the kids at my school loved it and talked about it all the time. He really hated Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and that show was expressly forbidden. By then we were older, so I sneaked a few episodes of that one. I do remember watching shows that aired during the daytime during summer break. We watched a bunch of The Facts of Life. Because of that point, anything educational was allowed. Thus, I spent a good part of the 1970s 1980s watching shows on PBS. Nature and Marty Stauffer's Wild America were particular favorites in my house. I watched Nova a lot. My dad's weird rule did have a couple of positive effects. I remember 2 occasions where my entire family sat together in the living room to watch 2 TV shows in their entirety: Carl Sagan's Cosmos and Ken Burns' The Civil War. Those are cherished memories now. After reading some of this, some dude got his head through a cabinet for eating a grape. Wrong mayo. What the fuck is wrong with people? Then my parents weren't as strict as I thought, but anyway, here it is. Couldn't watch Pokemon cause some church pastor said they were totally demons. Pokemon meant pocket demons. Clearly nobody checked the goddamn grammar on pocket, but that's okay, cause it was Satan's work anyway. Couldn't watch Dragon Ball Z cause Mr. Satan was called Satan. Couldn't watch Power Rangers cause the bad lady had horns, so therefore she was Satan's wife. Couldn't watch Yu-Gi-Oh cause they said summon, therefore they were summoning Satan and his kind. Couldn't have nor play video games cause that pesky Satan again. I never even understood what Satan had to do with video games. Dumbest part is that I was allowed to play on the PC, but only like 1 hour a day. Couldn't watch Saint Seiya cause in Spanish it was Caballeros del Zodiaco, which translates to Zodiac Knights. Zodiac signs equals Satan. Apparently Japanese people love to adore Satan through their cartoons. The best one was that I couldn't say Simon to say yes. Simon is slang for see, which is yes, cause some random parent at my very religious school said that she knew for a fact that Simon was si monstro. Yes, monster. It sounds more logical in Spanish, and of course that faking Satan was behind this. I was actually told this by my dad on Sunday, July 2nd. I was setting up a little pool party last week for me and my friends at my house on Monday, July 3rd. I had asked my mom first, because she would be the one off of work and watching over us, but she never told my dad. So on Sunday I was going out with my brother to go paintballing for the day, and when I get home I call my dad to see if he knew about the pool party going on. I had to ask him if he had work on that day so that my friends wouldn't be bothering him, but then as soon as I asked him, he replies saying no, you had fun already. So in my head I was surprised and saying to myself that I guess there is such thing as having too much fun just from doing one thing for the week. So my friends were all surprised that he said that. It's mostly my dad that is very strict, cause I myself am a computer game. So everyone he sees me on my computer he always says the same joke, you making any money yet? As in making money from playing games, cause I'm always playing. But then when I ask him if I can go out with friends, he more likely says number 80% of the time. So he says no and it forces me to stay home, and then he talks about why I'm always home playing games all day point. And they're both very strict on bedtime rules. I'm 16 and my brother is 20. And they flip the fuck out like if they are going to die if we don't go to sleep by 11 PM, even though I'm on summer break point. There's plenty more, but it's pretty small ones. I don't know if this was so much a rule, but my mom would not let me do anything. I had to beg to get contact lenses, my glasses broke once, and my mom wouldn't get me a new pair. My parents could definitely afford it, but my mom said no. I'm the only person that needs to wear glasses all the time in my family. My mom would hold my contact lenses for me, and she would decide when I would get a new pair. I wouldn't be allowed to drive anywhere unless my younger brother came with me. My mom would not let me take my driving classes until I suddenly did something good enough to be able to take the next lesson. I would have to beg her to let me go to football games and dances in high school. I was rarely allowed to hang out with friends and couldn't stay the night at anyone else's house. I cheered my sophomore year of high school, and my mom was so against it that I would have to ask friends for a ride home every game. Luckily my dad was not as strict, and he would come and pick me up when he could. He works a lot and loved coming to my school's football games as we were a football school. When it was time for me to be in high school, my mom sent me to private school for the education, but did not let me take the SAT or ACT because I was to stay in our hometown for community college. My mom wasn't as huge on education, but restricted me from pursuing opportunities, which in turn made me hate school. I'm now 25 and feel like I've missed out on so much. My younger sister was not sheltered like I was, and I'm so happy that she seizes every opportunity given and makes the most out of her life. I think my mom now feels bad that I missed out on so much that she tries to compensate in other ways. I don't live at home anymore. I left our hometown. I'm only 2 hours away to get a great education and to get more opportunities. It has made our relationship better. But when I go home, best believe my curfew is 8 PM lol. Extremely overbearing plus mentally abusive parents must say good morning to them every day, regardless what time is it, as long as it is the first time I see them in the day. Will be hours of scolding if I did not, and for most times it is that they went out before I woke up. I must be up by 8 by the way, even though I must stay up to study every day. And I thought at 10 I have already saw them and greeted them, not knowing they were out. Must address my parents as daddy and mommy at all occasions. Must stay very polite and formal. My dad is extra upset after I turned 18. He is insecure and got a lot worse in his mental abuse. I was yelled at multiple times for saying thanks to my mom in a friendlier conversation. He want me to say thank you mommy. All she did was handing me the cream cheese point. Dad will not allow me to act friendly to my mother because he decided it was me being disrespectful and acting out of place. For a few years, 13 to 15, I was not allowed to trim my own nails because I don't trim it pretty enough. I must always look super presentable to the relatives as they love bragging. No talking to my cousins beside formalities though. Dad thinks they are not good enough for me to talk to. Point no going to anyone else's house. Point can only go out with friends once every school break, so 3 times a year after I turned 15 for less than 6 hours. Honestly, disapproves me having any friends unless they are elite students. And even so, no actual friendship. Won't let me visit my friend who is in hospital for 3 months because of lupus. Point only allowed to take elevators by myself after I turned 12. We live in 7/F of an apartment building. Thankfully taking stairs are not allowed either, so I just can't leave the house at all. Point phone is confiscated right after I got home from school until I got to college. My dad is paranoid about me dating. Received a text that is obviously wrong number at 3 AM. Somehow my dad decided I'm dating someone. Got dragged off my top bunk at 3 AM for beatings. Point he decided I'm too lazy to get up and told my whole family not to wake me up for school, but for sure will beat the fuck out of me if I don't. I took an old phone up for alarm as I don't own an alarm clock. Got beaten up at 5 AM anyways. punished to 3 hours of kneeling at age 8 after he tried to scold me for a dripping shower head, had me politely explain I wouldn't know it's dripping as I changed, and left before the shower head is done its regular drippings. He checked the knobs and realized it was the cold water knob that wasn't tightened. He is the only one who uses cold water in showers. Out of embarrassment he said I was disrespectful to be talking back at all. I must only study until I sleep. No entertainment at all. No TV, no social media, no exercises, and of course no gaming. Only studying. No part-time jobs, because we have plenty of money. No keeping IDs with me. No getting actual driver license. Screw my work experience, right? He knew I'm only there because of financial reasons. Who knew I would meet a guy who started building web development experience and skills since 11 the first day in college, and would fall in love, and would take me out of that hellhole through the second floor window anyways. Edit for structure. Mom styled our hair the way she wanted it until high school. Very long, combed straight down, but not shaggy, tapered to the head point. I had to wear socks all the way up to my knees. She said it looked bad to have them slacked. We couldn't eat or go outside until she got up, which was later than noon every day, and we weren't allowed to go in her room. To get her we couldn't listen to rock meaning anything except country. That music did not honor the Lord. We couldn't sit on the living room furniture, including couches and chairs. Any phone call we had, she had to listen. Any mail we got, she had to open and read. Spankings, at least daily through about 6th grade, were pants down bare bottom with a belt. About 10 to 20 hits with me jumping up and down. I thought that was normal. We weren't allowed to stop sneezes as she called it. If we sneezed and didn't let it come out full blast, we got whipped. We also weren't allowed to touch our ears. If for some reason we had to scratch our ears and they bent a little, she'd make us bend them back the other way. She hated hearing coughs. If we coughed at night more than twice, we had to sit up and drink cough syrup. If we still coughed again, of course we always did, we'd have to drink more. When I'd have a cough, I used to lay there trying my hardest to repress it. Once in elementary school they called my mom to come get me because I had thrown up a couple times, but I didn't have a fever. They wondered why I'd be sick like that without a fever, and I told them I had been fed a bottle of cough medicine the night before. They didn't believe me. I got chastised for saying it. It's probably the one time I revealed something abnormal about my life. Because I thought it all, including that, was normal, and it was totally unbelievable to the people I told. Honestly, I think the most unreasonable rule was this unspoken rule, that nothing was allowed to bother us. If we ever tried to say something had hurt or upset us, it was met with chastising, and let it go. It seemed normal, such that siblings would even respond that way toward each other. Where to begin? On a note, I'm putting it out there that I'm still technically a minor at 17, so I still follow these rules. I know I'm going to repeat some that are here, but oh well. List. Strato bedtime on school nights is 9:30 p.m. Bedtime on weekends is usually 10:30-11 p. School is out for summer, but I still have to follow those rules. I wasn't allowed to have an email until about 3 years ago, despite school requiring one for work. Basically everyone had a school email and I wasn't allowed to buy my mom. Joke's on her, I made one without her knowing. Joke's on me, because she found out and made me delete it. Now I'm only supposed to have one email address that she named for me, but I have multiple. Sorry mum, can't talk back or defend myself/opinions without being deemed disrespectful. I'm pretty sure this is why I got bullied in elementary/middle school. I didn't know how to stick up for myself because I thought I would get in trouble. Why don't you want to go place with us? My anxiety is skyrocketing for reasons and I would prefer to not go this time. Stop making excuses. I wasn't allowed to get a phone until my 15th birthday. I had to ordeal 4 months of an overcrowded high school without music to drown out the darn baboons. I'm still not allowed to spend my own money without their permission. 5-minute showers. I'm only allowed to stay home alone for a few hours. I have to go to my grandma's house during the week during vacations. I know I have crazy high anxiety and a pinch of unkept depression, but I'm stable. I don't actually plan on drinking bleach. It's an internet joke, I promise. The swears. There are the typical ones. Sugar, frick, binge, donkey, done. Despite not being heavily Catholic, I went to a Catholic school until 6th grade, when I got thrown out. Lol. Saying oh my god is a sin. I live by science, not by religion. Still have to follow that rule. Also, apparently calling someone a numbnut is also a bad word. I was yelled at for that. Sleep with doors open Noah/C. My mom lives by fans. Then again, she's always cold, so 90-degree weather is like spring for her, and it's like the sweaty underside of Guy Fieri's double chin for my brother and I. Wasn't allowed to play rated M games until this year. First one I'd go for was the stick of truth. Anything lower than a B+ is bad. They got me a math tutor because my grade was a B. Currently my high school doesn't follow traditional rules, so they get their own grading system. 3C no more A, B, C, D, F, P system for us. No nude drawings. I'm striving to be an artist, and since I can't draw nude because of rules, my proportions are super off, and I can't draw boobage or packages at all. I can't look up nude references. Only recently my parents have been letting me go to the mall with my single friend without adult supervision. Jokes on everyone though, because I rarely leave my house. It's rare for me to want to willingly go out for the day. I'm told what I can eat/can't eat and how much. My dad made me super self-conscious about my weight because he would constantly berate how much I ate. I wasn't overweight, but I wasn't at a midpoint either. I've now dropped 10 lbs. On my own say, and now fall in the normal BMI zone for my height. I'm sure there are many other rules I'm forgetting, but for now that's about all I can think of. I get yelled at a lot for random things and random rules always pop up. My therapist wants me to move out ASAP, but I need to graduate first, find a steady income, and hopefully get some experience under my belt. Sorry for this being long. I just like giving people tea to sip.